turn the sunshine into love, and I can keep on dreaming. Something like the spaceship from above, and you give me that feeling, yeah. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, you keep me moving. I'm gonna tell you something just for free. I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not here to waste nobody's time, so we should both be leaving. Now you turn my world upside down. I'm bouncing off the ceiling, yeah. Can't get no better than this right now, so let's enjoy the ride. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing,
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome to the Summer Doubles Championship, where today we are going to be taking a look at EU and SA, starting, of course, with EU. My name is Monto, and I'm joined here today with Walt. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm pumped, man. Lots of good Brawlhalla. I got to cast yesterday, which was a blast for Southeast Asia, so I'm stoked to be here for the EU bracket first off, and I think we're coming back later today, like you said, for SA as well. So it's going to be a great time. We got some great matches coming up for you in just a moment, but yeah, I mean, I think, as always, the Brawlhalla is going to be great, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've had already MENA and SEA. We've had some great upsets, some great storylines that are brewing in the bracket. And I mean, I'm taking a look. I've been following the EU bracket ever since it started, and we've seen a lot of turns and twists so far in the bracket, and we are seeing a lot of teams, which I'm very excited to see how they're going to be performing together. And yeah, all in all, it's been a very exciting weekend so far, and we've barely even gotten started.
Yeah, barely even gotten started is right. I think we're still a couple away from our top 8 even qualifiers. So again, if you're excited to watch some Brawlhalla with us today, there is a lot in store for you this afternoon or evening, wherever you may be in the world. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about what our first match is going to be. I believe it's Blitz and Jester versus Sazar and Raku Shain. That's going to be coming up in just a second here. But I mean, Polly, what do you think about this one?
So this matchup, I was talking about this matchup just a couple of minutes ago with some of my friends. Blitz and Jester, very, very good team. Jester has been super strong in 2v2 for a very long duration of time right now, and I feel like people in general underestimate Blitz, because Blitz, you know, as of recently, Blitz isn't really grinding the game that hard, but Blitz is always consistently playing the game, never taking any prolonged breaks, really, always at least getting a couple of hours in every single week, and I mean, that skill, it's going to accumulate over time.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's also not even mentioning Blitz and Jester's skill in singles as well. If I'm not mistaken, I see PR 86 and PR 18 for these players in singles Brawlhalla, which is obviously nothing to sneeze at. So I think Sazar and Raku Shain may have their work cut out for them, but it's definitely not out of the woods just yet. Sazar is incredibly high placing PR player as well for EU. I think in like the top 150, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, Raku Shain is a player which, if you've been following esports for some years, it's definitely a name that you would recognize as one of the OG French players, level 100 Terrace player as well. Sazar X, I'm going to be completely honest, I don't know that much about Sazar X, but I am going to be very excited to see how they're going to be performing, especially considering how far they've gotten into the bracket already.
Yeah, I did see, I think Sazar actually threw a little chat message into the Twitch stream as well, so much love going over to them. But I'm seeing PR 126 in EU for singles, and some pretty solid placements as well. 49th at Trial of Frigg back in March of 2020, as high as a 13th place at a Ghost League towards the end of 2023. Definitely no slouch whatsoever, but it looks like we're already loading into our first game, Polly. Let's get into this.
All right, we're getting started as soon as possible, and our first game is going to be on Demon Island as we're kicking off the first game of the first set here in EU.
Yeah, and the big thing I want to point out here is there is a scythe on the screen, which is something I did not see at all in the Southeast Asia bracket. So I'm interested in seeing what kind of dynamic that brings to twos, because again, for Southeast Asia, it was really just non-existent, a non-factor whatsoever.
Well, already Sazar X down in early red here as he gets knocked out far off to the right side. Blitz tries to go for the anti, able to connect the recovery too, and Raku Shain going down on the left side. What an amazing beginning they have here.
Yeah, I mean, Lance is such a potent tool as well. Oh my god, as I say it, I was about to say he could just put in so much work before falling into red, but now he's disarmed. Let's see what happens from here. Blitz still hanging onto that sword as Jester goes off the right side, but...
Alright. Looking to get any knockout soon. I'm seeing that hammer off of Raku Shain, but I mean, Blitz and Jester, they're doing an amazing job at not letting them take any control of the ground. If you don't have ground control with that hammer, you might struggle to find the knockouts, but the axe is going to seal the deal. Now, Jester in a dangerous situation as we had a 1v2 opportunity. He's going to be able to stay pretty safe from it, though.
Yeah, and we're splitting off into Lance v Lance for just a moment. Blitz trying to play perimeter, so Jester could just go to work with that Lance right now. Oh, wait, that's so aggressive there from Blue, but not going to amount to too much after that.
Yeah, Blitz able to get some quick signatures in there on the right side.
Wow,
Team
nice
combo
pickup.
comes out, and that's 4 stocks against 2 now. This has been a fairly, almost dominant showing from them.
Okay, Axe tried and true. We saw that. Pretty good place for this weapon right now, but let's see if Sazar can maybe put a little bit of work in on this last stock. Again, the name of the game will be forcing this 1v2 if possible, but Raku Shain making it work right now. Sazar finding the KO off the right side as well. This is a huge window, but I love that escape option from Jester.
The double axe recovery, just a wall of hitboxes that you can't get past. Well, actually, he didn't even get hit by that somehow. Now, Raku Shain and Sazar gonna have to try and get this knockout off of Jester as soon as possible. If they maybe can solo out Blitz and get this to a 2v1, but the axe there hits so hard. Heading over to the other side. Team combo potential.
though, yeah.
Not able to find the last hit though.
Oh wow, this is a huge window though, Polly. Let's see if they can make this work during the respawn on the unarmed combo, excuse me, as well. Big damage coming in, but if Raku Shain falls right here, it might just be all for nothing.
It's very close. They weren't able to get those last couple of hits. Kind of an awkward situation, kind of positioned there in on the right side of the screen. Jester trying to go for a haymaker to get this stock off of Raku Shain. Almost friendly fire doing the trick there from Sazar as he's trying to get back up here.
Okay, big. Pretty deep red as well. Can starve the weapon and unarmed on Raku Shain. That's gotta do it. And there goes game 1 over to Blitz and Jester.
Wow, and Jester, what a game. 5 knockouts, 655 damage. I feel like the department where Jester and Blitz really shined in this set is their team combos. And not only their team combos, but the way that they were playing together. They definitely were one-ing up Raku Shain and Sazar in the team play department. As soon as we went down to, 2 separate 1v1s, we were going kind of even. They're able to regroup at the center stage. They force a 2v1, and they're just hitting so many of these team combos.
Yeah, 100%. And I do have to apologize. At the start of the game, I got super excited and thought I saw a scythe, but I was talking about the hammer there as well. But I mean, the way that the hammer can kind of simplify game plan. I mean, like, just being able to pick up Stomp Stairs is just such a huge opportunity cost for Red Team. It really simplifies down the ones if they're able to split off into that. So I want to see a little bit more of that going into game 2.
I forgive you because I really wish we had Hammer Scythe as a legend.
I know.
It would be such a good legend. The ground pound almost on the stage, going to be hitting Sazar already, putting a lot of pressure. And this is the thing as well, we saw this in the first game. In the first couple of interactions, these guys are even more dominant. Both of them down in red as we're only 24 seconds into the game here.
Absolutely, yeah. And when Jester's on this lance, I feel like he's so slippery. You can't find a way to get out there, and you find the double KO as well. I mean, why not? What a huge advantage now for Blitz and Jester.
Tried to come in for the punish, but the second part of the neutral signature is gonna pick him up as well. As now, the second game, they're playing already with a really nice lead off the start. They want to try and get a knockout there onto Blitz, but he's able to sustain that stock. And yet again, I'm thinking if Blitz gets knocked out here, they have a window of opportunity to 2v1 Jester, and those kinds of situations can be very dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, if it's talking about splitting off, it looks like Sazar is able to find that one. They can get this right here off the GC. They're not gonna pick it up though.
Side signature not going to be connecting. Still fairly decent confirmed damage. Of course, the side signature would have been even better, but just that small interaction is going to be able to tighten up the lead just a little bit more.
Okay. Sazar getting in the middle of all 3 players right now, especially at that damage. I was going to say it's such a precarious position to be in, and Jester takes full advantage right there. This is a huge opportunity now for Raku Shain.
Able to hit that nair, trying to anti-air and keep Blitz away, but Blitz slips past him and commits onto Sazar, but just like that, he target swaps over to Jester, gets that knockout, and now, I mean, that was a beautiful set of interactions by Raku Shain there.
Sazar spending the chase dodge a little bit early now, gets caught off stage, and yeah, it was like both blue team members were just target swapping for just gunning down that kill. Wasn't going to get there in time though. Here we go.
Able to connect that there. We're trying to do some form of aerial gameplay, but that D signature is going to just stop him in his place.
Oh, yeah.
Sazar able to get a knockout to even the tides of battle a little bit here, and at this point it's a fairly even match with Sazar and Jester being quite damaged.
Here we go. Yeah, and if I'm blue team, I'm looking at Sazar X right now. I think a lot of aggressive plays, especially off stage, there is a huge opportunity for you to find a reversal on this player. The KO will be found on the right side, though, and it's a 2v1 once again.
On the hammer here to try and commit to this 2v1. Able to connect that Nair, but the Sair comes out. I was expecting the team combo. D-Light, unfortunately, not going to be hitting for Jester there. Let's go for the end lights. Tiptoeing around them, but the side light NSYNC isn't going to be connecting either.
Ooh, through weapon as well. I mean, you just want to opt for the axe instead. I don't blame you.
Tries to get that falling Sair. Weapon
Raku
throw.
playing
There's
this so carefully too.
Yeah, I mean, they're not able to move in, and they're not able to move in and approach to get that damage. He's forcing them to have to punish him instead. Playing incredibly patiently, able to get that Nair, but the punish, it's almost enough.
He's on arm too. Yeah, he has nothing. That's it. Oh my gosh.
That was so close. That was so close at the very end too. With the dodge up he did, he almost touched the wall.
Right, it was very, very close. I mean, it's such a rough position, right, Polly? Like any small misstep that you make from there, you either get team combo or you get forced into edge guard position. We saw it right there. And Raku Shain was unarmed at the end there, so it was going to be a tough recovery either way.
Yeah. And man, I do have to say, of course, Blitz and Jester, man, playing incredibly well so far. Raku Shain and Sazar X, I think we're starting to see some early signs of some great adaptation here, especially considering Jester was able to get an incredibly dominant first game. This second game, of course, Jester still playing very, very well, but they're able to kind of shut down what he was doing in game one.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm taking a look at some of these damage charts right now. You see it on your screen here. But yeah, I mean, Jester and Blitz really just putting in a lot of work. But all that being said, look at the damage spread across the board. It's actually slightly favored for Sazar X and Raku Shain.
Yeah, very, very even though. I mean, all players here on 500. So yeah, I feel like that damage spread kind of summarizes this gameplay quite well. We're seeing a lot of back and forths with a lot of trades. I feel like Raku Shain and Sazar X, they are winning more of the back and forths in the neutral, but Jester and Blitz, they're winning the back and forths whenever we're in a team setting. And it's the team setting, the team combos, that's what's going to give you much more damage.
100%, yeah. So, I mean, it's a tall order coming into Game 3 for Sazar X and Raku Shain, right? A reverse 3-0 necessary to stay in the winner's side of this bracket. But maybe we can see some adjustments being made here in terms of those team combos.
Which, yet again, Raku Shain, an OG player. Sazar X new to the pro scene as of right now, and they're in the winner's side right now of top 32. They've already gotten fairly far, but Blitz and Jester, they might just be proven to be too tough of a foe. We don't know yet. Only time will tell.
That's right. Let's get into it. First strike is going to be important here, so playing out, separating off into potentially 1v1s right here. But yeah, I love that switch from Blitz right away. It doesn't amount to too much, but again, the vision is right there.
Yeah, the switch went two ways as well. I mean, you had two separate 1v1s. Blitz made the switch. Sazar X also dash jumping in with a weapon throw to go for the switch.
Blitz getting a little bit aggressive right here. Also, Sazar X falling into red as well. Anything can happen in this
that sword on Blitz, that sword on Blitz is really scary.
Yeah.
Almost every single game, I feel like so far, Blitz has been able to make at least one large play on that sword.
But as you say it, I mean, Sazar X and Raku Shain take their first actual sizable lead of the set, so we'll see if they can maintain this right now. Again, Raku Shain was playing that 1v2 so cleanly right now, still hanging on to the stock with the dodge coming through as well, but recovery will be enough to find that KO, and you're a little bit off kilter in terms of your respawn timers as well. Fortunately, Sazar X doesn't get punched too hard.
Wow. Wow, and that is already Jester down in orange. They hit him with so many moves, and just like that, Raku Shain tries to make a commitment with the hammer, able to connect that Nair. Gets the Sair now as well, swapping over for the 2v1, but Blitz dodging very well. It's not going to get stuck into anything.
Okay, we do see the hammer. Yeah, look for the GC stomp right there, but Raku Shain's there to pick up the pieces regardless. Great alley-oop there from Sazar X. Can't get too much more on the team combo, but I mean, again, red team is maintaining this lead so far, Polly.
A slight mistake there at the team combo, but as you mentioned, this lead, it's starting to become incredibly substantial. Raku Shain, I see you go for that hammer. Sair, again, they're able, dude, they're correcting me. I said they're not hitting many of these conversions. That's exactly what they're doing this game, and it is working out so well for them.
Big scoop right there. You might need to go for the save. It looks like Jester is going to be able to find that, but wall slip is online. Touches right there. Okay, I think the biggest change that we're going to see, and I'm sure we'll get this in replays as well, Polly, but so many more GC stomps coming out of Raku Shain.
Yeah, and in general, that hammer has been doing wonders for finding knockouts so far. Sazar X also doing an incredible job at always being in the correct position and also using the correct move to allow a Raku Shain to go for those follow-ups, right?
That's right. Still hanging on right now. Can you get this 2v1 onto Sazar X? You can't, but Raku Shain just slips right in with the recovery and makes this a 2v1.
And there it is. Knockout comes out. As you mentioned, they were putting so much pressure on Sazar X. Raku Shain noticed that, they're kind of chasing him. He's able to sweep in there and get a hit while their attention is elsewhere.
Yeah, unbelievable turnaround from Raku Shain and Sazar X. And again, I mean, the big thing I noticed, Polly, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but just like an inordinate increase in GC downlight from Raku Shain, especially when the hammer's online.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, those GCs, the damage that you can take from using a GC when someone is playing a string weapon is so large. But no one really is playing a weapon that can do that other than Blitz's gauntlets. And he's already leaning towards the sword. And on top of that, Sazar X could just, he could interrupt that. We mentioned at the beginning of the game that Sazar X and Raku Shain, they're winning neutral, but they're not really winning the team play. That game, the abrupt change, they were winning neutral and they were winning the team play.
That's right. Yeah, we got to see if there's enough gas left in the tank, though, for this red team. We go into game 4 now. The same situation still applies. Single game is all Blitz and Jester need to advance in winner's side. Sazar X and Raku Shain playing on the defense here. Wow, what a conversion.
I saw that dare off the right side as well from Sazar X, just robbing a Blitz of all of his options. Could have been devastating, but just like that, I mean, they have that composure, go right back up and get a nice conversion off of the top. So far, there's so much back and forth. Ser, some friendly fire coming out. Raku Shain is going to be able to touch, though. As they're struggling on this side, though, Jester is going to be able to exploit the fact that they're a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, Jester was all over any dodge patterns that Raku Shain and Sazar X wanted to go for. That was just a beautiful first stock right there. So we will see the dodge come through. Disarm now is Jester. So how does he make it back towards center? He does not. He just gets it off the respawn instead. Let's see if this 2v1 can come through onto Blitz now.
I saw something crazy off the left side. I think Jester did a cancel Ser, which then got a clash. It looked very strange. I want to see a Twitch clip of that later. It didn't lead to a knockout, so we might not be able to see that. But either way, Raku Shain, man, last game playing so incredibly well, but Blitz and Jester, they're doing a really good job at shutting him down so far.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, something that I pointed out was I think there's so much onus on Raku Shain in particular, right? Like, when Sazar X gets caught in these team combos, Raku Shain is just finding the perfect way to thread the needle right here. We saw the scoop up to find that KO off the top right there. Let's see if he can do it again coming into one of these stocks if Sazar X is going to get edge guarded.
High pressure and high risk situation offstage there. Sazar X is able to get back up from the offstage of Blitz and Jester at the same time. Raku Shain committing to that ground pound. He's going to find the knockout as we're now into a quick 2v1 situation. And Blitz goes down into orange. Just like that, you could have argued that they have a slight lead. They're going to be able to get that knockout on Raku Shain. So now they do actually have a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, I think a bit of an overextension on the side of Raku Shain trying to just go for a little bit more damage. But, I mean, you're in pretty deep red at that point, so no harm, no foul possibly. Raku Shain on last stock now. Let's see how healthy he can keep this. As Sazar X maybe on the left side going to fall, but no, they look for the 2v1 instead.
Yeah, but Raku Shain, he's going to be able to slither out of that situation. Sazar X is going to drop to their final stock, though. Not getting hit by the end lights. Connects the Ser. Connects the Ser as well instead.
Scramble is not where you want to be when you're at that damage. Okay, Blitz is going to fall once again, but Sazar X completely target swaps onto Jester once again. They just want Blitz to just take his time coming back every time.
Still has to. Blitz still has to, so he's going to be respawning. I feel like I had to remind myself because Blitz was clinging onto that second stock. He was tanking super well.
Ooh, scary position. Sazar X makes it out for now. Rough position for red. Again, this is game point for blue.
Raku Shain missing that Ser. He used the maximum drift though. Blitz didn't feel confident in trying to go for a punish, but that's going to be the knockout. Jester going down as well, and it's a 1v1 now. Blitz, you tanked this stock so well. Let's see you use it.
This is tough, though. Lance v Sword. I mean, not that unfavorable, I would say, but let's see. Sazar X at red. This is a tough position to be in. Wait a sec.
Oh, no.
Wait a sec.
No. The Nairs,
Polly.
the Lance player is touching buttons right now. Sazar X clean on it as Blitz is struggling to find the move, but when he finally does, it's going to be the knockout, and that is a 3-1 as Blitz and Jester advance through winner's side here in top 32. They're going to be playing their top 8 qualifier after this.
Yeah, wonderful first set for us to go. I mean, don't you think, Polly? But the adjustments from Sazar X and Raku Shain, I think can't go unnoticed, right? Like, I think a little bit too far along at the end of there to get that stock trade in the 1v1 where Sazar X just had a little bit too much damage on him. If it was a little bit earlier in that stock, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we had some really phenomenal adjustments coming out from them. It truly felt like they played better for every single game. Despite them losing this final game, I feel like they still played slightly better than the game before that. It's just that Blitz and Jester, you know, they drop one game, and you know, it's just a completely different level of locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you had pointed it out in that game 4 as well, right? The longevity of Blitz in particular, how long he was able to hang on to these stocks. You're going to see it in the chart right there. Look at how wide those charts are under Blitz there. I mean, it's pretty insane to see.
Yeah, and I'm going to be very excited to see how Sazar X and Raku Shain are going to be performing in the eliminations side of things. If you do want to continue watching Blitz and Jester's run, I believe the rest of their games, or at the very least their next game, is going to be on the mainstream, where they will be fighting against Blaze and Godly.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that one. Dude,
I'm also flabbergasted. I'm at a loss for words. After a game like this. I mean, we're getting warmed up. You know, this is the first game on, first set on, and we're already getting treated like this. We're getting spoiled with this gameplay.
Oh, I know. I'm so excited, man. I mean, I'm seeing some of our next players loading in here, and yeah, you see it on your screen right now. Jakie and Safir. I have had many a fun set casting them, and they are up against Svendala and Kisei, or is it Kai's Kisei? I don't know how to pronounce that correct.
So when it comes to Kisei, I'm not sure. 7 DLA and Kisei. I actually also have not really seen Kisei. Yet another, for me at least, a little bit of a flash card or a wild card, not a flash card.
Yeah. Well, we could be studying a little bit. You never know. But yeah, Jakie and Safir, I mean, I think it goes without saying, man. The third placers over at Spring Doubles just a couple months ago, back in May of this year. 5th place at Winter Doubles a couple months before that. I mean, this team is quite solid in terms of just 2024 placements alone. I'm seeing 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 3rd. That's a pretty good rap sheet, if you ask me.
Jakie has been creeping up in skill so consistently. He's one of, at least right now in 2v2, he's one of those players that we have just kind of seen been on a linear path that is still going upwards. He still hasn't, he's not done getting better yet. And well, only time will tell how much further that graph of improvement will go. And we're getting into this next game.
Yeah, already starting out strong right now. Let's see what Jakie and Safir can bring to the table here against this team with a little bit less data that we have on them right now.
All right, he's able to connect a hammer nair onto Jakie, but he will very quickly swap over to 1v2, pressuring them off stage here a lot. Safir able to get that Sair in. They are both going to be able to get back up though.
Again, just no one wants to touch that center spawn right there. It looks like Kisei will be the one to get it off the back of the disarm. As we speak, though, Svendala is going to be the first one to fall off the right side. Highest damage as well. Red team is soon to follow. Oh, okay, that was kind of crazy to just charge that up in the center, but...
7 DLA just charging it fully, waiting to see. Just maybe if I charge it for long enough, I can let it go whenever there's an enemy in sight. But I mean, he got punished for it that time. I've seen him use it another 2 or 3 times, 4 times. He hasn't gotten punished another time for it. That time kind of off of his movement afterwards.
Jakie was looking for a dodge read over onto Kisei. I think just too much damage will come through. Safir will also fall with a KO off the top there. And Jakie soon to follow right there. That one seemed a little bit, you know, unplanned.
Yeah, able to connect that Sarm off of the left side, knocking out onto the right side. He went flying across the screen, and that is going to be the knockout. Kisei sticking to this first super well. Just as I say that, I mean 7 DLA. We're having some issues there on the offstage, getting a little bit cramped. I can't blame him. You're fighting Jakie and Safir offstage. I would also find it a bit cramped.
I was gonna say I respect the vision until I looked back and saw that it was accidentally his teammate, you know. But it is what it is. Sometimes he crossed the wires right there. Let's see if blue team can pick this one back up. All things considered, 7 DLA is the only one at really high damage so far, so he's gonna take a second to come back. But Kisei's putting in some work off stage. Let's check out the ground pound.
Jakie going for the save, Kisei recognizing that and going for yet another attack down there, and that's going to be the stock. Jakie he was almost in danger of losing his stock there as well. Super nice offstage play by Kisei, 7 DLA supporting as well, but we're now back onto the stage as they might just be able to solidify their lead. I mean, I'm looking at Safir, and he's already down into orange, so I would say this lead is getting solidified.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Kisei will fall right here to equalize stock count in total. But again, with Jakie and 7 DLA just being so high in damage, anything could happen in a moment. Safir gonna go right side, but as we speak, 7 will be the one to get the KO off the top. Can they get a response onto Jakie?
Trying to play around now fairly patiently, able to connect that down signature. I'm looking at Kisei, not really trying to make any large risks here to get these stocks off. And I mean, I don't know how they did it. Safir and Jakie, they've evened this out. They were almost in the lead, but 7 DLA able to connect that ground pound as it is now a 1v2.
Unbelievable, and this has got to be just an easy peasy team combo right here. Let's see, I've been in this cutscene before. Jakie somehow presses the skip button on that one, so he gets another shot at life. But I'm not sure if that's enough time there, Polly. There's going to be a big hit off the right side.
Second one, Kisei going for a large commitment there. Stomps there this time around is going to be enough to get that knockout. 7 DLA and Kisei, they're going to be taking this first game.
I have to say, and I'm sure we'll get this on the replay, the awareness from 7 DLA to just hard commit to edge guarding as soon as they get the KO onto Jakie was so good, right? Like, there is so much time between Jakie falling out from the KO and getting the respawn where you can just afford to wait off stage and you're not even going to get punished all that badly when Jakie comes back just because of, look at that positioning. He was getting pulled all the way to the right side of the stage there when that happened.
Yeah, and I mean, especially even just staying down there, you're already applying so much pressure onto the enemies to where if your teammate is to swoop in, they're going to have a much easier time fighting those hits.
So, solid showing for game 1. Again, Jakie and Safir are a team to look out for in this bracket, so to get a single game off them, I'd say, is pretty darn good. Let's see if they can tighten this one up coming into game 2.
Yet again, we are in the winner's side, and this is also a game fighting for a position to get to the qualifier match, 2 top 8. So far, I mean, Jakie and Safir, we're seeing a slightly different tone here as they've been playing this very solidly.
Oh yeah. The patience from Safir to just not press a button right there too as both blue members come back. We do see a pretty rough reset right here. Kisei will be falling off the right side, and it's a nice quick 2-piece to get first strike, make it a double instead.
Very nicely played, and I really like you mentioning the patience. I feel like as an Olgrim player in 2v2, you only really have 2 modes, which is either very patient or just absolutely swinging, and knowing when to use which is absolutely key. And he seems to have figured it out. Able to get them both down with the sidelight there. Safir wouldn't have been surprised if you decided to go for the full commitment there. He wants to wait for his teammate to spawn back in. The Nair is gonna take him out though, and Jakie's gonna have to be careful here.
Yeah, quick little team combo in response right here.
How does he
gets
dodge
wall
that?
slip online though. That's crazy. Wait a second. Off stage is everyone.
I would like to, in the replay, well, we didn't get a knockout. I would like to have been able to count how many axe moves he was able to dodge there. We saw like 2 dares into a weapon throw, into some unarmed attacks, some more axe hits. Teammate comes down, absolute chaos. But this stock, I mean, he's keeping it.
I mean, somehow everyone got out of that edgeguard fiasco unscathed for the most part. I mean, blue team is in red right now, so any quick little 2-piece will be enough to do it. Jakie finds it off of the recovery right there. Can they get a 2v1 onto Kisei? It looks like they're gonna get it. No, the dodge comes through.
Just barely not able to connect the GC sidelight recovery off the very end off of it. Now Kisei is he's going to lose that stock eventually. They will be able to get it fairly quickly. Weapon throw downwards into the recovery coming out from Jakie.
Okay, last stock for both blue team members right here. Yeah, neither one wants to get caught in the middle right now. I feel like Jakie and Safir, their team combos have just locked in significantly better since that first game. 7 DLA finding one off the left side. Jakie coming in from the right. Blue team members don't really know what to do there in terms of edge guard.
You saw it right there in the middle of this stock where they got sandwiched for just a moment, and Jakie, Safir, they were able to start a team combo. They didn't close it out, but they also didn't get punished off of it. Safir with triple exclamation marks.
Yeah.
That was really scary.
Running out of everything. It really seemed like Blue was kind of hyper committing onto Safir as well. They will be finding the stock, but at what cost? Both blue team members are gone, and Kisei's gone as well. It's a 2v1 now with 7 DLA at high damage.
Recovery catching their teammate, and the end light, almost just the end light, is enough to get the knockout at this point. I'm smelling the weapon throw, the signature end light.
Again, the patience from Safir, right? Like the way that he's positioning but on the stage to not hyper commit off and look for any type of thing that could get him in a reversal situation. They know this game is in the bag and they got it. It's 1-1.
Red team wins.
Safir and Jakie turning up here for the second game. In particular, Safir. We mentioned it earlier. Safir, did he ever really go into full swinging mode?
I don't think so. I mean, like you said, the hand was hovering over the button the entire time. Like, do you want to go absolutely crazy? And he's like, you know what? I'm good. I don't think I want to yet. But I think that
you could hear it in my commentary where I'm like, I'm waiting for this next option to come. I'm waiting for Safir to push that even harder, and he knows better. He knows better than that, and he decides to play it just a little bit more safe, get a new position, a valuable position, and with that, he's able to get just another combo or just another attack. That's what led him to get 680 damage dealt. That is crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can see it clear as day in just that damage, right? Like the patience to, again, not put himself in positions where he could get reversal, versus on the other side, 7 DLA and Kisei were going kind of hard committing onto players like Safir to try to get an edge guard, equalize the stock count, but I think they took a lot of damage as a result.
Yeah. And on top of Safir, as we mentioned, playing patiently, Jakie is complementing that so well, especially with the weapons he has, right? Boots and gauntlets. He's just kind of hovering around the stage and getting any free damage whenever he can, and that kind of stress is going to make, for example, a hammer on the Teros a lot more infuriating.
Right. Let's see. I mean, we are evened up at 1, so our tiebreaker game will come through right now. The adjustments made from Jakie and Safir looked incredible going into that game too, but 7 DLA and Kisei are not out of the woods just yet.
We saw a little bit of a delay. We saw a delay in between these games. We didn't immediately go into the next one, so potentially we did get some team pep talk here, as they might have been able to figure something out. Just as I say that, it's pretty hard to figure out getting knocked out by recovery. Jakie goes for the second one.
Great pickup by Jakie as well to just get that on the 1v1. Really set the tone early, right?
I mean, as I mentioned, this guy, he's floating around the place. He's taking that any free damage whenever he can, not going for anything massive really, and it's working incredibly well so far. He's now also going to be trying to tank the stock, but the 2v1 comes out. GC sidelight, I like that option from 7 DLA, but it's not gonna work.
Okay, they pick up a little bit of damage on Safir on the way down, but yeah, 7 was just in such a weird spot right there. All it takes is one light breeze to find the KO off the top, and already 7 DLA on last stock.
Able to find that Sair to get the first knockout though. Kisei sidelight into the chase dot, reverse recovery. Recovery won't be connecting. Safir going to be able to keep the second stock here. 7 is going to have to play fairly careful soon.
That's right. Okay, a little bit of a bold option there from Blue, but you know, no harm, no foul. You do have basically a full stock lead, so why not play with it? There goes another one off of Kisei now.
7 DLA might have to play carefully, but that recovery is going to get that stock off. Kisei able to get the side signature knockout as he's trying to fight for this 1v2 right now. It's entirely possible, but I mean, you make one mistake and they're gonna team combo you.
That's right, yeah, and look like they're getting it right now. They get to orange for this damage, so I think second one surely finds the knockout as long as they execute correctly. Down
into orange here as Kisei is fighting for everything he's got right now. Recovery will just barely not be enough, and you have so far to go at this point. A single axe Sair is all that Jakie Safir need, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, what a shift in momentum in favor of Jakie and Safir, right? Like we mentioned it in game 2, it all started with Safir kind of playing a little bit more back, taking his time, figuring out, you know, I don't have to overextend in certain positions. And then, I mean, Polly, you mentioned, did he press the button? I think he started to press the button in this game.
Yeah, a little bit more. One thing that was kind of worrying, we saw it in the second game, right? We saw 7DLA dishing out a little bit more friendly fire than he might have wanted to, right? And I feel like that's probably a sign of 7DLA going quite aggro. Towards the end, we saw 7DLA on his final stock before anyone else in the game. And it just kind of felt like maybe that didn't have an off switch. He didn't really start playing more carefully, and that could have been what led to him losing that final stock as well. We are going into this final game, and we're going to be seeing a legend swap. 7DLA going over to the Orion here.
Okay, yeah, let's see if maybe you slow down the pace here, to your point. To say, you know what, I don't have to keep my foot on the gas at all times. We're going to slow this one down, see if I can pick some stuff up and alley-oop for my teammate here instead.
Jakie starting an offstage interaction here, but 7DLA is going to be able to get out of it. Both players down into orange now as Jakie's barely gotten hit. Just as I say that, he takes a Lancer to the face, but still light orange here, whereas everyone else is kind of starting to struggle in terms of HP.
That's right. Okay, off stage. Kisei trying to hard commit, faking that one out. It's the fakey Jakie as they go for Safir instead. Jakie might fall as well, but Safir's going for the save. It's no good. Kisei finds that big swing to make it a 2-stock lead now for Red.
That is super, super nice to see, because Kisei and 7DLA, I mean, you're going for something like that. They still got the confidence. They know they can do it. They already took one game. What's another one? Jakie and Safir are going to be playing now from pretty, almost severely behind. Safir is red on the second stock.
Kisei will be hanging on. And yeah, you know, there's two sides to every argument, right, Polly? So maybe they're thinking we got to slow down, but maybe they're also thinking, you know what? We need to go even faster. I think we have to go harder than we were before.
Dude, they are keeping us guessing. Chances are they're keeping Safir and Jakie guessing as well. I mean, especially Safir and Jakie, they made some amazing adaptations to them. 7DLA and Kisei playing just a little bit more unpredictably now, and it is working phenomenally as we're moving into this final stock, though. Yet again, time and time again, this keeps happening. Safir and Jakie, how do you just grab these leads? Safir with the offstage knockout as well, the quick team conversion. I swear these guys were just behind it. They somehow got the lead back.
Yeah, I think it was just like that. And as you were speaking, I was going to say Jakie was like super off stage, like really reaching for that stock. But at the end of it all, when the dust settles, it was a 2-stock lead for blue. Jakie might be getting edge guarded right now, and it's last stock across the board for Kisei and 7DLA to stay alive.
Yeah, Kisei is playing the offstage super well so far on the Terrors, trying to make a commitment with the axe there as well. This is a high threat situation, but he's going to be able to get back up. Mutual signature sends them down. Safir, GC Endlight would have been massive, but they both get past. They both get past.
It was looking like a dicey situation. I mean, both red team members are in pretty precarious damage situations right now. Kisei will fall off the left side. It's up to 7DLA on that legend swap to make the 2v1 happen. I don't know if he can do it.
1v2 situation, has to take this one to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. It's already down into red. Safir is trying to go for the confirm on the unarmed at this point.
Victory! And that's all she wrote right there. I mean, 7DLA off of that wet legend swap really played it patient, a lot of good drift backs, but it was just not enough. Jakie and Safir will take this set 3-1.
Wow. What a back and forth set we had, and what a close set between 7DLA and Kisei, right? Which, all things considered, the numbers were, I'm not sure if they could have been less in their favor.
Oh, seriously? Yeah, I mean, it looked rough in that game 2 specifically. I mean, we were pretty surprised to see the way that game 1 went for 7 and Kisei to really take that one home. But the adjustments made on the side of Jakie and Safir, I mean, oh my gosh, chef's kiss, man.
I want to mention the GC and the lights that the GC and lights that Safir was able to throw out. Sorry, I was mixing up with Kisei. Kisei's axe has also been phenomenal throughout the entire tournament, throughout this set at least. The GC and light he got, that could have caught both of them, but they both went around it. If he was able to get that, that could have been, that would have gone straight into the highlight trio, man. That GC and light was so smart. I love that.
Yeah, crazy set so far. I mean, Polly, dude, we have been getting some good matches already. We only just started.
Yeah, we only just started, and I mean, we're gonna have a lot more gameplay to go. Just as mentioned, we've had a lot of upsets and a lot of great storylines in MENA and SEA already. And yeah, there's still so many teams that I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing. Just to throw one out there, Acno and Delta are teaming. Acno and Delta are teaming for this tournament. I'm so excited to see how they're going to be performing, as they still haven't been on stream.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, just to name a couple, right? Like Blazing Godly, of course, sitting pretty in the winner side of this bracket as well. I think they're playing against Blitz and Jester, if not now, then soon. And we saw Blitz and Jester make a pretty solid 3-1 statement in our first match of the day. But a lot of heavy hitters in this 2's bracket, man. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, and I'm also very excited to see it, but that is going to have to wait just a moment, as we are going to be going over to a very quick break. But we will be right back with you guys with some more Brawlhalla action here in the Summer Double Championship for EU. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you in just a moment.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up.
Welcome back to the Brawlhalla Summer Doubles Championship. My name is Turndown for Walt, and I'm joined by Polly Monto, and we have some more inciting doubles action coming at you in just a second. Polly, I mean, those first two sets were insane, man. Where's your head at?
Those two sets have been insane, and I mean, on top of that, one of the best things about being able to cast in this block that we're casting in right now is that we just saw two winner side games. The rest of our block, the rest of side stream, all of today is going to be an elimination side, which means we're going to start seeing rematches.
Yeah, rematch indeed. Our first match coming back from this break. You saw him before, Sazar and Raku Shain up against Jockle and Tiati. I'm excited to see this one. I mean, I'm looking up a couple stats for Jockle and Tiati. It looks like they're both around the same PR rank for singles as well, competing in Trial of Balder and Skady most recently. But not a lot of data for them as a doubles team. So I'm interested to see how they do. I mean, Sazar and Raku Shain put up a really, really good showing just earlier today against Blitz and Jester. It really looked like they could have taken that one to a game 5. So I'm interested in seeing where that goes.
Yeah, Jockle and Tiati, yet again, a lot of wild cards on the screen for me right now. Jockle and Tiati, they've been teaming together for the entire year, and they've gotten 25th and 17th consecutively. So they definitely look like they're making some steady improvements so far. They're getting better placements for every single one that they've competed in. And I believe this should be a game 4 17th. So if they manage to progress here, that would be the third tournament in a row that you get consecutively better placements.
Yeah, love to see it. And again, yeah, just as Polly said, as a reminder to the viewers at home, the rest of our block for this afternoon is going to be in the elimination bracket. So this is the final chance all these teams have to stay around in this Summer Doubles Championship bracket. Let's get into game 1.
We're getting into it straight away, and just to mention as well, we've been seeing Sazar and Raku Shain's team comp for, we already saw an entire set from them. The team comp we're seeing from Jockle and Tiati is going to be, of course, the Ogren Wusha.
That's right. Wushang, of course, very solid doubles character in general, but we will see as we speak. The Macho Man is going to be the first one to fall right off the left there. Quick advantage over Sazar and Raku Shain, yeah.
If only Koko and Spyrox knew that they were going to popularize by far the most popular ever team comp in 2v2. It's been having so much.
Oh, wait a sec!
Oh, okay! With the GC sideline as well! Dude, able to find the team combo there. Yes, it is like maybe not the most difficult team combo ever to get, but they're able to catch both of the players, and they're able to adapt to this awkward positioning so quickly. Just like that, though. I mean, we're hyping it up, but it's still three stocks against 4.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so good to get the 2v1 right there. Some BOGO deals coming up at your local grocery market, but unfortunately, Red Team is still playing from behind at the end of all of this. So Sazar and Raku Shain, of course, all credit to them for keeping their composure after getting team comboed like that. Tiati looking like he's going to fall off the right side, excuse me. Sazar extending super far. Both Red Team members down, and it's already a 2v1. 4 stocks remaining from Sazar and Raku Shain.
Jockle is able to pick up the first knockout of many if he were to complete this 1v2 successfully. He's fighting Raku Shain and Sazar. We've been able to see that they have some team combos in their repertoire. Let's see what you're able to do here.
Wow, Jockle just kind of dancing around Sazarex's ranges, hitting those blind spots on the lance. But as we say it doesn't even matter. You're playing at so far of a deficit. All it takes is one single hit to make that happen. First game going over Raku Shain and Sazarex.
Raku Shain is having the time of his life. 6 knockouts and 637 damage. This is starting to get ridiculous. I mean, we said it in the winners side of things that this team would be a team that we should be afraid of in the elimination side. You should keep an eye on them. But it's really something else to be able to actually see how that is playing out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at this damage chart, dude. Come on, Raku Shain, take it easy. We just started on this set. You're already hitting almost 650 damage in the first game. It's crazy to see. But we got to talk about the potency of the axe from both players on blue here. I mean, the amount of damage that they had been able to put in was just unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely going to be seeing way more of it. I had to check something very quickly. One of the things that I think is the most impressive for a player is if they're able to stay, competitive and stay high-level gameplay for a very long time straight. Raku Shain, his first top 8 was 4 years ago, and he's still playing this well.
It's crazy to see, man. Let's see if they can keep on to this momentum that they have from game 1. Looking for the ledge cancel right there is Sazar X, and he's still keeping Tiati off stage right now, just kind of dicing
Sazar X!
As we say, wait a second, hold on, okay.
Okay, Sazar with the target swap as well, able to get another combo, but just like that, Tiati and Jockle, they're able to shut that momentum down, and I'm not sure where did their stocks go.
Oh, I know, yeah, and Raku Shain has to come in for the save on Sazar X, going a little bit too hard off stage. Now anything could do it. Tiati is going to be the one to fail in the Lance War first, but Sazar X, I mean, surely will fall soon.
Raku Shain been playing fairly aggressively, racking up a ton of damage, a lot of games straight. Sazar X just kind of said, I want to see if I can also do that. Turns out, I mean, he's able to do it as well. Oh no,
okay,
oh no, my heart.
Both blue team members once again. Yeah, Polly, I think you and me were synced up on that one.
The charged up axe ground pound as well, but he was able to, they were able to interrupt that unarmed nair just in time so that did not go to a full connection. Now, completely even.
Tricky movement. I mean, that was the exact position that got Sazar X in trouble on their first stock. Gonna be a hit off the left side. Raku Shain fighting off both red team members on the right and picks up one. Picks up a second one potentially as well. Weapon throw will not connect. There's that GC to cover the ledge once again, but it's not gonna connect to anything.
Yet again, Tiati keeping the stock, but this is something we've mentioned several times. Whenever Tiati loses that stock, I mean, that's going to be a 2v1 opportunity. Super massive to be able to get Sazar X down before that, as they're evening this out even further here.
Raku Shain still fighting his way unarmed, said, catch these hands for a moment while I pick up this hammer. Trying to get a stomp there. It's going to be way too low, I think, to come back. And yes, Raku Shain will fall to last stock. Tiati actually hanging on to this second one in deep red right now. Anything will do it.
Jockle in orange now, make that red after a couple of axe hits. And yet again, the finesse in the movement to not be hit by 2 axes that are above you fishing for dare.
It is a scary sight. I would not wish that upon my worst enemy coming through, but we are in last stock here. Jockle is the target to be looking at right now with that damage. As we say it though, it's a lot of trades back and forth right here. Sazar X and Raku Shain will find hits on both red team members. It's the KO on Jockle. Tiati soon to follow. Let's see if he can make this one happen off the top. No.
Able to get that nair in. Raku Shain interrupting it with a GC stomp there. Super great awareness, knowing that he can just full send. It doesn't hit. It doesn't matter at that point that you're going to be hitting your teammate as well.
Crazy game 2 right there. Sazar X pulling out a lot of damage here as well. I'm seeing 631 from this player. And I mean, I mentioned it in game 1. Sazar X really didn't use axe that much in game 1. I want to say it was equipped probably like under 20% of the game. In this game, it was equipped for 70% of the game. It dealt 558 damage of that 631. Meanwhile, Raku Shain was putting in some good work with the axe as well for about half the game too.
Jockle and Tiati though, they're making a complete 180 here. We're seeing a lot of the similar weapons, right? Of course, they still have that axe, actually going with double axe now. They still have that spear that they did previously. They both changed legends. We're seeing them on a Bryn Rayman this time around.
Yeah, it's a big change. I wonder if it's maybe too late to go for something like that. But, I mean, again, you're down to 0. Oh, no! Sweating too early.
I have no idea what happened there.
Ran
out of everything so early, and just like that, I mean, Jockle has been getting team combo as well. Tiati goes down off of that side, and they were able to so quickly divert their attention and get a team combo. They're getting a second one onto Tiati. He's down in orange.
Oh,
what is this? This is ruthless.
This is a disaster, Polly. Yeah, what a brutal start for Tiati to fall off right there. Basically start the game at a 2-stock handicap. And I mean, Sazar X and Raku Shain are not loosening the grip whatsoever.
This is the thing, man. Tiati, unread now. Able to get that GC and a Sig in as well. Those are about to start knocking out some Raku Shain fishing for the stomp there. Won't need it. The dare is going to be enough. Jockle playing into the second stock here.
See, Tiati is falling to last stock right here, so if I'm blue team, I'm looking to force that 2v1 if they can. But, I mean, it's such a huge advantage that you're given right out the gate. I don't blame them for going for this. Look at this combo off stage. Sazar doing all of that unarmed as Raku Shain will fall off the first stock, make that a double KO, and just like that, the stocks have even. There's still a damage advantage over to blue, but red team showing some signs of life.
Doesn't want to make a full commitment there on the team combo, just in case they're able to sweep in and make an interruption. Tiati, looking at you, man. Last stock orange. If he's able to keep this stock, I mean, this is still doable for them.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way he just ran all the way across stage, right? Like, just not want to scrap whatsoever against these guys, especially when you're caught in the 2v1 right there. Raku Shain reaching a little bit, not going to connect with the ground pound either, so Tiati lives to see another day.
2 follow-ups missed is going to allow Tiati to keep his stock here. He is so lucky to still have it. Gets the Sarm in, and that's going to be a knockout. If they can get it off of Jockle, it would be massive.
The huge reach, Raku Shain spawning in right next to Tiati, wants to get into the mix, take this guy out of the equation, make it a 2v1 against Jockle. Still not going to happen. I mean, all credit to Tiati for giving one away for a stock, still hanging on right there, trying to reach for the dodge as well, not going to get it.
Neutral signature so close. He knows he can just make a commitment here off the offstage. He gets the knockout as well. 1v2 now. Gets the spear there.
This is a crazy turnaround, Polly. If they make this happen, I mean, Tiati's still in a rough position. Anything could happen, but they find it and they stay in the game right there off of a SD in the first 10 seconds of the game.
They started that game. This feels like 4 stocks versus 6 stocks, man. They gave themselves a handicap from the get-go, and they're still somehow able to make it back. Tiati and Jockle, if you're able to keep that level of gameplay that you did, I mean, this is going to be this turnaround is going to be humongous.
Yeah, I mean, if that is not the definition of a shift in momentum, I don't know what is. I mean, you gave away a stock right at the beginning of the game, and then Jockle got team comboed, and they were down 2 stocks within the first, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds of the match. An insane comeback for red to happen right here. Let's see if Raku Shain and Sazar can close it out.
I mean, it's even worse than that, because they're down 2-0 as well. You're going into match point, you haven't taken a single game, and you start off 4 stock versus 6. Incredible comeback into that game from Tiati and Jockle. With that kind of energy, who can tell what kind of stuff they're capable of? Raku Shain and Sazar, they're known, we've seen them shut down momentum before.
Absolutely. Let's see. I mean, a bit of a more tame start right here without 2 stocks flying off the board in the first 30, but let's see if Tiati and Jockle can keep this one going. First strike will go over. Jockle first to fall. Tiati's not going to get hit by that weapon toss. Yes, he is.
Weapon toss isn't going to be enough force to send him down, though. Sazar wasn't able to make any commitment there on the offstage either. Side signature to get the punish in, and immediate target swap. The snipe almost connected, but the spear there. Oh, the ground pound, Raku Shain going right past it.
Tiati just sending some of these options through. Jockle going to get it. Tiati picks up the second KO of this match as well.
Tiati might be him. Tiati might be him on the spear. This spear gameplay, he leveled up. He locked in.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Polly. I mean, the stock trade will happen right there. It is still an advantage over to blue. Jockle now going to be the target of choice with that last stock. Tiati relatively healthy going into this second, but a big hit in the follow-up is not enough to do it.
Able to get the follow-up off of that just so quickly, even though they were right next to each other. There was already so much force as well. Raku Shain able to get a lot of knockback off of hitting that axe recovery. No stock taken yet, though. Tiati drops down to their final stock. It's 2 stocks against 4 now.
Last stock, do not get caught in the scrap. If you are red team now, final stock is so dangerous. Tiati unarmed finally picks up the axe right there, but we've been seeing the spear do so much work in this game in particular. Big hit off the backboard, not enough to do it, but deep red for Sazar. Let's see if they can make the 2v1 happen. Stomp Sarm, not enough to do it onto Jockle, but next one surely.
Gets that end light. It's actually going to be a knockout as Raku Shain now misses that side signature. End light punish as well. Tiati just using end light after end light. I'm smelling another one. Side light coming out instead. Tries to go for, I don't know, a read with that Sarm.
Jockle staying alive though. That is so massive. If Jockle does not get caught out here, this could be huge, but that's the KO off the top. It's up to Tiati.
One stock versus 3, and he is already down in orange. Sazar gets something started. Sideline there. No further follow-up after it.
What a
Light's
reach!
She's so hard. GCD Light to get back up.
Unarmed, though. That did disarm onto Tiati. That he can't even pick up the spear. It was denied right there as well. If he can get the KO on Raku Shain, this is definitely doable, but the pickup will be found in that end lag. Looking at Raku Shain, Sazar and Raku Shain will take this one, but oh my goodness, was that close.
Super, super close. Tiati's spear, man. Tiati's spear throughout this entire game. I was flabbergasted, but Raku Shain and Sazar, we said it already when we were watching them in the winner's side. Their ability to not only win in neutral, but also find a team play at the same time. They played so well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I can't get over that game 3, dude. Like, if they, gave away those 2 stocks, able to make the comeback, but so much credit to Raku Shain and Sazar for just shutting that down and saying, you know what, it doesn't matter. It's just like any other game.
Yeah, and I feel like that's also a really, really nice showing. It's a really nice showing of why I think 2v2 is really beautiful, which is that whenever you're fighting super good players in 2v2, one mistake can be enough to drop 2 stocks. And there's there's not really any circumstance in 1v1. There are some circumstances, but it's very, very rare that one mistake is going to send you from white to knocked out with a confirm rate of like 95%.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. I mean, crazy good set. That will be elimination bracket though, so that does mean that our team here is out. I think you said 17th place was what this match was going to be.
Yeah.
So,
And I mean, yet again, Jockle and Tiati, they are a fairly newly formed team, and I have to give it to him. I really liked what I was seeing. I really wish that they continue playing together. They had some really fun dynamics going on, especially whenever they made that swap over to Raymond and Bryn. Honestly, maybe lean more into that for next tournament or in your practice here.
Yeah, totally. So, with that being said, we will have Raku Shain and Sazar advancing in the elimination bracket. We'll hopefully get to see a little bit more of them today, but good stuff to them. 17th place over for Jockle and Tiati as well. Like, I co-signed with everything you said, Polly. We hope to see them team more. I mean, it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, but without any further ado, I mean, we're still kind of we are trying to recover from that set, but these players, they're not waiting. I mean, you're seeing the stat page right now. These guys, they're one step ahead. We're already loading into the game. We're about to go. 7 DLA and Kisei going up against Merlin and TM.
Yeah, we did see a couple of stats from Merlin and TM. A lot of top 32 placements from these two, so I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table here. 7 DLA and Kisei, of course, were taken out by Jakie and Safir on the winner's bracket, but they had a good showing there as well, so should be a good match.
I mean, TM currently playing the Rayman with U as the name above him. And I mean, Merlin as well. Both of them are players that I would say at this point, not really OG status, but I mean, we're getting there. They're played for a very long time. What just happened?
Kisei had the right look there going for the GC pull, but was accidentally picked up 7 DLA instead of Merlin there. The spacing was just a little bit too far off. So that's going to be first strike there off of a bit of a miscommunication.
Very unfortunate, but it looks like they're able to bounce back off that off of that fairly well, as they're able to get that stock onto TM. Merlin looking quite damaged as well. All comes down to, is Kisei going to be able to tank this stock longer than Merlin?
Okay, we got some axe versus axe action here. So coming up onto the left side, 7 DLA swoops in to make it a 2v1 situation, but Merlin finds the KO on the right side.
7 DLA doing a great job on the spear so far. I'm not sure how many attacks he's gotten in a row without getting hit. Maybe he's at 6 or 7. Maybe he got hit one time in between there. I'm looking at him. He still hasn't gotten hit, Walt.
Oh my
goodness.
Okay.
The sideline didn't hit either.
Oh my goodness, come on.
I was just about to say, like, okay, I probably cursed him. I probably cursed him, you know, that sideline is going to connect surely, but somehow it doesn't. He did get hit now finally, but I asked if he's going to be able to tank this stock well, and I mean, he definitely showed us that he will be able to do that.
Big swings from Kisei will not find their mark onto Merlin, at least to get the KO, but it's starting to get a little bit of damage on both members of Blue. 7DLA in a rough position right here. Yeah, look at the ground pounds come through, catch him, throw him on the ground, and go right into the chompers right there, make it a double KO as well. And that is an enormous swing there from Merlin and TM.
It was even. It was even. 15 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago, Merlin and TM, you make a couple of mistakes against them, they're not going to let that slide, bro.
Okay, Stompsair finds one. Can they get another one, though? I mean, Merlin, excuse me, was in such a crazy, crazy position right there to get caught. TM's gonna fall. It's last stock for both. I mean, it's such a rough spot.
Super big commitment there with the gauntlet there, trying to go for a little bit of a highlight reel, but Kisei weapon throw is going to send you down, and that is going to be the game. That's going to be game 1 over with Merlin and TM winning.
That's right, yeah. I mean, Kisei was able to put some pieces together, I think, off of the back of Merlin and TM just having pretty decently high damage when that 2v1 began. Couple of stomps there, good edge guard position, but again, it just wasn't enough. They both had an extra stock to play with. First game goes over to Merlin and TM. Polly, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure, man. I mean, it was quite a while ago I saw TM and Merlin play. Both of them individually. They played with a lot of different players. They played a lot together as well. I have nostalgia for these guys. I can't help but reminisce to when TM and especially TM, when TM was just shredding the brackets back in the day. They still have that kind of energy. There's one thing that will always sustain, and no matter if you're out of practice or in practice, you're gonna be able to pick apart the players that you're fighting in terms of finding their weaknesses.
Right. Let's see if they can keep this one going. It is a 1-0 lead for Merlin and TM. 7DLA and Kisei, of course, were no slouches in that Jakie and Safir set. So let's see if they can put some pieces together right now.
Kisei trying to wait on the left side. They're effectively sandwiching them for like 10 seconds straight, but they're just not able to get any opener.
Kisei just hit like 3 stomp conversions in a row right there onto TM. Didn't get too much more after that, but as the dust settles, Kisei's the healthiest of the bunch. Stomp Sair's enough to get first strike on the board. Let's see. Another Sair to go. Not enough that time. Does TM come for the recovery right now? No, you just get baited right there. 7DLA and Merlin both fall.
We're seeing some friendly fire right there, but I mean, it led to both of them getting knocked out. Can you even call that a trade? I'm not sure. Casey! What is going on? The offstage play! Merlin, you can't make those mistakes. Not against Hammer. Recovery comes out. What was that?
Oh my goodness, the stocks have been flying. It hasn't even been just over a minute, and already, what is that, 4 stocks, 5 stocks gone?
I'm gonna make a call out here and say that this is the first time that TM and Merlin, they just said in VC, let's be a little bit more careful off stage. But I mean, just like that, we get another similar situation started. It won't lead to a knockout just yet, though.
The slide in from 7DLA too. I mean, we talked about this in the Jakie and Safir set as well, Polly. Like the way that both of them are able to keep their foot slammed on the gas at all times is just unbelievable. Here we go, team combo. I think we're making this a 1-1.
4 stocks against 1. I mean, you're already thinking about the third game at this point. Side signature comes out, quick and clean conversion as we're 1-1 on the scoreboard, just as you mentioned. These guys, I mean, I feel like I've been underestimating them. I've been underestimating them for our entire commentary block. Their ability to adapt and just turn the tides of battle, wow.
It is all gas, no brakes, dude. I mean, the way that they are able to just kind of find these extensions, so much of like, again, I point back to the Jakie Safir set, right? Like the adjustment from someone like Safir to be like, I'm gonna play a little bit slower, hold stage for a little bit longer, and not overextend on the edge guards. 7DLA and Kisei are just like, I think that stinks, and I don't want to do that anymore. It's boring, it's lame, I'm just gonna send it off stage, hope we get a KO from it, and it's working out for them right now.
I mean, I am a little bit worried. Okay, already 10 seconds into the game. Kisei struggling, and they're target swapping over to 7DLA. TM and Merlin, so much control here in just the very beginning of the game. As I was saying, 7DLA and Kisei, they're playing phenomenally. The thing that makes me worried is that their strats seem a little bit fragile. Like, they are winning a lot of times off of their pop-offs, and whenever they're not able to find those, they're going to struggle.
100%, 100%. Off the left side right there is TM, but pickup is going to come through on Merlin instead. I mean, Stomp Sair will come through dodge just in time. TM barely staying alive in this one.
GCD like hitting just a little bit too high, so the Sarah not able to connect there. Super devastating, but he's able to find the recovery in due time. Kisei, I'm not sure if maybe he didn't have a dodge. He was waiting for something, that's for sure. Not touching the wall though. All in all, potentially, I'm gonna the 9,000 IQ move. He wanted to lose that stock, so Steve 7 DLA didn't get 2v1 combo.
Sometimes you just have to play the smart game, man. Skipping the question so you don't lose any points. Let's see. Big damage recovery is not going to be enough to do it. Next one is close. 7 DLA disarmed from that hit, but we'll find the easy weapon pickup. Axe into side air is enough to get a little bit of a get off me there, so Kisei can come back. But look at that weapon toss! Threading the needle is Merlin!
Towards the end of that stock, I mean, 7 DLA and Kisei, we saw several instances of friendly fire there. Both of these players, we're getting a little bit heated, and we're starting to get a little bit disoriented here.
Kisei has been so on point with finding these gravity cancel stomps. They haven't amounted to too much in the way of stocks just yet. Let's see, Kisei not getting the wall slip online right there. Recovers safely. 7 DLA there to play defense now. Oh, look at this reversal!
Gets the ground pound in on the offstage as 7 DLA is pushing Merlin to the top of the stage. No options. Do they catch the landing? 7 DLA will, and just like that, that's just a little bit more damage. They basically even it out now.
Okay.
Oh no.
Quick little 3-piece there onto Kisei. Just gonna put him into orange.
7 DLA ever so slightly late at coming to interrupt that team combo. Nonetheless, the damage, the extra pieces of damage that Kisei took off of it were not that large. Tries to go for a read here at this point. Just one more might get the knockout. Side signature will do the trick, and we're down to a 1v1.
We are indeed. It was the giant fist coming through. Big scoop up is not going to be enough to do it. Looking for the GC stomp once again. Kisei made his money with that, but he's not even going to need it for game 3.
Wow. Kisei, I mean, 5 knockouts, 548 damage. And just like that, while yes, it was a very, very short 1v1 encounter, I feel like against a player like that, Kisei is proving his worth in 1v1 situations as well.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the potency of the hammer as well in this twos comp cannot be understated, right? The amount of damage, pickups, alley-oops, and just straight-up KOs that Kisei has been able to get off the back of gravity cancel, stomp, Sair, into, or just basically anything. We were finding KOs off the top even as well. Just been a great showing so far.
7 DLA and Kisei up on the scoreboard right now. 2-1 as we're moving into, I can't believe this, match point for Kisei and 7 DLA. If they take this game, if they take this set, it would be a massive upset, but Merlin and TM are determined to make that not happen.
Let's see. Let's see if it's a TM, not an HM. You only get one-time use. Maybe you only get one game if you're the blue team here as well. But we're going to start off right here.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of team damage coming out. Already some hits coming out that's going to be caught by their teammate. I mean, they're not that substantial. We haven't seen many of them go to a knockout. We've seen some of them go to a knockout, but a lot of them, I mean, what is that?
Yeah,
that's
big
save.
fist coming through, covering the ledge. Let's see, Merlin and Kisei off stage right there. You're going to play the little back and forth, but Kisei will be the one to lose that one. Make it a double. Red team down 2 already.
Trying to get a sandwich started. Actually scratch that TM, just trying to send the Kisei away. Get out of here. We're trying to 2v1 your teammate instead.
Okay, so DLA
oh no.
Play unarmed for a moment. We'll be picking up the axe right here. Can they get this 2v1 onto TM? In the meantime, they can, and they're keeping it even.
Super important encounter. You can't mess those up. If you're able to capitalize off of that, it's absolutely vital.
Split off a little bit. 7 DLA wants to come in to try to support, get Merlin off of Kisei for a moment, but slow and steady. Blue team's looking in to inch in for that 2v1. No one's getting too much going just yet.
Merlin able to get back up. It's Kisei. I mean, he's using these ground pounds so much, and just like that, one ground pound misses, a second one. 7 DLA. I mean, he's able to sweep in there with a D-Sig.
Yeah, and the way that he has just been able to kind of carefully make his way and maneuver through both members of blue to sneak in these KOs has just been unbelievable so far. 7 DLA and Kisei will start to maintain this lead. It will be a KO onto TM as well to bring both to last.
And this is starting to look more and more doable as the further this game goes on. It's looking closer and closer in their favor. TM, though, able to get that knockout. as we're now swapping focus over to Kisei, showing no fear as he tries to go in and get that haymaker. Would have been massive onto Merlin. He's gonna lose that stock, but they still have a lead.
Yeah, but look at Merlin's damage though, Pauly. I mean, you can see it, right? Like, does not want to hard commit towards the center, playing towards the ledge right now, maybe looking to see if he can find some type of reversal. 7 DLA not biting whatsoever, but now the action has been brought over to Merlin.
He got the end light, but just like that, TM was so ready for it. He interrupted it immediately, and just like that, they're chasing Merlin, but Merlin is just chilling on the side.
This is the reversal Merlin wanted right here, but instead it gets the KO onto TM and a quick one to follow. 3-1 for 7 DLA and Kisei.
Fully charged up side signature is going to seal the deal, and 7 DLA and Kisei. We mentioned it. I mentioned it in the beginning of this game. It would be an upset. It would be super large for them to get this game just like that. I'm not sure. This almost feels like a fever dream. They're playing so well today.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And I mean, we had talked about it. Again, I keep bringing up Jakie Safir versus 7 DLA and Kisei, right? Like, Jakie Safir, a team to look out for in this bracket to just win the entire thing, I would say, is not that insane to think about. But 7 DLA and Kisei just saying, you know what, we're just going to keep attacking and keep being aggressive and just be crazy people the entire time. You love to see it.
You love to see it, and yeah, Merlin and TM, as much as my nostalgia would have wanted to see them going further, I just have to say 7 DLA and Kisei winning this absolutely deserved, and it's going to be super fun to see what they're able to do as we move forward in the bracket. They're going to be facing off of Fosy and Wave God, which is going to be broadcasted on this stream if you want to see that, but that's not the game we're going to be doing next. We're going to be watching Cap and Heartbleed going up against Sazar, X, and Raku, Shain. Very familiar name at this point.
Yeah, we saw some great showings from Raku, Shain, and Sazar so far today. They were, I believe, knocked into elimination, if I'm not mistaken, by Blitz and Jester at the start of the day. They took the 3-1 over Jockle and Tiati just a couple moments ago, and now they're up against Cap and Heartbleed, like you had just said. I mean, any data on this other team, Pauly, that you might know about?
I mean, this team is very interesting now. I do know both of them quite well. We don't have that much time to talk, so I think I'm only going to have the time to mention one. Cap has only really gotten one substantial placement in 2v2, which was with Heartbleed, where they got a top 8. On top of that, Cap does not have a PR in 1v1. I feel like these types of players are very interesting to me. This is a dedicated 2v2 player. I mean, he's really good in 1v1, but I mean, 2v2, it's a different story.
Yeah, excited to see it. Excited to see it. I mean, I'm just looking back at their bracket earlier today. It looks like they had taken out Shadra, if I'm not mistaken, and the Ninja just before this. And then they had a 3-0 win, or 3-1. I'm just loading up right now. But looks like they had a pretty good bracket of the elimination side to make it here. Is it enough to take out Sazar and Raku, Shain, who have been looking dominant today, though?
I'm not sure, man. As you mentioned, Sazar X has been playing incredibly well, along with Raku, Shain, and almost better for every single game. But we're getting some new players here that we haven't seen all day, and Cap and Heartbleed. Let's see what they're able to do so far. I mean, Heartbleed has barely got a hit.
Big GC Stomp, not going to get too much damage, but Sazar X is going to be the least healthy of the bunch at the end of this. But as I say it, Raku, Shain will fall the first strike. Sazar X off the top as well.
The double knockout with the hammer. Cap coming in clutch, tries to get that end light started, but gets interrupted just from behind. Recovery comes out, and they are getting closer and closer to finding these knockouts. You gotta find them quickly, man, because if they start to pick up a lead, this will be devastating. They've already shown in the very first stock that they're quite fast at picking up knockouts.
Oh, yeah. Okay, big scoop battle happening between Cap and Raku, Shain with the two hammers right there. Finally, we will see Heartbleed go right there. Extending hard right there, but Cap has nothing.
An unfortunate friendly fire there. I really like the idea, the unfinished Russian Mafia delay recovery into a Wushang D-Sig on the gauntlets would have been an amazing option, but Sazar X and Raku, Shain, they're able to disorient them a little bit, and they're able to get in there and reap the rewards.
I was gonna say, this is still a pretty sizable damage advantage, and as I say it, Raku, Shain's getting respawned back in on last. Recovery, not enough to do it onto Cap. Sazar X is also gonna look to get KO'd off the top, but not yet. Finally, Cap gets that KO, and we're even.
Gets a quick team combo, but is going to have to pay for it with his entire stock. Heartbeat able to get back up. Shain not wanting to make any commitment off stage. They're actually just repositioning. The reason he didn't go for that edge guard is because they were repositioning for a team combo. It was so far in the future, I couldn't see the vision, but he had it. Oh, the desync picks up the other player!
The orb for just a second. We see final stock now. It's Sazar in the 2v1. Rough position. GC looking to close that one out early, but it's going to be a reversal onto Sazar instead. But now disarmed right here. Sweating on the side as well.
GC side signature won't work, but the GC Stomp Sair on stage is going to do the trick as Cap and Heartbleed are picking up the first game here.
Yeah, crazy first start. Again, I mean, we got to see Raku, Shain, and Sazar a lot today, so I think there is some type of intrinsic bias that comes with that, where we're like, okay, they look really good at what we're seeing, but Cap and Heartbleed have been just putting on a show, especially in this first game.
For sure, and this could be some form of recency bias. Cap and Heartbleed, it feels like they have a lot of ideas in their team gameplay that Sazar X and Raku Shain so far are either not catching up to, or they're not able to see it, or they're not just able to hinder it yet.
Right. Let's see if some adjustments are made going into this one. Raku Shain was a force on that hammer.
Okay, Heartbleed. GC sideline recovery all up the very top still. I don't know what it is. Is this some form of 2v2 syndrome? I've been saying this for super long. The first stock is always so fast.
Oh, it just goes in a Heartbleed, some would say, but it's going to be real fast. He's going to go off the side. Cap is actually the one to get sent off the right, but he does recover with pretty much no damage added. Big swings off the side, off the top, the weapon throw as well. There's nothing left right here. The drift through will come, but they scouted that out from a mile away. It is a 2-stock lead for Blue.
This is so dangerous. He has to not get team comboed, and Heartbleed running out of space there off the left side isn't going to be able to land that end light. Sazar X, nice air. Cap trying to get some pressure there and split them up, but just like that, Sazar X comes back in with an end light, and now we're 2 stocks against 2. They have a slight damage disadvantage, but they had the weapon advantage, and that allowed them to get some of these hits in. Heartbleed. Holy, massive commitment onto Sazar X. He's already down into orange because of that.
Okay, look for the recovery onto Raku Shain. It's big damage. I mean, that looked a little bit early there for Raku Shain to get knocked out, but now Sazar X is forced into the 2v1.
Players playing fairly patient at this point as we're just trying to find any type of free damage. Cap and Heartbleed, they don't really need to overcomplicate things too much to be able to win this game at this point. Sazar X and Raku Shain, on the other hand, they're going to have to start reaching.
Oh wow, here comes the team combo as well. Of course they closed that one out, and Sazar X, a tough deal coming into game 2. Has to take 4 stocks off of Heartbleed and Cap.
1 against 4 right now as he's on this land. Tries to get that Sair. I see the vision. If he repositioned that a little bit, it could almost have caught both of them. Second one as well, incredibly close. Third one also close, but they're spacing around him so well right now.
Okay, looking for the pogo right now. I mean, this is just not an if, but probably a when for Blue Team. But let's see, Sazar X still giving it all he's got right here. Lance will come through, but again, so much time spent hitting one teammate that you can just cover the bases of the other. Cap and Heartbleed are looking unstoppable.
2-0 on the scoreboard now. They are looking unstoppable, but I would like to remind everyone that Sazar X and Raku Shain, the one thing that we have seen from them tonight is their ability to adapt and their ability to just completely turn sets around on the top of their head. And if they're able to find something like that, I don't know how much energy they have left in them at this point.
Maybe approaching the end of the road here in this elimination bracket. It is going to be a tall order. We see the damage chart coming up right now, but 2-0 for Cap and Heartbleed. I mean, what a showing so far. Sazar X and Raku Shain have to get 3 in a row now.
Yeah, Cap and Heartbleed starting to look like the final boss of their tournament run, unless they're able to get past this one obstacle, as they've been playing super well so far. We're going into Miami Dome, where this may all be decided.
Let's see if your prophecy holds true for this one as well. The first stock's flying by so quickly. Big swings coming out of Sazar X, not getting too much after that. The reversal actually comes through from Cap instead. Oh no, that's a huge
comes out. GC side seeking to punish it as well. Some signatures back and forth there, neither of them leading to a knockout. Raku Shain's recovery will do the trick. Heartbleed able to return the favor.
Now the big question is, can Raku Shain and Sazar maintain a lead if they're able to get one of these stocks off the board from Cap and Heartbleed? Heartbleed is going to be a huge target right now in that red damage. Any singular hit could be enough for the alley-oop for the teammate to get there.
We'll connect that Sair. It's going to lead to a knockout as we are completely evening it out here. Quick 1v1 with not a lot of hits exchanged there. Cap and Sazar both trying to play it safe until their teammate respawns.
Sazar spending a little bit more time on the lands here in the double situation. They're going to find that quick one off the top. This is the first real sizable lead we're getting off of red. I mean, every single stock, as soon as Sazar or Raku Shain take one, Cap and Heartbleed are there with the response almost instantly. Not going to get it off Raku Shain there either.
Raku Shain able to get the sidelight there in. Sazar landing in the air, landing in the air with a land is there. I was expecting the dare to come out, just not so early. Sidestick catching both of them, but only knocking out his teammate. He's able to make up for it with that Sair, but Heartbleed is quickly turning around the heat. It's 2 stocks against 3. This is going to be super difficult. Raku Shain and Sazar X, they've shown to be quite good at hitting these team combos too.
That's right. Yeah, Sazar does have pretty sizable damage right now, but a second stock to play around with. So even if he does get the stock here, Heartbleed is going to have to fight another one in the 2v1. Unless you target Raku Shain first. You do have a small window right now as the respawn comes through.
Yeah. And you see that almost fairly large aggro coming out from Heartbleed as he was just rushing him down, waiting for any kind of opening. Raku Shain wasn't providing him with one though. Still hasn't lost this stock. There it comes finally. Raku Shain able to connect it with the hammer nair.
Just a single hit could be enough to get Raku Shain and Sazar on the board right here, but Heartbleed is not going to hand that one over to them.
Heartbleed PR10 into this lobby. Let's see what those 1v1 skills are able to do. One is PR10. GCD light off the top.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to be working though.
But Polly, look at how careful he's playing this right now. I mean, Sazar and Raku Shain can't find a team combo just yet. Heartbleed's still pretty healthy here. It's a one hit here.
Both!
1v1.
It catches both of them. Yellow against red right now as he gets the dealer. He tries to go for the double, thinking maybe Sazar isn't going to go for the dodge.
This is so doable for Heartbleed. Looks for the GC charge right there. Not going to get it. But again, damage advantage over to Heartbleed now. It can just end right now.
Has the gauntlets. He's able to get back up with that axe there, but the recovery is going to be enough, and he makes the comeback! They're showing us why they're already 0-2 on the board. You get so close to beating them, and just like that, they level it up one step further. Heartbleed with the 1v2 of our block so far. 693 damage. He showed up.
Oh my goodness, Heartbleed giving me a little bit of heartbleed palpitations for a second. I might have an arrhythmia or two. That's a tough one. What a crazy 1v2. I mean, so expertly played from start to finish, right? You see it in the replay right now. He does catch both, as you pointed out before. And then the 1v1 was just a matter of a damage advantage, just outplaying Sazar and Raku Shain incredibly well there.
Cap and Heartbleed showing why they got 7th in the Spring Doubles Championship as they're going to be advancing further into the bracket. We don't know yet who they're going to be going up against. They're going to be going up against the loser of Jakie, Safir, Koko, Munir, but man, wow, what a set. Sazar X and Raku Shain, their run really was something to see, man, but everything has to end at some point.
Yeah, and I believe that would be a 13th place for Raku Shain and Sazar. So, of course, good showing for them. But, oh my goodness, Cap and Heartbleed, like you said, they showed up huge.
But what was that PR we just saw from Raku Shain and Sazar? They had like 62 and 57, and they got this far into the bracket. Still a very good placement from them, and yeah, it's been super fun to not only see them play, but to be able to follow them. We really have. They've been the main character of our stream, which is why I at least find myself talking about them a lot. But Cap and Heartbleed, they're stealing the attention. It's their show now, it seems.
They are, and it looks like that's the end of our show for now. I think we are going to throw it to a break in just a moment, but we wanted to say thank you guys for watching. There is so much more amazing Brawlhalla action coming at you guys later today. You are not going to want to miss it, especially after that 1v2. But Polly, as always, thank you. I think we'll be back later today as well, so looking forward to that. But We go into a quick break, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in a little bit with our caster swap coming in a second.
Hello, everyone, and a welcome over to your second block of the side stream coverage of the summer doubles for EU. That's right. I am here with the wonderful Dara. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. I just got out of bed about 15 minutes ago.
Let's go!
I love what we gotta do, man. It's great. And I know so did you, actually, because you almost didn't get here on time. But yeah, it's lovely to have you. Everybody is lovely to be here. We're gonna be back with some summer doubles action. And today we're gonna be not kicking off, actually. That was Pauline Walt. We'll be continuing with the coverage for side stream for EU today.
Yes, I think we're going to actually drop into elimination side top 16. We have a really nice one lined up for us here to start off because we got Fosy and Wave God going up against Seven and Kai's, which Fosy and Wave God can definitely put out some excitement for us.
That's right. So I don't believe either of these teams have teamed with each other in the past before. This is going to be the first time teaming with each other. But Fosy, of course, this is a name that we are very accustomed to seeing in this part of the bracket. 47 top 32 placements, 31 top 8 placements. This is one of the EU's finest. Wave God also up there, and so, you know, Fosy and Wave God, this would be, of course, the team that is favored to be able to go into this. Seven and Kai's, they beat Merlin and TM, which is an excellent win. Fosy and Wave God, to get up until this point, they took a win over Ethan and I'm Versus, as well as Jakie and Safir. It seems like they were down in elimination side quite early, but yeah, let's see what we got.
Yeah, it's looking like, looks like you mentioned that Fosy and Wave God, they were down here in pools, or top 128 rather. So definitely have had a little bit of a climb, but they're going to continue that and try and get into that top 8 qualifier right here as we are all set to go in game number 1, set number 1, and let's have a good time, Dara.
That's right. We're going to be jumping into game 1. We're seeing Orion, we're seeing Rayman, we're seeing Teros, all classic 2s picks, and then we're seeing the Queen Die. Doubles is so back, everybody. It's not just Axe and Wushang all the time. You see there's an occasional Queen Eye here and there.
I never thought it would be refreshing to see a Queen 9 and 2s, but somehow here we are. Wave God definitely gonna have those guitars already out, throwing out just the random neutral sigs. I mean, it is Queen 9, it might pick something up. But I think the wild card, just like everything else, the meta is the meta in this. Ooh, that was an early knockout. This Teros pick is probably going to be the wild card, but Wave God going to take him out.
And that's Queen Eye's signature kit. Just amazing placement, amazing coverage from Wave God. They're able to go ahead and clean up the stocks. Now all of a sudden, Fosy and Wave God have quite the lead for themselves at the moment. Right now, Fosy looking for a way to be able to land, following up off of Wave God. Stomp Cider is going to be able to take out that stock. Kai's not going to be able to get the quick punish with the D-Light. The GC and Sig ends up getting the spike. Wave God goes out there, saves Fosy, only to get hit by another D-Light Cider. But look at this combo.
Oh yeah, the team combo heating up. They couldn't quite get the confirmation on it, but they were able to bring this pretty back equal, except for Seven, who is unfortunately on that last stock at the hands of Fosy. He was absolutely diabolical over off the stage. That Sayer is going to go ahead and take out Fosy. Sweat beads. They knocked him down, and just like that, Dara, blue team now has a slight lead.
That's right. The D-Sig comes out, not going to be enough to take Kai's off the top. Is that going to be another one? Yes, it will be. Fosy and Wave God, they love that signature button, and that's going to be another GC and Sig. Seven, knockdown solo, finds the reversal with the neutral, coming back on. What's going to be the play here? Look at that handoff. Did you see that handoff with the end light into the Spirity light? That spacing was phenomenal.
Very, very clean. Fosy doing a good job now. You can see he's being a little more apprehensive, a little more careful with his movements, trying to stay up in the air, catch any anti-airs that he can. That stomp could have been a very devastating, but Wave God going over to save his stock. There we go. Seven is going to be out, and now we got this 2v1 situation, and I think that is going to do it right there. Give game number 1 to Fosy and Wave God.
The most immediate thing that I'm able to notice and point out is just how quickly Wave God and Fosy are able to convert off of each other in the heat of battle. They're making sure that every single hit always converts into the second hit. They have such a good knowledge of just each other's angles and hitboxes. We're seeing Katara and Light immediately into the Spirit D-Light right from behind. We're seeing the handoffs to be able to get a Spirit Side to finish off the stock. And so I feel like Queen Eye is doing an amazing job of actually closing. And Katara does a really good job of setting up for Queen Eye.
Absolutely. They had, I mean,
Fosy's doing a good job of setting up.
as a team, the damage per engagement was actually really impressive. They were so good at getting in those positions, like you said, setting up those team combos, setting up those optimal
3, 2,
be able to go ahead and close that game out. And we're going to drop back into game number 2. I don't see any legend swaps, so we're going to see if blue team has something figured out here to try and level this up for us. As so far, it looks like 7 the only one putting out some real damage.
Gets it down in. 7 going to be backing off a little bit. Looking for the recovery. Love that weapon toss as a way to get back down onto the ground here. Okay, a little bit more of an even game, if not a lead for Kai's and 7 at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Wave God, though, down in knockout range as continue to try over that Sair. One Sair from Teros is going to be enough to end that. 7 going off stage against Fosy. It's a pretty dangerous place to be. Coming back over the unarmed recovery. He is going to find his way back up on stage, though. And he's also going to find his Sair.
You say that, but every time I've seen Fosy off stage against 7, I see just like one political weapon toss, and Fosy makes it back on each time. I want to see like what 7 can actually do to like edge guard Fosy and to be able to get that final like spike, to be able to get that final down on the ground pound. Because each time that spear weapon toss up, that thing is wide.
Yeah. Definitely covers a lot of area, gives him opportunities to get back up on stage. He's utilizing it very, very well. Now we see in this one though, Kai's now is the healthiest on the board. He's continuing to swing with that Teros, staying out of the way of the recovery. Fosy coming back down, trying to swap back over to 7, getting caught in the back with it. Kai's coming back up on stage and gonna catch that Queen High signature. Man, he's so good at threading those in there.
Yeah, especially in 2s, you know, there's so much stuff going on. But oh gosh, look at the edge guard. Fosy tried to go for it all with the GC and Sig once again. Fosy not gonna be so lucky this time around. GC D-Light side backing off, looking to interrupt 7, unfortunately is not able to do so in time. The end Sig is able to close it out. The side Sig is able to close it out. 7 is swinging.
Absolutely, and just like that, we're in a position where blue team is in a wonderful spot to be able to go ahead and tie this setup, see if they're going to be able to hold on to it. We see Fosy and Wave God becoming a little more careful now. They're slowing the movements down. Nice down sick from Fosy, catching that landing on 7.
Okay.
For the neutral
Kai's going off stage. Kai's is getting pretty aggressive out there too.
7 being taken up off the top, and now blue team still holding on to that slight lead with Kai's being on that 2nd stock.
With the D-Light, 7 able to get a quick punish with the recovery though, and Fosy right now just trying to play a little keep him away game at this point. Coming in there with the side sig that does close it out. Wave God, no follow-up with the end light, a little bit too late. Tries to go for the same GC end sig, but that's okay because Wave God got an end sig of his own, and it did end up connecting.
So much damage too off of those Queen Eye signatures, and great teamwork there, passing them up, knowing that neutral sig was coming out, catching it, getting huge damage off of it. But it is starting to get pretty dire for red team here as they are both in knockout range, especially with the Teros on the map. Going out that signature, easily getting punished. Wave God going to chase him down. Recovery back up on stage. Can he catch another one on 7? Wave God going to throw that neutral sig out there again, but 7 solid coming, easily punished. Stop Sair from Kai's. Going to send Wave God out. Can he find his way back up on stage? And he does, weapon in hand, and right back to work on the Queen Eye. Nope.
Oh my gosh, but the side, an incredible whiff punish on the whiff side sig though. That's going to be 7 and Kai's taking a game and taking us into a game 3 with a 1-1 count. Given how game 1 went, I did not think that Wave God and Fosy would be going down like that. But the biggest thing that I did want to mention was, first of all, 7 was coming back onto the stage really, really often. Second of all, the way that Kai's held onto the stage. They have at some point accepted, like, hey, we're not going to be able to get a lot of edge guards against Fosy and Wave God. And then Kai's was able to really clean up stocks on the stage. Found the D-Light series that he needed, and then also found a lot of whip punishes with just falling siders. Played a little bit floaty, waited for somebody to whip something on the ground, and then Kai's was able to get that punish.
Absolutely. 7 did a really good job. I was looking last game, the damage output from both of his weapons. He was using every option in his kit last game. See if he's going to be able to do that again here. Wave God, nice recovery coming up on that soft platform. Guys, he's doing exact same game plan that you pointed out that worked for him last game. He is holding down center stage, holding down that neutral, catching landings, and putting on big damage with that Teros.
So Wave God off stage, we're seeing nobody want to challenge that anymore. And Light backs off, maybe try to catch a dodge in. 7 simply jumps away and to safety. Right now, Kai's is on the ground. 7 still going to be somehow hanging onto that stock. looking for a nice way to be able to land. Love that D-Light to be able to anti and get Wave God off of him. Eats a cider, gets put off stage. Kai's gonna be soon to follow. Both of them off stage in the same position, and you know that means that when you are getting edge guarded by 2 spear ground pounds at any possible moment, anybody is gonna get KO'd. That is 2 warm bodies, and that is the widest hitbox in the game. It is so huge.
And all of that
Is this the widest
started
hitbox?
all of that started with a beautiful weapon throw. Is what literally started that entire decimation of blue team stocks. Weapon throw coming back up on stage set everything up.
A lot of the counterplay to getting edge guarded by Blitz. First of all, amazing 2 side 6 consecutively. Oh my goodness. Second of all, when you're getting edge guarded by 2 spears at the same time, one of them is a problem enough. You have to be like, okay, I want to hit the center. I want to go up and around it, use my dodge. But if there's a second one on top of you, there is nowhere that you can go. That being said, we're in Axe City at the moment. Tossing out the axe, the GC Ensign comes out, but unfortunately, getting his own teammate.
Yeah, that was some devastating friendly fire there. Wave, though, cleaning it up with a Sair off of the guitars and going to get the double knockout. That was actually really lucky for Red Team. He just got those Sairs in at the right time when they didn't have any options to get back up on stage. Sweat Beats came out, and it was all but done. And now here we are, though. Fosy already getting himself close to knockout range, especially with all these axes flying. He needs to be very careful here and not get in too much trouble so he can continue to support his teammate. As Sair gets him just a little bit closer. 7 hunting him down. Fosy missing with a down sig, and that is going to be lights out for him. And now blue team has got this 2v1 position.
Okay.
And we saw them set up the team combos last game and be able to close it out. Oh, Wave Kai's went a little high on the Sair there. Couldn't find anything, missing with the Nair as well. Wave is just running. There's no offense at all coming off of him.
At the moment, 7 whiffing that Endlight. Kai's going to be tossing away the weapon. 7 accidentally denying his own teammate 2 times in a row. Kai's now once again picking up the hammer. Sidelight recovery doesn't actually come out. Axe on hand. No follow-up into the neutral air. GC Sidelight hits the wrong opponent, but that's going to be the setup. That's going to be the follow-up. And that is Kai's and 7 taking game number 3 in a 2-1 lead.
Man, we got one heck of an upset happening right now. If they can take game number 4 here, oh my goodness, I did not expect this at all. I mean, you looked at the PRs, you looked at the name recognition. I'm pretty sure it was Kai's who is like 156 PR, something along, maybe might be 7. Definitely they are grinding here, and this is looking to be one heck of an upset for them if they can pull out game number 3.
That's right. Going into the next game, I'm trying to figure out what happened. I feel like a lot of my commendations right now are going towards Kai's. I feel like Kai's is doing an amazing job of just really cleaning stuff up on the ground. And 7 is doing an amazing job of also letting Kai's have that room. 7 is the one that is setting up for Kai's a lot of the time. Now, Fosy and Wave God, it's still Fosy and Wave God. They've still got it in them.
But it's diminishing quickly. You can just see they're losing that momentum. 7 and Kai's definitely got themselves in a position here where they feel confident. They're letting the axes fly. Oh, so we can get something good here with the edge guard. Went back over with the neutral sig and missed the neutral sig as well from Wave God. Recovery from Fosy, getting a little more distance, a little more spacing. Wave coming over.
That's that sidelight. Chase dodge up. Able to get that down in as well. Just avoiding Kai's. Look at Kai's. Kai's is so scary. Kai's just kept walking up. Kai's just kept stepping up to the plate again and again. Just really threatening with that D-Light. Wave God, though, that's going to be one stock gone off the top. Fosy going to be stuck off stage, eating that ground pound. Kai's cleaning up.
Yeah, he's eating it up, leaving no crumbs, Dara. Kai's is playing amazingly on this Taros right now. Okay, Red Team finally going to get underneath them with the recovery off the guitars. Fosy's going to go ahead and check off that stop. And Red Team's actually in a pretty good position. If they can keep the pressure on 7, force him down to his last stock, put some serious pressure on Blue Team, they could push this to game number 5. It's looking a lot better than the last 2 games. Oh my god!
No! Kai's with a slide off and Sig. Come on! Come on, that was crazy. He went for it, and then he's going for it again. The second time, not going to be so lucky, but that first one was ridiculous.
Absolutely. Wave God is looking like the wild card here for Red Team. He continued to take out the stock. Kai's, though, also on a second stock, getting hit with a Queen 9 down signature. Almost took him all the way up. That Sair, though, is going to hurt. Left himself wide open for it. Kai's trying to fly his way back over to that side of the stage, be able to put another hand on Wave God. Going to get taken out with a signature off between Nye. Wave God being sent out over to the right side.
That's right, Wave God all of a sudden found himself at disadvantage. The Cider unfortunately connects onto Kai's and not onto either Wave God or Fosy 7 with the unfortunate team KO. And now playing back a little bit, getting the jump called out by the neutraler. Amazing whip punish on the Ensig, using a neutraler as well. Enlight shoving Wave God off stage. Cider swatting Fosy off stage once again. And 7 and Kai's, they look unstoppable.
Not look, I think they are unstoppable, at least when it comes to this set anyway. Juggling Wave God, not letting him come back on stage. Yeah, I know, that's horrible. Well, you got the axe and the hammer coming at him right now. Weapon throw coming down. Oh, but he's doing a really good job fighting back here. If he can put some hands on 7, confirm that stock, his teammate's going to help him out a little. I mean, Kai's is going to help him out a little bit. Go.
Oh, Kai's.
Oh, wait, okay.
There is a chance. Wave God, no chance at all.
No chance.
Kai's gonna be cleaning it up, gonna be finishing it off. And that is 7 and Kai's, I believe, with the upset over Wave God and Fosy.
Oh, yeah, that's an upset. I was looking, 7 is actually power ranked 160. That was a great performance from them. They are going to be moving up into that top 8 qualifier. Oh, but they're not gonna like who they have to play.
Let's see who they have coming up as
I'll let you
opponent.
go ahead and take a look, Dara.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I feel like I was like so excited to be like, the upcoming opponent. It's so doable. It's Blaze and Godly. Blaze and Godly got knocked out of winner's side by Blitz and Jester, who made quite the upset, honestly.
Very nice, actually. That is quite the upset. Oh, that was one heck of a match, one heck of a set to get us started, Dara. And like we said, 7 and Kai's are going to be moving forward. Fosy and Wave God, this was elimination side. They are done. Whew.
Yep, they're done. They're knocked out of the event. They had an amazing good to be able to get up until this point. But, I gotta say, 7 and Kai's, they played exceptionally well. Again, I want to just still keep talking about Kai's because Kai's was able to find so many KOs. Kai's was able to control so much space. And he was able to make people feel incredibly uncomfortable. So, just as you mentioned, 7 and Kai's will be coming on up to go up against Blaze and Godly. So they have quite the foe ahead of them. And that's going to be a set that you and I have the privilege of casting. So coming on up next, I believe we have Marker and Razox up against Salome and Escrape.
Absolutely. Marker played amazingly yesterday. Did a great job in the MENA tournament. He is on his way to get into top 8. This is the top 8 qualifier match. Sarm and Escrape, though, definite goats when it comes to the EU region. This is not going to be an easy game, though, for either one of these teams. Razox and Marker definitely going to, Marker and Razox definitely going to have to lock in and be very, very careful about the set and how they proceed here. But the Ulgrim Bryn could definitely work out in their favor. We saw some Bryn action yesterday, and that spear and axe has definitely been on point.
That's right. If you've ever, by any chance, for some reason, forgotten which region you are in, you will know that you are in EU as soon as you see that Bryn and Ulgrim. Yeah. So we're seeing Salome and Escrape, most notably, at the Mid-Season Championships at CEO 2024. Salome and Escrape ended up placing 9th. And that was, as far as 2 goes, a bit of a chaotic weekend, so there's many things that we could say about that placement, but that is still objectively an amazing placement for what is statistically the most stacked event of the year thus far. Marker and Razox, previously they got 5th at the EU Spring Doubles Championships, which is also a pretty excellent placement. That having been said, these two teams have never fought each other in bracket before. These are a couple of relatively new pairings, and so I'm curious to see how it's going to end up going. We're seeing Salome on the Sidra and Escrape on the Orion.
No, it's I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up. It's funny you mentioned that. The CEO bracket for 1s and 2s was literally the craziest thing I'd ever seen in my life. That was from I don't even know what timeline. What a fun weekend. Make sure you guys sign up for BCX. Don't miss out on the lands. They're so much fun. Anyway,
yeah,
we got these guys. We got these guys locked in. Ooh, okay. We're gonna see. Looks like we're gonna see some new weapons mixed up here. I mean, we have another Orion coming in, but we are gonna see some Sidra gameplay from Sarm. We did see a team yesterday was using the Amethyst, and having that cannon was a great benefactor to them. Escrape, though, being on that Orion, Lance, and Spear, both very, very good in twos. This is good. I think we're down to see an absolute battle here, Dara.
Yeah, so my question now kind of becomes, why are we seeing so much Orion in twos? Because I feel like, you know, the classic meta was a lot of Spear, a lot of Axe, but, you know, at the moment, it doesn't seem like anybody's complaining that much about it. And then we're seeing the Sidra. That's definitely the wild card pick. At the moment, that is the one that sort of deviates from the standard of what we see. So we're going to be seeing Sarm lock onto the Sidra. And so what does Cannon bring you? Cannon brings you the ability to absolutely destroy somebody's stock at any given point in time, as long as you get that one correct dodge rate. If Sarm plays aggressively off stage, you already know about Cannon's edge guarding potential. That having been said, Bryn and Ogrim, 2 axes, a lance, and a spear. Excellent combo weapons, excellent weapons to juggle and manipulate space. And look at Sarm and Escrape. Both of them getting manipulated.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to touch on, you talk about the Orion. I mean, you know, we get a lot of Spear, we get a lot of Axe, but this is EU. You are always going to have some Lance. They love that weapon. The region just loves the weapon. It's been in their meta for a very long time. And oh my gosh, Marker and Razo just out here absolutely deleting stocks at the beginning of this game.
That's right. Okay, whipping that, just easy sidelight neutrally, then finds a sidelight neutrally as well, and as soon as Sarm thought that they might have been safe, just gonna be eating a cider instead. Razox looking for that recovery, unsuccessful in finding it. Sarm, excellent whiff punish on Marker's behalf, able to find that desync, and Escrape cannot make it back onto the stage. Razox just doing
Dara.
Hey, whoa, what?
Dara.
No.
Make them stop. Make them stop. They're cooking way too much right now.
They were both on last stock?
Yes.
I didn't think that they were both on last stock.
Finally, something being confirmed from blue team, but I mean, we talk about too little, too late. This is, I think, about the most, about as real as that statement gets right here, is they are continuing to put on the pressure, continuing to put on that damage. Sarm is gone. Oh, Escrape is gone. That game was what, a minute? A minute,
Yeah,
15 seconds?
That was ridiculous. The edge guarding, the follow-ups, the damage output. I mean, they dealt, you know, quite literally 40 times as much damage as good and Sarm did that game. So they need a game to be able to just, you know, collect themselves, take a little bit of a breath. I feel like there's enough things that happened there that I don't want to be like, this is why they won. The answer is, it was a lot of things. It was advantage, it was the edge guarding, it was the team follow-ups. Everything seemed to be exactly what it needed to be. We're seeing Escrape switch over to the Hattori, which I think is an interesting choice given how soon it felt like Escrape was getting KO'd, and then at least we got like the defense stance. So this might be a bit of a risky pick.
Yeah, I agree. A minute 35 was how long that first game took. That is crazy. Especially at twos. They went to absolute work. We're going to see if they're going to be able to continue that through game number 2 as we are in Apocalypse. And the Hattori is definitely an interesting pick, especially going up against these heavy-hitting axe weapons. Maybe that speed will be able to move him around a little bit. I'm not quite sure what the thought process here is, but I don't know about swapping the lance for sword. But so far, so good, as Escrape is doing a fantastic job moving around in neutral, getting those 1-2 hits, and just racking up a little bit of damage here and there. And Marker actually is the first one to fall in game number 2.
Okay, Razox, oh my god, that was the assist! Razox got knocked off stage and was put into the best possible position to find a downer. That was amazing situational awareness, mind you. Sidelight, neutral, Escrape is taking so much damage at this point in time. Oh my gosh, so deep into the red, so soon is that stock probably going to be taken. But right now, Sarm, unfortunate friendly fire onto his own teammate. Able to get the cider though, to be able to close out Razox's stock. Escrape's first stock is finally going to be gone, and now Marku and Sarm are having a bit of a 1v1.
I like how much closer game number 2 is. Blue team definitely making the adjustments adjustments. It seems like the Satori is working out pretty well for Escrape. Marker being taken down way to the bottom, has no options to get back up, and now is a 2v1 situation against Razox. Marker finally going to spawn back in, be able to give his teammates some support. Sarm, though, catching the side air off the cannon, sitting in neutral, looking for it again. Oh, nice. That was a great Sair. It moved Marker back, gave Sarm a chance to come up underneath him and get back up on stage. He ended up getting knocked out anyway. But that was a wonderful Sair from his teammate there.
Also, that was just like a nice projectile from Sarm, just saying like, hey, get off of me. This is my opening to be able to get back onto the stage. But Marco coming into the end light. Razox looking through the GCD light. But Marco on the ground is looking to make something nasty happen with that end sig. Unsuccessful though, does not connect. Sarm not able to get that edge guard. Razox is just able to use that neutral as a way to be able to land again and again and again. Amazing whiff punish there from Marco as well. This game is all over the place. It is completely even.
It is very close. Marker needs to do everything he can, though. He does not want to lose his stock. He is definitely in knockout range, and he needs to stay in this game to be able to support his teammate. That Sair is going to send him way out, though. Sweatbeat's coming out.
Oh,
I don't know. I was busy looking at Marker on the left side, making sure he made it back up on stage, as now Razox is on his final stock. There we go. Escrape on his final stock, but they sent Sarm out of here, and now it is a 2v1 situation. Escrape has a full healthy stock, but so does Razox.
Yeah, but that's a Hattori up against two axes.
Right.
So the question is, will I close my eyes and will Escrape explode? We'll go ahead and find out. But right now, you need to focus on getting Marco's stock away. You need non-committal hits. You can't go for a lot of things like side light and end light because those animations are so long-lasting. End light, D light, Escrape is suffering at this point.
Yeah, and Marker's doing a really good job sitting back, playing support to Razox, staying out of harm's way. Running, making sure he does not lose the stock. He will not engage. There we go. Marker weapon throw out. That weapon throw was going to hit. Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Oh no.
Oh,
that's
wait a
not the
second.
one who's supposed to lose their stock. Escrape with a sider. Marker going to be off stage. Weapon toss. GC side light. Nice active hitbox. Marker can't make it back on. Escrape makes the comeback.
That's crazy. One mistake cost him the end of that game. It looked all but one 2v1 situation. You know, had a fresh stock. That's unfortunate. Nice gimp stock. Being able to get that off the Sarm there at the end. That was fantastic. And that puts them.
So there was one pivotal moment, slow-mo. There was one moment that I wanted to point out where I was like, wait, that was such a crazy dodge. There was a perfect dodge that Escrape had to avoid a potentially lethal Sider. It was like at the exact frame that Sider came out, did Escrape's dodges come out. And this was still when it was the 2v2. And then Escrape was able to land. Escrape was able to get a couple of hits in. And then switching off from the spear to the sword, I think was so important. It was the thing that I talked about before, where in a 2v1 setting, because of the fact that side light and end light are multi-hitting moves, they're quite reactable and easy to counter hit. Unless you catch both of your opponents stacked, if you hit one of them with a side light or an end light, the reality is you do leave yourself open to be punished by the teammate. Switching off to the sword gives you a lot less commitment. You're able to drift a lot with that sider. You're able to press a lot more side lights, neutraler and downer. So you have a lot of these really, really quick pokes. And I gotta say, that ground pound was ridiculous that Escrape was able to pull off. That was an amazing comeback.
Absolutely. I'm looking at these graphs here at the breakdown, and literally, I mean, Marker started out so rough. He had a hard time, especially that second stock, and then he tanked his final stock, doing everything he could, get the damage, stay alive forever, and then you just look at the little check mark that is Razox's last stock. No damage output, taken out super quick, and that is so unfortunate for Red Team that he got gimped there at the end of that game. But congratulations to Sarm and Escrape. They now have the advantage in the set somehow, some way. I know, speaking for myself, Dara, we saw that game number one, and I thought we would have already been done by now. Absolutely crazy that they were able to bring that back the way they were, and we're going to head on in here.
That's right. So it's currently 1-1. We're going to have to see how the rest of the set ends up going. I will say, though, I I just don't know how much like Sidra specifically is working out for the Sarume at the moment. Rather, I'm not seeing a lot of the things that make Sidra really shine. But even then, I feel like I just know Sarume most through the Rayman, and especially going super deep off stage and going through a lot of crazy edge guards. And that is not something we've gotten to see come into play quite yet. And so that is something I'm curious to see as it develops. That having been said, as soon as I just talked about it, Sarume is switching off of that Sidra and onto the Val. Onto the Val, I want to see the gauntlets. I love seeing Sarume on the gauntlets.
Not only is he swapping to that Val, he is swapping to that level 100 Val. He is got some time on that legend. Definitely has to feel some sort of confidence when it comes to picking that legend. But this Sarme Escrape team is very unique to what we've been seeing from Brawlhalla 2v2s here lately. This is some wild picks.
Right now, Escrape, okay, Sarume just quickly switching up, able to get the down, and Razox feeling pressured, feeling a little bit threatened off stage. Anything can happen in this off stage, and that is the ground pound that we know and love Sarume for. Able to get that spike and light into the side as well. Razox put off stage, Ensig though to be able to come back on, but then Escrape throwing out one of his own to be able to bring this into a lead.
That was such a great option for the knockout. Gonna go ahead and hit that signature as well. But now he's in that now left Sarme in that 2v1 situation. They're not gonna put too much pressure off stage. Just let him come back up. He lands with the Sair and able to thread his way right in between both red team players and put down some neutral attack, some light attacks of his own. Marker backing up, trying to stay out of the way. Fade away Sair, can't find a home. Reaching up with a neutral sig. Oh, they're looking a little panicky, Dara. Red team is not looking as focused as they were here in Gamer 1. We were seeing some random sigs being thrown out, a little desperation in their gameplay.
So we'll just have to see how they're able to pick themselves back up after that kind of a start. At the moment, though, sidelight, Marlin, okay, dodging up, looking for the side. Razox off stage, sweating, gets the dodge back, but not in time. That's going to be the second stock gone. Marlin eating a side, gets put all the way off stage, and Sarume, okay, all right. The
Such a smart option. Such a smart option, taking that side sig up the wall. I expected him to go down. I think you expected him to go down. I'm sure everybody else on the map expected him to do that ground pound. And then throwing out that side sig, great option. Razox holding onto the side, Marker falling to his last stock. This is pretty even coming to the end of this here.
That's right, and Sarume is the one that has the most amount of damage on the board at the moment. That being said, Sarume and Escrape are definitely evening it up. Sarume committing like nothing else, going out there for the down air, makes it back on, looking for the D-Light, dodges past the N-Light. Razox controlling the ground, amazing D-Light, side light neutrally, I can't believe it hit at that spacing. Marku now looking for that D-Sig as Sarume goes down. Now, can the same thing happen? Can Escrape clutch like he did last game? Or is Marku just going to have an N-Sig to his face to be able to clean it up?
I was going to say, surely it wasn't going to happen again. Surely they wouldn't fumble it again, and they didn't. They were able to go ahead and confirm that game, taking the advantage. Going into game number 4, they are a 1 game away from finding their place in the top 8 elimination. There's a lot riding on this game, especially for Sarme and Escrape. They need to push this. They need to push this to a game 5. This is elimination size. They are all trying to stay in this tournament. I did like the little breath of fresh air we got from Red Team last game. They did pull it together. It looked a little chaotic there towards the beginning, but they seemed to slow things down, be a little more calculated in their movements and their output, and were able to go ahead and pull that one together. Sarme, only 123 damage coming out those gauntlets. We definitely favored the sword in that situation. And here we go, right back into Apocalypse, and we're going to see if we are going to be blessed with a game number 5 in this very close set here.
We broke off into 2 little 1v1s there for a second, and now we're back to playing 2s. Marku going to be catching them both stacked with that immediate double KO. That is exactly the way that you want to be able to open off the set. Razox and Marku are back. They're so back.
Absolutely. That was a devastating way to start out this game if you are blue team. Being taken out in about 15 seconds there, but now we see the 2v1 pressure against Marker off stage, gonna go down trying to find another dare, but Marker gets on top of him with a dare of his own. Recovery up, Sayer off the stage, looking for it, staying out of the way of the dare. Marker fights his way back up on stage unarmed, but Escrape right there to take him off that soft platform with a recovery up to the end of the stock.
Escrape looking for a way to be able to land sweating, but neither member of their team is going to choose to capitalize on it at the moment. Razox is stock tanking and, relatively speaking, looking quite healthy. Escrape, I love that coverage from both of them. The recovery, though, still not enough to be able to take it off the top. Nobody can KO Razox at the moment.
No, he's looking a really... Never mind. See, we speak these things into existence, Dara.
No. When I said it, I was right. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Okay.
Sorry for misunderstanding. That's my bad.
Yeah, that's right. That's all I wanted to emphasize. At the moment, though, Marker making it back on. Red team has incredible stage control. Both blue team members, they're looking a little bit uncomfortable. Marker is now struggling to land. Sarm down to last stock. And these follow-ups, they're so ready to convert off of each other. That is just amazing synergy that they have.
Yeah, they decided to put the brakes on this this set here with the quickness, looking very, very good in game number 4. Escrape getting a little damage output coming up off that soft platform though. There we go, 2v1 combo. Razox was just a little too hurt for that combo to work. The force sent him a little out of the range, but there we go. Razox's stock being taken away, and this is super even actually in these final stocks. How did we get here?
It's last stock apiece, but I gotta say that damage isn't looking so even at all. Case dodging up, Escrape mashing down and out of disadvantage saved him. That was such a good awareness that Marker wanted to keep on pushing, and he was able to get a second reset life. Now, Marker holding onto the ground, looking for an end light, looking for a D-light, but you cannot ignore what is happening to Razox off the top of the stage. Sarm being aggressive. Sarm wants to get them off stage.
Absolutely. It's coming. Oh, Razox is literally the healthiest on the map. Oh no, Sarm missed with the Sayer. Razox coming back on him with the recovery.
Doable.
Now we're in
this is incredibly doable, but not when you have no weapon on hand. That's the combo, that's the follow-up, and that is Red Team taking the set.
They brought it back. There was that glimmer of that one game from Sarm and Escrape. Looked like they might be able to turn the tides a little bit, but Marker or Razox got the job done, sending Sarm and Escrape out of here and moving on to top 8 elimination side. Congratulations to them. Marker has been having one heck of a weekend. That is officially top 8 in MENA and EU.
And that's, I believe, another upset, if I'm not mistaken. Sarm and Escrape, they took out Sazar and Kicksave, and then they got knocked down into elimination side by Sosa and J44L. So a couple of upsets there, but you know, I think the biggest thing to really point out about Marker and Razox's gameplay is specifically the fact that they did not have a lot of trouble KOing at all. And that is a very, very important thing to note here. They did not have to get their opponent super deep into the red. They had their follow-ups, they had their combos on lock slow-mo. They had it ready. They were in the best possible position. We saw so many cider into GC, side sigs from Marker, just to be able to go ahead and clean things up. So they had the positioning, they had the follow-ups, and then they had the KOs. They did not struggle to find KOs, as a lot of other teams and twos can find. Sarm and Escrape, they had that one game that they won where they played pretty amazing and they looked unstoppable, but I gotta say the synergy between Razox and Marker, it was just that good.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, they definitely didn't have any problem finding those knockouts, but when you got two axes just a swinging, the knockouts tend to follow. We have so much more on our plate, Dara, and we were talking about this Blaze Godly 7 Akai's game that is coming up for the top 8 qualifier, but everybody's got to wait because we're going to a break. We'll see you here in just a minute.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summer Doubles. We are here in EU. We're going to be ready to talk about some video games. But before we go ahead and do so, let's talk about real life and something that you should go to. If you've never been to BCX, if you've never been to the Brawlhalla World Championships, or you've been before, consider this as your official invitation to go. Everybody, November 15th through the 17th, you can find tickets now at bcx.live. If you have never been to a LAN experience, you don't need to be a competitor. You don't even necessarily need to play this game. Travel with some friends, travel by yourself. There's always so much to do at a LAN, so much amazing stuff and amazing community. Everybody, please, please, please check out BCX this year. It is always such an amazing event.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. A great time indeed. Make sure you guys get your tickets. I'll be there. Dara will be there, and like I said, if you're not a competitor, you just want to watch. There's so much to do. You can go and you can get beaten Tekken by Dara. I mean, it will happen.
That's right.
Little side note, absolutely whooped me in Tekken repeatedly over in the arcade section. But no, BCX is a great time.
I also beat a guy. I beat a guy in Street Fighter that he asked me for my number, which I also sometimes think about. But BCX is great. There's a lot of arcade cabinets. There's a lot of stuff to do there. You can pick up some amazing merch, and most of all, the actual spectator experience. I mean, it is phenomenal. Yeah. You have this big, beautiful stage with all the effects and all the lighting. You get to hear the commentary broadcast to everybody. It is absolutely a spectator sport. You get to feel the energy of all of the people that have traveled thousands of miles in some cases to be able to go there for Brawlhalla. It is a very beautiful thing when a lot of different people from different walks of life unite under the premise of playing a little Brawlhalla together. And so it's absolutely an event that you do not want to miss out on.
Absolutely. And speaking of playing Brawlhalla, we have some more games lined up for you guys, starting off with which could be an absolute banger. Raku and Blaze going up against Seven and Kai's, who we just saw take out Fosy and Wave God. You look at this and you're like, oh man, this is going to be easy for Godly and Blaze. But we just saw what Seven and Kai's were capable of. Godly and Blaze are down in the elimination side for a reason, and they are definitely fighting for their way to get in top 8, just like everybody else. So we're going to go ahead and get in
Blaze, here. They need no introduction. Well, actually, maybe they do if you're not familiar with the game. But this is, of course, two of the best that EU has to offer. And this has been the powerhouse team. Back at CEO, back at the mid-season championships, they ended up placing 4th. They also won the Spring Doubles Championship. They also won the Winter Doubles Championship. And yet, they're sitting in elimination side. But right now, my friends, they're up against Kai's and Seven, who had quite the upset to be able to get up until this point. And I've got to say, do not sleep on Kai's. Do not sleep on 7 at all, because they caused some issues that last game.
Yeah, Kai's play with the Teros has been absolutely phenomenal, and we're seeing some more of the same here, especially from him. The movement has been great. He's been staying out of the offensive from blue team for the most part, starting to get caught up in Godly's wrath a little bit now, though. Stomp Sari is going to slide that in there, and so much force against Blaze, taking him all the way over the left side of the map. 7's cleaning up that first stock, and here we go. It's very early, but red team has got themselves a slight little lead here, but blue team is coming back with it. We see the attacks coming out. 7 fighting back over an arm, being sit way out, and there's Kai's first stock, and 7 is going to follow as well. Give the lead back to blue team.
That's right. This is a fantastic lead to open off with, and 7 is going off stage and looking to make Godly suffer. Godly coming back on with that recovery. 7 sliding off with that D-Light, and Godly just says, hey, I'm gonna hang out off stage until you once again commit off stage without a weapon, and I will use that as an opening to get damage and get back onto the stage again and again.
You know, I was in my mind, I was questioning the Kaya pick from Godly, but I think that all the defense and all that speed is helping him out in spades going up against this Teros from Kai's. Oh my goodness, Godly, oh my god. And Blaze coming down to finish it off with a Sarm of his own, and now blue team is officially set down in the driver's seat here in game number 1.
Gets that side light. Okay, try to poke at that end light as well. Backing off here for a second. Okay, looking for the neutral. Just playing nice and patiently on the ground itself. Kai's really nice D-Light to be able to anti-air. Side air just to be able to swap them away. Both blue team members briefly on the left side of the screen. But that end light, that amazing interruption from Blaze, that is the assist player that Blaze, he is just so good at. He knows how to support a teammate.
Oh, he just threw that side sing out like that and just stood there and stared it in the face. Godly gonna go ahead and take out that stock in a 3-stock victory for Godly and Blaze against 7 and Kai's in game number 1. That was, I mean, exactly what we saw in the last set they played against Fosy and WaveGod. Game number 1, Fosy and WaveGod came out absolutely dominated. And then we saw the next 3 games went for 7 and Kai's. Could we see a little bit more of that pattern happen here? Did they get their download? This is a Godly in play, a little taller mountain to climb, but that was pretty devastating from Godly and Blaze. That was assertive.
On a really basic level, just something that shows off the prowess of Godly and Blaze is in the interruptions. Really basic example of this that you might think is a nothing interruption, but Kai's was, well, 7, I don't remember who it was. One of them was hitting Godly with an end light, and then Blaze was just able to swoop in there and get in between the 2 hits of it. If you can mitigate that kind of damage output from Axe, you are effectively really doing some damage to the opponent's damage output. You are making it as difficult as possible for them to deal damage. When you have that level of synergy, when you have that level of game presence, you have to be on top of it. But right now, Kai's off stage, GC D-Light into the cider while I was busy yapping. Goodness, what a way to close off a stock.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of just watching Godly down in neutral as he's being very calm and collected, very calculated in his movements here, and really utilizing that speed from the Kaya. Nice gravity cancel side sig is going to go and pick up 7. You know what? He threw Blaze out of harm's way. You know, that was totally calculated. Oh, big recovery. Not going to be enough to take Blaze off of his second stock yet, but Blaze is in trouble. Red team completely on their first stock. Blaze being taken down to his final, and it's about to be all on Godly's shoulders here before too long.
You know, I feel like you don't see a lot of Rayman and Sigs like connect often. I don't know if that's because I'm living under a rock, but I feel like 7 is connected more Rayman, Gauntlet, and Sigs than I've seen in quite some time at least. At the moment though, 7 is playing nice and patiently off stage. 7 and Kai's, they've still got quite the stock lead for them.
Yes, they absolutely do. This is still doable for blue team though. But I mean, we've already talked about it. This is exactly what we saw in last set. 7 and Kai's coming out here and making things happen. Nice fadeaway Sarah coming back down the stage. Another one connecting. Stomp, Sair, Kai's, chill out. So much damage was just put out from the hammer on Kai's in that last 20 seconds as he swaps over. Neutral air from Godly. He's going to try and find his way back over on stage. Got the side light coming off. Ooh, what an interaction there. And it is going to be accredited to Kai's for the knockout.
Ooh,
Godly is just going to
no.
go fall down. And now we have 4 stocks to 1. This wasn't just a win for Red Team here. This was a dominating win in game number 2. I mean, that's assuming Godly can't pull this together, but this is a little rough, even if you're
You
Godly.
can't write an obituary for your living grandpa still. He might be, 95 years old, and every day might be his last, but Godly is still in the game. You can't talk about the past tense yet. You can't do that preemptively, Slow-Mo.
I mean, 4 stocks to 1. I don't know, man. It gets a little gnarly sometimes. And here we go. Oh, washing machine getting desperate here, coming back up on stage.
All right, pull the plug. That's
There it is.
Okay.
Yep,
And
yep.
Sig
Grandpa's
off the top.
done. Grandpa's done. Go ahead and take him off
Yeah.
life support because that is a wrap.
He had a good run. He had a good run, I have to say.
95 years,
You
that's a
know-
long time. You're right, Dara.
I do think the idea of an obituary just saying, oh yeah, he had a good run. He did well. Jeez. Those will be my last words when I, But going into the next game, what do we got here? Do we see any switch offs? I feel like we got a little more into it for a second. We're talking about video games, okay? We're talking about Brawlhalla after all. What happened? Red Team had no trouble KOing that game at all, and especially Kai's again. Kai's just sealed out so many of those knocks.
Yeah, he really on that Taros is just a force to be reckoned with. We see him bouncing up in the air now. Okay, Godly getting a little bit going off the right side. Kai is trying to get that slide charge, neutral sig again coming off stage. We saw him hit that in the last set. Blaze coming off the top of that soft platform, caught with the side sig. Kai's though continuing to show no fear, going up in the air against Blaze. Blaze though stepping back, hitting that signature, putting some pressure on Kai's. And we're seeing Blaze and Kai's kind of being stuck to each other right now as they continue to go back and forth. Godly getting sent out by a monster Sair off the axe. Blazy fighting back unarmed, and that Sair is going to take him all the way out to the left side. Not enough to confirm. He's going to get that weapon drop right there in front of him. And coming back with a Sair, taking Kai's off. Can he finish up the stock? He can. Double knockout for Blaze and give Blue Team back the lead.
Blaze sweep, that was excellent. Just immediately converting that into the ground pound to be able to get the other opponent as well. And Blaze does not stop putting on all the pressure onto 7. And Kai's saying, hey, I would like to land. Can I please have an opening to land? And they're making it as difficult as possible for Kai's to do anything at the moment. 7 gets shoved to the side of the stage. Blaze misses the follow-up with the axe sider off of Godly's delight, but it does not matter. Blaze got so much extra credit. Godly is running away, making sure he's not getting 2v1. And this is an amazing lead for Blue Team.
Absolutely. No, I really think that's what they need to do. They need to keep their sights on Kai's whenever possible and get him out of here. He is the one who's been racking up so much damage, finding those knockouts. And I don't want to take anything away from 7 at all, but Kai's his movement, the way he's finding those Sairs, finding those knockouts, it has been devastating for Blue Team.
Okay.
See, there we go again. It's been devastating for Blue Team in this set so far, and they need to focus in on him and get that Taros out of here.
They're making this comeback. They're playing
They are.
amazing at the moment. Kai's right now going off stage, jumping back on, a little too committal. Godly just able to swat him away like nothing else. 7 also going to be knocked down last stock, but at the moment, this is not a bad team for Red, bad lead, for Red Team to have at all. They're looking quite comfortable.
Oh, absolutely not. Oh, what a scoop up there in the sky. If Godly was just a little more damaged, that could have been curtains for him. Oh, Blaze is absolutely going nuts in the sky against Kai's. Godly. Oh, got the full extension on that combo and going straight back over. Going to pick up Kai's to put some more damage on him. Godly's warming up a little bit here. Sidelight going to find a tome. Godly with the ground pound off stage. Kai's finds a Sair, makes his way back up on stage, catches both the Blue Team members in that Sair. That's going to send him out. It's all up to 7 here. Now, both members of Blue Team a little damaged, but Godly off stage. There we go. That Nair is going to go ahead and finish it up, and that puts Godly and Blaze up 2-1 going into game number 4.
A bit of an emotional roller coaster with that game, right? Because it was like, oh yeah, Godly Blaze sweep, and then 7 and Kai's had a little bit of hope. only for it to be taken away. Godly and Blaze, they played phenomenal that game. The KO potential, their synergy, everything. I feel like I keep sounding like a broken record when I keep talking about their synergy. But they do assist each other just that well. They keep interrupting their opponents. They follow up off of each other so well. And the biggest thing, it's not in the big combos. It's in the small interactions. It is in your ability to be able to really, really quickly throw out a two-piece combo. A two-piece every single time, you will lap your opponents in damage. Look how short-lived Kai's and 7 stocks were.
I was getting ready to say it. That second stock told the entire story of that game. That was unfortunate for Blue Team. If he could have got a little more out of that second stock, I think we might have seen a different outcome in that game. But unfortunately, he got cooked on that second stock, so we are now fighting game number 4 with 7 and Kai's being at the disadvantage.
Okay, 7 looking for that sidelight. Kai's looking for that end sig, not going to be able to fight it quite yet though. Just stuck off stage. Blaze, yep, just going to be patrolling it. Telos still hanging on to a stock. Never wondered how a Telos can survive that long. Don't worry, me too. Kai's.
Ooh! Great signature from Agali there, picking that up, and he's going to lay down another one, sending 7 flying. No confirmation, though, as Blue Team tries to get their sights back on him to get that stock out of here. Godly fighting an arm. That recovery is going to have enough force. And he's not done. He's going to pick up the bow, go for a ground pound. Nice reversal from Kai's, though, doing what he does best. Blaze getting dodged on with that unarmed dare. And now we're fighting back over. Little 1v1 situations here as Godly focuses back on 7.
Okay, Godly finding the recovery, looking for a way to be able to land back down here, looking for the D-Light, 7 going off stage for the ground pound, and Pies threatening with that sider, taking off Blaze's first stock. Red team has a really good position at the moment to be able to get a lead.
They absolutely do. This is actually really close. We've got a little bit of a health differential between the two teams, but not a whole lot. 7, he extended, like he was not letting go of that down Sigdara. He was not going to give up on it. It did cost him the stock, though, as Blaze was easily able to go out there and punish it.
Okay, Godly stuck off stage once again. How does he make it back on at this point? 7 gonna be looking for the D-Light, doesn't find it. That's the end line. Kai's finding a down air, but onto Blaze and not onto Godly. Godly's stock is ready to be taken at any moment, but he is still hanging on. Kai's landing back down with a side air. Blaze whipping that sidelight. Blue team is just playing keep away and they're hanging on to these stocks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart gameplay to play, of course. I wish that down sig would have hit. Oh, no. The neutral sig going to go ahead and delete his teammate. Godly on his final stock, but 7 and Kai's are very, very bruised, very battered as they finally get that stock off of Blaze, and now they are fighting for their position in top 8, fighting to stay in this tournament as they are on their final just couple, I mean, dozens of health. Is literally all they have left. Blaze gonna finish it up.
Oh no.
Godly gonna finish it. Oh, I didn't think that was gonna be enough force. I mean, it was inevitable, but that was a lot of force to knock out on that top 45-degree corner. But the bow had enough to get it done. Godly 4 knockouts, 537 damage, and we see Blaze 585 damage coming off with 2 knockouts. So you can see they both carried the weight. They both worked together. Nobody outdid the other teammate in that one, and just a great game from a blue team of Godly and Blaze. And they will, in fact, be moving on to top 8 to take on a Marker and Razox here in just a little bit.
That's right, they've secured themselves into a top 8 placement, albeit in elimination side though, so anything can happen at any point in time. And so everybody, we have a couple more sets coming on up on the side stream. I believe the 2 sets that we have coming on up will be Pilot Gonum and, oh, these are not players I'm familiar with, and Taya going up against Little Mev and Teoxys. And on the other side of the top 8 qualifier elimination side is going to be Koko and Munir up against Cap and Heartbleed. So I gotta say, one of those teams, I don't know who those players are, but we're not going to be doing them quite yet. We're doing Koko and Munir up against Cap and Heartbleed. Koko and Munir got knocked down by Jakie and Safir, and Cap and Heartbleed, they've been making a plow through elimination side. They have been knocked down in top 128 to be able to get up until this point. They lost the set, I believe, against, if I could actually find the information, against Koko and FXL. Slow-mo, do you know who Koko and FXL are?
FXL did really well yesterday. He actually, him and his teammate won Mina for 2v2s yesterday. So definitely been playing well. Doesn't seem. Let me pull up top 8 here. I had top 16 open. Oh yeah, that is definitely who sent them down here. FXL and his teammate, I can't remember off the top of my head who he played with yesterday, but they did take that dub yesterday in Mina. As we get, as we got Koko and Munir in here. Munir is one of those players that just has I have a little soft spot in my heart for him. He, the way he performed at the Spring Royale this year was a sight to see. He almost did that gauntlet run. He was so close until he had to go up against Guichibu. I got a lot of respect for him that weekend. He played fantastically, and he's one of those players that over the past couple of years just keeps improving, keeps pushing, does not seem to ever plateau. You team him up with Koko, and that is a devastating team.
That's right. They are going to be ready to cause some problems really, really soon. And then the team that they're going up against, once again, is Cap and Heartbleed. Cap and Heartbleed, they have so much momentum behind them. They have been playing a lot. Some can call it momentum, also sometimes exhaustion.
Yeah.
I'll be excited to see how they go at it. But right now, I feel like the common theme that we are seeing in twos is a lot of Telos, a lot of Ulgrim, a lot of Bryn, and then usually in one team composition, you see a bit more of a wild card to pick. But right now, Axe, high defense, people want to live for a long time. They want to stay on the stage for a long time. They don't want to have a lot of issues KOing, so you see the reign of Telos at the moment. And we're not seeing a lot of deviations from it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. No, I mean, Axe and Teros especially. You know, I see a lot of complaints about the position that Axe is in right now, and I really, in my heart, feel like it's not an Axe problem, it's a Teros problem. That legend is just so good right now, and we're seeing it game after game, set after set. It has been the Teros show. And Munir,
that's
Munir's,
right, get him. It's not Axe. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
No.
get him. I didn't say it. Slow-mo said it. Slow-mo said that Axe is fine, and it's Teros that's the issue, and there's nothing wrong with Axe. Excellent. No nerfs. Only buffs to Axe, please. Actually, I would like for
No, don't buff it.
D-Light-
No,
I would like-
don't
hold on.
buff it now.
I would like
You
for
went too
D-Light
far,
to KO
Dara.
off the top. I would like for D-Light to KO off the top sooner. I think that would be really, really important. I think we need to bring back Sidelight Cider. Sidelight Cider,
Okay,
I think would be,
you got it now. You
really
done.
nice to
You're
have.
done. Who is
And
letting it talk
the
right now?
hitbox- The hitbox on like when you land onto the stage with ground pound is first of all BMG is. Second of all, landing with ground pound. I think that hitbox needs to be a little bit bigger because I hear people keep getting in the blind spot of it. And the landing hitbox of ground pound should be a little bit stronger. Those are the 3 bucks that we need. Hope this helps.
I think when we, I think eventually when we get Great Axe, you might get a couple of those things, maybe.
Eventually,
Yeah,
Great Axe, that would be
Yeah,
so good.
I mean, it seems like the evolution that we're on. You know, we got a sword, great sword. I mean, maybe Great Axe. I don't know.
Great bow. That would
Great
actually
bow.
be cool, like a long. Can you imagine like a long bow?
No,
That would be, like something
if
that's
we
like
get-
character hired.
If we get Great Bow before I get Orb Bow, I will riot. It better not happen. But all the joking, all the yapping aside, here we go. Game number 1. We're going to drop in on Demon Island. Koko, Munir, Cap, and Heartbleed.
That's right. We'll see how this game goes. At the moment, though, Munir, oh my gosh, the damage output is ridiculous. N-Light has a get off me option. The D-Light has a get off me option as well. Holding onto the stage, sandwiching the blue team, though, resetting this position with the ground pound as well. Heartbleed stuck off stage. Sidelight Cider. Red team will not stop.
I'm really surprised Koko didn't disengage and go over and go to try and confirm that stock off of Heartbleed. He was sweat beating well before he got to the stage. Seemed like for me that he had the options, but we're seeing the stocks go ahead and fall here. Now, he did catch him with the Sarah. Okay, that was going to be enough to go ahead and knock out. But Koko and Munir are definitely hurting on those first stocks and just one good move away from being knocked out. Ooh, gravity cancel, unarmed, did not get the job done. Munir definitely being taken off the top here as Koko has the pressure being put against him. Recovery coming out from Heartbleed, can't find anything. That one finds its home though, and gonna go ahead and take the stock off of Koko as they put the pressure on Munir. And he almost found his way through.
Koko tried to dodge, but Gauntlet recovery is just that active, and then it ended up just sort of following the dodge as well. But at the moment, Cap super deep into the red. Heartbleed, excellent interruption though. Both red team members trying to land, and all it takes is the big swing of the axe to be able to find that opening back onto the ground. Okay, looking for the D-Light, gonna be looking for the Sider, perfect D-Light Sider punish. Munir and Koko, they have amazing synergy. They're covering so much space, and they're somehow not hitting each other in the process. They have like such big hitboxes, and yet they're not stepping on each other's toes at all.
That charge down sig was crazy. Koko being taken out, and we are all tied up on these final stocks, and it is pretty dang even right now as Munir being taken off stage. Another 3-piece coming from Heartbleed. Ooh, nice dare coming back down the stage. Caught both of the red team members in that. Not a whole lot of follow-up after that though, as Cap being taken way off stage. Koko going over, gonna go ahead and punish that signature off the Wusheng.
Yep, just swooping in there, able to get that recovery off. Munir just going to be looking for a way to get back onto the stage. Both blue team members stuck on the right side yet again. Koko waiting. D-Light Sider once again for Munir finds its target. That's still not enough. Talos is so tanky. He's just able to hold on to that stock for dear life.
Koko needs to buckle down. Oh wait, stock's flying. And one of them being Munir, along with Cap being taken out. Now we have this 1v1 situation. Koko against Heartbleed. Koko has the axe, Heartbleed has that spirit hand, weapon throw, come back up on stage. Nair's gonna whiff, Koko's gonna take advantage of it, hit him with it, take him out, and game number 1 going to Koko and Munir.
Munir dealt 650 damage that last game. And Koko dealt a measly 519. So, you know, the answer is red team has dealt a lot of damage. They had no issues with KOing. But the biggest thing that I did want to note that I touched on before, these are a lot of big, heavy weapons with big hitboxes all at once. And I did not feel like they played that far away from each other. That having been said, Munir and Koko did a really good job of not actually hitting each other in a lot of those moments. They played really, really close to each other. They controlled a lot of space. They kept blue team stuck in disadvantage for so long. And now we're going to be seeing Cap on the Nash.
Ooh, okay, that's an interesting swap. A hammer spear, can't go wrong with that. Not a legend we see a whole lot, but definitely has the kit that could be useful for Cap. But no, you're absolutely right about Munir and Koko. The way they were able to have those weapons and still stack on top of each other and still avoid the friendly fire and be able to have that damage output was actually very impressive to watch. And speaking of impressive, that is a 20-second double knockout coming from Red Team here in the opening up of game number 2.
Okay, gets that end light. The Sider swooping in from Koko, able to get the neutraler. Koko's target switching is amazing. Able to focus on 2 things at once, onto opponent A, onto opponent B, back and forth. Amazing job.
Okay, 2v1 situation here, Koko. Oh, there we go. See, there's another just like that. The Stomp Sair, it didn't hit Koko. Like, it was just perfect timing between the dodge and the actual attack. Caught his opponent that he wanted to catch, and his teammate was left unscathed. It's just those interactions over and over and over that makes him look so good. And just like that, Cap is on his last stock. He struggled in game number 1, only putting out like 313 damage. And they are deleting stocks right now. Absolutely deleting stocks. He's going to go up and try and fish out Cap. Go ahead and swaps over to Heartbleed to try and get that 2v1. And finally some offensive here with a big recovery from Heartbleed, taking Koko up in the sky. Nice fadeaway Sarah coming from Cap, but that was the last bit of damage he's going to do in this game because he is gone.
Okay, Koko holding onto the ground here. Munir pressing that D-Sig. Heartbleed. Oh my gosh. This is a bit of a brutal game. That was 5 stocks to none.
That was rough. That was absolutely rough, but that is kind of what I expected from Koko and Munir when we came out into game number 1. It looks like it took them just a little bit of time to get warmed up. We see Munir with 656 damage again. 4 of those knockouts, 426 damage coming out of Koko with 2 knockouts is pretty much exactly what we saw last game with the output. 197 from Cap and 221 from Heartbleed. If you don't put out any offensive, you can't put out any damage, you are not going to win games.
Yeah, they're not able to assert themselves in neutral is kind of what's going on right now. They're not able to have a lot of presence. Munir and Koko, they're dominating in neutral, they're dominating in advantage. And then they also have the follow-ups and the synergy to be able to find the KOs that they need. So we are on the precipice of a potential 3-0 unless Heartbleed and Cap make some incredible adjustments. But at the moment, Munir and Koko are the ones that are favored to be making it into top 8 elimination side.
I have to chuckle a little bit because that's just the go-to pick for everybody. Heartbleed, we're down 2-0, lock in on the Taros. Here we go. It's literally just, you know, I've
if
talked about before.
If Heartbleed wins, you know, that's going to be like the discourse generating game.
Oh no, it's so funny because for years, for me, it's been, okay, I watch players are down on a loss, it's time for the Mordex. And now everybody has a Taros pick instead of a Mordex pick. And it seems to be getting the job done except for Munir and Koko going straight to work here in the opening. Munir hardly taking any damage except that Nair hit him. Koko continuing to work up in the air here against Cap, putting a heavy damage on him, literally just attacking at will. Ground pound caught his teammate. Oh, that was some bait from Red Team if I have ever seen some.
That's right, but at the moment, once again, that's the lead. I thought that was going to be the stock for Heartbleed as well. I thought, okay, we're in a good position. That being said, really nice follow-up. Cap backing off a little bit. Koko looking for that down air. D-Light side air into, wow, I believe that was the spook side air to finish. Either way, that was fantastic.
Seeing a little more pep in their step from Blue Team, being able to actually get some damage output here. Confirming some stocks, but they are getting in the deep red on their seconds. Koko missing the Sarah, Munir missing the Stomp. Oh, Stomp Sarah again.
D-Light side air.
He does not drop his true combos at all. Never, ever, ever does he drop.
Side air, chase dodging down. Cap gonna be looking for it all right now. But look at the position that you have put yourself in off stage. No resources, have to recover.
What?
Eats the ground pound. Heartbleed stuck off stage as well. And Munir, you know what? Letting him get back on for now because he is quickly switching up onto Cap. Weapon toss down as well. He has eaten so much damage and he just has to say thank you.
Just has to say thank you. Munir's playing amazing this game, being an absolute terror on the Taros right now. Okay, recovery is going to take him all the way up to the sky, though. As he dances around, that recovery is going to catch. And somehow, some way, we are in a pretty close position here in the final stocks. Munir looking for a weapon, can't find it. Still can't find it, still can't find it. Finally, axe in hand, and as soon as he picks it up, going straight to work, picking up the landing on Cap. Down Sig, going to whiff.
And right as he get off me, side Sig comes out, and now Heartbleed holding onto the ground. GCD Sig, Heartbleed, how do you make it back onto the stage? Cap, how do you make it back onto the stage? They're both split up, they're separated, and they keep on bleeding. That is going to be the 3-0. Munir and Koko, they played exceptionally well. They dominated these games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, dominated is the absolute word. 4 knockouts going to Munir. They definitely earned their spot going up into top 8. And we're gonna have to see how they do the rest of the afternoon. Like I said, Munir's just one of those kids that's just gotten so good at this game, and it's just fun for me to watch him continue to improve. And him and Koko, the synergy was great, the play was great. Koko played great support, and it caught them a dub as they move forward.
That's right, they're going to be moving on, they're going to be moving onwards, and that is into top 8 elimination side. And so everybody, that brings us to the final game of EU for the side stream, which is going to be a bit of an unexpected match in a way. We have Lil Mev and Teoxys on one side, and then the opponents are going to be Pilot, Ghanem, and Taya.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'll be
Yeah,
real.
not a clue.
I have no idea. Not a clue. Not a single inclination of who they are. But we
Well, actually, hold on. Maybe so I guess I didn't keep up with spring doubles necessarily the best, because it seems like Pilot, Ghanem, and Taya, they got 7th at the spring doubles championships.
Okay. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Pilot Ghanem. Interested to see what these legend selections look like. Interested to see what this play style looks like. You talk about spring doubles. I'm pretty sure I was actually off that weekend, so that might have a lot to do with why I didn't see them get their
so
top
there's
8.
no accountability on your end.
Right,
Gotcha.
I'm almost
That's right. So
positive.
there's no excuse for me.
No, I'm almost positive. If you go back and look at the schedule, I was off that event. But we're gonna definitely get them in here and see what they are capable of. And Dara, we'll learn a little bit together.
That's right. So yeah, Pilot, Ghanem, and Taya, once again, they placed 7th at the Spring Doubles Championships for the EU, which, I mean, I feel like is quite an excellent placement when EU is as good as twos as they are.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know a lot about them. I don't know a lot about 30 different legend picks. And I guess we'll be finding out, we'll be seeing that all in just a moment's time. Their opponents, Lil Mev and Teoxys, they got outplaced significantly that last event. Right? They got 25th as opposed to the 7th from Pilot, Ghanem, and Taya. So I apologize for my ignorance. I guess we're gonna go ahead and educate ourselves as we go on into the set. Mev seems to be on the doll sim right now. Classic. We're seeing Taya swap onto the Ulgrim, Teoxys, Wushang potentially. So, nothing that's that different from what we're already used to, it seems. We're seeing Greyman, we're seeing Wushang, we're seeing Ulgrim. That's how you know we're in Europe. We're in Europe. And the Zol. Everybody, every block, there is one Zol. There is always one. There is never more than one Zol, but it is guaranteed that we inevitably have a Zol, and that is going to be Pilot Ghanem.
Taros, Zol, Taros and the Amethyst, they won yesterday for Mina. That was the legend selections that won the whole tournament, was Taros and Zol. We're going to see a little different variation with the Ulgrim. Mev on the Dawson, as you pointed out, and I just personally, it just breaks my heart every time I see a Rayman and it's not SpongeBob. Like, I literally die a little bit inside every time somebody walks in a Rayman.
It's like an angel without its wings.
It really is.
A
like,
real tragedy.
Do they not realize that SpongeBob is in this game? Like, come on, guys. That's all right. That's okay.
No, hold on. Dawson is sick. You leave
I was going to say Dawson. I mean, I love me some Street Fighter. That's great.
That's right.
We got SpongeBob, man. We got SpongeBob.
So, this team composition of Zol and Ulgrim, this is the kind of composition that you like. This the whole time that you're playing, like all of the tension goes immediately to your shoulders and your lower back. This is the team composition where sometimes you're like, wow, I can't KO them, and they're KOing me when I'm in the orange. So it is time to be awake. It is time to wake up. We'll see what this game one has. This is the final top 8 elimination side qualifying match. Slow-mo, let's see if it's a good show.
I certainly hope so. It is, like you said, our last set for EU on the side stream, and I would love for it to be a banger. We have not been pushed to a game number 5 yet in our block, and I would absolutely love to see it.
At the moment, Mev controlling the ground. Okay, Pilot just able to land with that neutralizer. No weapon on hand at the moment yet, which is going to make it so difficult. And you catch everybody stacked. Unfortunately, I do believe that was... Okay, I mixed up who was on whose team for a second. Blue team does have a completely even stock and damage spread compared to red team.
Yeah, this is definitely close starting out. Ooh. And we see the Zol effect already laying down that down sig, catching a member of both teams, but still putting some good damage in. And nonetheless, Mev dancing around here looking for something. I thought we might see a down sig come off the side and try to catch him, but could not. The Zol's going to swing as soon as he lands, but Mev going to be right there behind him to pick him up, put some more damage, trying to get that 2v1 situation. They tried to pull him up in the air and couldn't quite make it happen. Mev dancing across the top. There we go. Side light in there. But right there, Pilot going to catch him as soon as he hits the ground.
Yeah, Pilot and Taya are right now playing very nicely second beat. They're waiting for the opponent to do something, and then they're able to go ahead and punish it. They're with punishing, they're waiting, they're playing quite reactively at this point. And now, Mev's sock is just going to be gone. All of a sudden, left to fight for himself is Teoxys.
Yeah. And taken out immediately. But we're looking at we talked about the damage and the stock spread. It is pretty even here, especially as they continue to put this damage on the Wusheng. It's around here looking for a good opportunity. Pilot gonna turn around and just absolutely delete. Oh, and the Sayer to come back and caught some little extra credit off of that one, Dara. That was a big for him.
Yeah, Mev thought that he was going to be the one to go, but right now, Pilot going to be losing that second stock off the top. Taya going to be taken up so high as well. Mev is still somehow hanging on. Taya opting to go for the axe, dash jumping, looking for the cider, whiffing that end light as well. Presses immediately, and both opponents ended up dodging both options. Now, Teoxys, can you make this comeback? It is doable, but definitely unlikely.
Yeah, it is doable. I mean, if you look at the health, it looks like it could be done, but you have Cannon and Axe. The amount of coverage that they have, it almost makes it impossible for you to be able to move, to be able to get any sort of offensive going, and just like that, that is going to go ahead and confirm that final stock, and that is a dub for Pilot Gonum and Taya going into game number 2.
That's right. So, they... Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Slomo, do you see that damage dealt by Zol?
I was actually looking at my other monitor at the replays, if I'm being completely honest.
It's okay. 794.
Woo!
You know.
That's a little bit. That's a little
That's
bit.
a little bit. So, you know, the thing that I talked about before, which is you have to play with constant tension in your shoulders and lower back. Yeah, Pilot made sure to prove exactly why. 800 damage dealt over the course of that game, which was more than Little Mev and Teoxys combined. Topped off with Tyus 337, given the amount of KO power that they had in the follow-ups, they played really well. Going into game number 2, oh man, I'm trying to think about what happened here. Honestly, their target switching and their ability just to really solidify a lot of these edge guards, they knew how to keep blue team in disadvantage.
Yeah, the target swapping especially, having that awareness to know where the most optimal place to be and the most optimal place to try and put that offensive out, definitely piloted them to that dub in game number 1. We're going to see if it can be a little more of the same here as they continue with this Algrim and Zul. Oh, nice pogo. Okay, still more pressure over on the left side. Oh, gravity cancel side sig. Looking for it. No pressure. He's able to get back up on stage to even get a little recovery. Put some damage on it. Nair off the cannon. Watch this Wusheng
Okay,
get
Taya
tossed
making
around
it back
here.
onto the stage, picking up the lance, able to get Mev off stage briefly. Sidelight Sideu, no dodge from Teoxys. Okay. Pilot just looking for a raw ground pound. Does not matter because Taya has managed to get both of them off stage at the same exact time. Whose stock is going to get lost first? Who's it going to be? And it's going to be Mev. Thank you for answering my question.
But they almost answered right back. Oh my God, that is 2v2 support right there. That is some serious support. That Sayer came at the perfect frame, perfect timing to save his teammate's stock.
That's right. Okay, Taya waiting for this opening now. Waiting, dodging upwards. Okay, looking for the recovery. Taya just looking for any way to be able to possibly land safely, and does find that safe landing indeed. The game count, the stock count, rather, and the damage spread is looking just about even. Mev is off stage. Both of them are off stage at the same exact time, but Teoxys with the pivot end light, it does not matter! That follow-up was crazy, Slow-Mo.
I can't believe it didn't knock him out. Oh my goodness. That was absolutely insane. The awareness from these players is just off the charts. And honestly, so far in game number 2, both these teams are playing fantastically. This is turning into an absolute scrap between these two teams. Mev coming back down stage. He's going to get taken out real quick, though, as soon as he lands. Now, teammate trying to get back up. Can't find a home. Yes, he does. Feet back on the ground. Double back-to-back Sayers on both of his opponents. But Mev going to catch that landing.
Pivot end light. Okay, Taya not losing that stock quite yet. Pilot using the silo to get a bit of momentum. D-Light neutraler just in time to be able to find the best possible punish. Pilot wanted that ground pound. That weapon toss had other plans for them.
Yeah, so we're seeing blue team clean up these stocks here, try and get things back to even.
Can't believe that side sig didn't connect.
I know. Pilot doing everything he can to tank this stock. That recovery, though, is going to go ahead and get it done. And now all eyes are on a little Mev as he is now in knockout range. Still going to go out, just go after him unarmed. That's fine. Going to go ahead and pick up Axe now, swap him back over to little Mev.
They got him separated. They have him split up. Teoxys wanted to go for the KO off the top, but it is 2020 poorly. Nobody's going to be dodging up above Spirit when they're that close to the top blast zone. Mev gets knocked off stage to the left side. Pilot going to be chase dodging up. Going to be looking to get this juggle. Can they actually catch this landing? And the answer is yes. Amazing turnaround and light. Looking for the signature. Doesn't connect. Teoxys somehow avoiding the weapon toss. Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah, this is going downhill for blue team at a rapid pace because Pilot still has a very healthy stock when it comes to his last one, and now it is that 2v1 situation again, and all they got to do is fight with that. That is going to go ahead and take care of it, and that puts them up 2-0.
They kept them separated. They kept them split up, and they made sure that landing and getting back onto stage was as difficult as possible. Pilot and Taya, they have so much momentum behind them. They look poised to take this in a 3-0, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I know in my heart of hearts, I was wanting some more action. I was kind of hoping that we would get this pushed to a game number 5. But like you said, right now it is looking like the Pilot going them in a Taya show. And gonna stick with this. Nobody's gonna swap except Mev swapped off the Dhalsim to default. So we got that going for us. But we're gonna drop into Demon Island, and sometimes that drip swap is all you need. Maybe it'll give him the momentum to get it done.
That's right. Pilot looking for that end light, not going to be able to find it, just avoiding that side as well. All of a sudden, Teoxys eating that cannon ground pound, and Pilot is playing like an animal. 2 consecutive cannon ground pound attempts. Thank goodness Mev was there to stop it from happening. Pilot, that's that Zoe mindset, baby.
Taya did a really good job of coming over and still showing support, allowing that interaction to happen. Now he's dancing up the top, break it down. Oh, side 6 gonna go ahead and delete that stock. That's gonna delete that one. And here we go. Red team is in the driver's seat, and they are cooking to try and finish the stock in 3-0 fashion to be able to go up against Koko and Munir here in just a little bit.
Gets that end light, side light, neutrally as well, putting on the damage, avoiding the end sig though, ever so slightly. That end sig as well unsuccessful.
Ooh, nice.
They got him stacked, they got him sandwiched, and they got him hit by that Wushang end sig to finish it.
Very nice. Good offensive coming out from blue team right now. Mev trying to get that hard read. Had to sit back just a little bit. That is going to send him way out, but his teammate, Pilot, comes right in between them, puts a wall up, and does not allow blue team to go out and put the pressure against his teammate, but it did end up costing him. Is now Taya is sent way out. Should be an easy punish. Oh, he touched somehow, some way, but he caught an unarmed Sair as soon as he made his way back up.
Okay, Mev going to be losing that second stock off the side. The D-light into the side light neutrally as well. That is so much damage successfully dealt onto him.
Okay, this is kind of a weird spread here between these two teams. We see Pilot, who has kind of been the pilot for red team in the set so far, is on his final stock. His teammate just lost their first one, so they are in a good position, but it is definitely Taya's holding the weight here in game number 1 and doing a great job of taking out the stocks. Mev
Pilot has to be careful.
Oh yeah, he absolutely does need to be careful, but so does little Mev, as that is going to send him out of here and possibly out of this tournament.
Yeah, that side sig was greedy. Taya all of a sudden in an excellent position to get this edge guard off onto Teoxys, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the game, and that's going to be the set. Yeah, I understand that side sig. Little Mev was like, all right, look, I want to hit this. I want to get this KO. I want to be able to win this game so badly. And then it just so happened that he ended up getting whip punished. So a little bit tragic for Little Mev, a little bit tragic for Teoxys. And that means that Teoxys and Mev are completely knocked out of the event. Pilot and Taya will be once again finding a placement into top 8. They got 7th at the Spring Doubles Championships, and now they're getting top 8 at the the Summer Doubles Championships, excuse me. And the question is, will they get knocked out at 7th again, or will they make a couple of nasty upsets for themselves?
I don't know. We are going to find out over on the main channel. I feel like I personally need to apologize to Pilot and Taya. I did not recognize your game. I did not put enough respect on you. I am sorry, because that was a phenomenal performance from them to take Teoxys and a little Mev out of this tournament. And like we said earlier, they're going to be going up against Koko and Munir here in just a little while, but that is going to be over on the mainstream.
That's right, everybody. So that means that, once again, that is the end of the side stream for Europe. We're going to be making a quick little transition on over to South America. Please ignore the fact that my camera is completely on the wrong axis, but that is not going to be adjusted now at the moment. Everybody, thank you so much for listening to Slow-Mo and I talk about video games. Congratulations to all the competitors in the EU that managed to get into top 8. If you want to keep up with Europe and all of the going-ons, you already know where you can find them. Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla on the mainstream. So that's where you want to go if you want to go ahead and keep up with the rest of the top 8 action. But that being said, we're going to be switching on over back to, I believe, Polymonto and Walt. Slow-Mo, do you have any final thoughts before we get into SA?
I'm excited. We have another block today. Everybody, beardbrawls.com. Go sign up for our next event. I mean, there's no reason not to. Other than that, you and I are gonna take a little bit of a break, probably get some lunch. I know I'm hungry, and we're gonna settle back down here in a little bit for top 16 of your South American action. You guys don't go anywhere, and we'll see y'all here in a little bit.
And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I and I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. Smile. So I smile. It's here in the underpass. Yeah. Stay side. Aight, come on. Whether you ready or not. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. I wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple.
What is up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back. You're still watching the Summer Doubles Championship, and we are going to be moving into the South American side of things here while EU is wrapping up. We just can't wait to jump into this, can we? My name is Polymonto, and I'm joined here with Walt. How are you doing?
Dude, you're right. We can't wait. We had so much fun a couple hours ago. We had to come back and say, you know what, give us another bracket. I'm excited to be here, man. There's a lot of really fun Brawlhalla that is about to go down right now. In fact, our teams are already in the lobby for our first match, so I don't even think we're going to have enough time to kind of just hang out and check in on each other, Polly. We got to go into our first match. Who do we have here?
We got Ren and Ahmed going up against Yota and Doc. I'm completely honest, all of these players, not a single one of them have gotten a top 8 before, but now we're seeing some top 32 finishers. We're seeing 4 and 5 coming up from Doctor and Yoda respectively. So these are, I wouldn't dare say new names in the bracket, or at least this deep into the bracket. Potentially they've gotten some kinds of placements like this with other people, but Doctor and Yoda, it's the first time they've gone this far together. Ren and Ahmed, it's the first time they're in top 32 at all.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Joda and Doctor, a couple of 33rds at the last doubles championships for the SA bracket, spring in May, and then winter a couple months prior in March. So definitely no slouches in terms of these brackets. We're going to load in just a second. But I'm excited to see. I mean, this is all-time high placements for all of these players on the screen, so it should be a fun time.
Yeah, well, yeah, so then again, it's another first top 32 because together allegedly, but so yeah, lots of firsts here. All of these players are on a pretty good run so far, and they're looking to make it even further as we're moving into this first game here.
Yeah, let's get into it and see what Ren and Ahmed have to offer. I saw a few people in the chat cheering for their boys over there, so you love to see that one. But let's get into this first game.
It's always like this. Whenever there's a player and we're like, you know, I have no idea who these guys are, but this is gonna be fun. There's always someone in the chat being like, "That's my boy, that's my boy." You guys don't know. You're about to find out. We are about to find out. So far, we're finding out about Ren is a sword gameplay, able to already grab a knockout.
Yeah, Doctor going there, taking him to the office right there. The little ground pound unarmed from Ahmed isn't enough to do it right there. Jota will come right back. But there's the recovery off the top. Ahmed is really putting in work with this axe so far.
Doing a really good job on that indeed, but they're gonna get themselves stuck in a team combo. The neutral signature sending him backwards there, which is going to be an angle where he's not gonna get knocked out. But give it some extra time, give it another hit, and he's gonna be able to pick that one up.
Okay, so slight damage lead going over to Ahmed and Ren so far. But, I mean, not even really that much to say about it. I think anything could happen in the next couple of seconds. Ahmed's still unarmed, looking to pick up the gauntlets right there, and is going to get it.
Wow.
Hang on.
So far doing a great job with the aerial gameplay on the spear. Able to get the Sarah in. He's going to get stuck in a team combo, though the side signature didn't even connect onto Yoda. It connected onto the Hattori instead.
Right. Ahmed going a little bit far off right there as Ren and Doctor face off against each other, but gets picked up in the action. Doctor going back to the clinic there for the last stock.
That's a bait, right? Yeah, I mean, you're holding that neutral signature for that long. You're waiting for a teammate to get in there and throw out the signature. I think he was even going for the player that went up before, but he just... Fortunate circumstances made it so he hit the other one.
Ren sweating on the side right there. Exclamation points are going to start coming through, but Ahmed just wants to tunnel down Doctor right here on the recovery. Now both members of Red out.
Yeah, Doctor already in their last stock here, approaching orange, but I mean, Doctor throwing out a recovery. Fairly safe move to be thrown out. He's going to get a knockout off of it as well. Yoda able to connect that Sair. These guys, they are behind, all things considered, but I mean, they're taking stage control fairly well right now. They're going to lose it momentarily. Neutral signature is going to get a knockout though.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Johto right now, the way that they've been hanging onto this stock for a little while. Very, very safe gameplay with a spear, but the recovery is enough to get that one, making it even at 1. You gotta stay alive now, Doctor. That might not be enough. It's gonna be off stage. Weapon throw does not connect.
Able to dodge that one out. Actually, not even dodging, just finessing it around as they are still sustaining their stocks here. I mean, it was looking at Augment and Red. They had a massive lead, but Yoda and Doctor, they're slowly but surely, they're starting to pull this one back.
Absolutely. Let's see. Big swings coming through from Augment on that axe. Can he get too much more? Ren is slowly starting to approach Red as well, but the big target here is Doctor. Look at that damage.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Doctor's damage for the past 2 minutes. I think he just doesn't care about the damage. He's not going to get knocked out. Damage does not matter unless the enemies are able to find that one move which will get the knockout. And light comes out. The Sayer would have been phenomenal.
This is doable,
will
though.
not find the connection, though.
Wait a second. Okay, Augment wanted to chase dodge in onto Johto while he still had advantage state right there. That's not going to KO either, but you do get it a little bit of time to piece up in the 1v1 instead.
Getting sandwiched here. Sayer isn't going to be connecting, and also the missed recovery coming out from the Rayman. We're seeing a scramble at this point to just get any kind of punish. We're waiting for any sort of mistake. He wanted to get that Sayer in,
that's not
but he
enough.
got interrupted. Agma just a little bit earlier.
Didn't disarm either, so he can cover his tracks with the weapon toss up. Both. Look at how long Doctor's been staying in this right now. This
I don't
could be
know,
the reversal
dude.
hit though, but it's not enough.
He gets the knockout too, man. I can't wait to see this graph. Doc just refused to lose that stock. And you see it right there, 356 damage, 5 knockouts. He made that stock out. But then again, take a look at the damage. Keeping that stock is very, very key, but he has to basically run away for such a long time. Ren and Ahmed have to try and tunnel vision onto him, or rather, that's what they shouldn't do, because when they do, I mean, Yoda is just gonna... I don't know. Dude.
So the charts are backwards on here, just so people know. But you
Oh,
want to
yeah,
look
yeah,
at the
yeah,
one
yeah.
all the way to the right. That just doesn't
Right.
seem to end for a while. But I don't think I have ever in my history of watching Brawlhalla, which is admittedly is shorter than some of the other out here, but I don't think I've ever seen it go that dark red before. So kudos to Doctor for hanging on to that stock forever and taking that first game.
Yeah, it's definitely, as someone that has casted this for admittedly probably a bit longer, I can say that it is still considered long. I mean, it's a top 10 probably of what I've seen. It's very, very impressive. And again, the way that Yoda, when they were tunnel visioning, the way that Yoda was able to just sneak up on him and get 3 hits.
Absolutely. Let's see if Ren and Augment can pull this one together for game 2. It was looking real close.
Doc, already see him with a 1 stock lead. Oh, almost able to get.
Ooh, swinging.
Almost able to get. Didn't want to commit to that Sayer. I believe maybe he wanted to go for a GC D-Light, but then backed out of it because he thought the enemy would have punished him. Side signature connects out of Yoda.
Okay, looking for the team combo right there. A little bit misspaced from Yoda. Not going to get too much more. Reaching with that recovery right there, but... Augment has been playing unarmed for like a while, too. He played unarmed for a lot of game 1 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for sure. It's been working out very well for them so far, and you're gonna see just how much they can use this until it's not working, basically. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Side sig misses. Yoda going for the side light recovery, but it's still not enough to get the knockout. Ahmed sticking to that stock incredibly well. It will go down finally as Yoda now trying to go for a commitment. Sidelight Sayer is going to connect. That's a knockout
Yoda
too.
covering the ledge right there. Yeah, it looked like a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe Augment was going to try to come in for a save, but Yoda was just babysitting that ledge for a little while.
All right. 4 stocks against 3 of these stocks. I mean, they're looking fragile. They're all fairly damaged at this point. If they can potentially they can potentially concentrate their attention here onto the Val.
Oh, big swing there. Doctor makes his way out, but Yoda does not. Doctor's going to look for the side air right there. Dare as well to not get too much after. Now they target swap. Yoda's going to be looking for the edge guard, and Ren actually hooks it up for him to keep off stage for a little bit longer. Now the sweat comes through.
Recovery not connecting off of Ren. Sidelight going to get them stuck, but the Dare is going to come in and intervene. Ahmed now still on that second stock as he's trying to land with the hammer. Weapon throw downwards is going to connect with their enemy, but he's just not allowed to land. Yoda's anti-air so far has been great on that spear.
Yeah, absolutely. Those recoveries from Yoda have just been lethal. I mean, they haven't really promoted the stock just yet, but it has allowed Ren to basically be a non-factor in that entire stock as Ahmed was going to fall out.
This is the thing, right? Ren and Ahmed, they were looking really good. If Yoda and Doc are able to concentrate their attention onto Ren, I thought that's the one thing they needed in order to win this game. But Ahmed, they've been able to get his stock off even faster. There it goes, 2v1 now.
Okay. This one was very doable in game 1, but that was just because both members of Blue were incredibly deep red towards the beginning of that 1v2. Ahmed's got his work cut out for him here.
Jota just naring away. Ahmed able to get that DC again, though. Their Sair is going to seal the deal for Doc as they go 2-0 on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, solid showings so far from Jota and I'm mistaken on the second name. Right
Doc.
now.
Yeah, Doctor. It's
The
Doctor on start.gg and then it's Doc9 on Steam.
Okay, so. yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, it looks like we're just going to run it right back. I was wondering if maybe Ahmed and Ren wanted to look for like a legend swap, perhaps, something with a little more bulk on the defensive end to maybe stay alive for a bit longer, because that's where Doctor and Jota are really thriving right now.
I feel like I definitely approve of them sticking to the same legends, because this is 2-0, yes, but this is definitely 2-0 with an asterisk. Like a lot of these games could have gone either way, and you're so close to a working formula, you might as well go back in there and just try a little bit harder and see what you're able to do.
100%, let's see.
Oh, their ground pound connecting off of Ahmed, great option used there on the axe. Dogs. D-Light on Spear dropping? Was that what I saw? Either way, he's very blessed. Not have been hit by that. Ahmed with the follow-up DC D-Light all the way out there. What awareness!
Yeah, that was insane, because it really was Ahmed in disadvantage there, just looking to recover back, and he kind of just had a gift handed over to him by Ren. Great team synergy right there from Ren. They're going to get pieced up real quick. Doc already in orange on the second stock.
See a small team combo coming out. It doesn't go all the distance to a knockout, but sometimes you don't need that. I mean, you got so much damage. Doc is in orange now. They're working with a massive disadvantage just because you were able to set that one up.
Ahmed throws the weapon, opts for unarmed once again. Weapon spawn is not going to come through for a minute. It looked like it came on the right side where Ren was.
Waiting so long for that ground pound, and then the Spear player was just completely ready to go for the sidelight follow-up as well. These guys, they're having some great synergy right now, but is the synergy better than Ren and Ahmed? I'm not sure, man.
It's hard to say. I mean, even when you separate into 1v1s, you saw Ahmed just get that very, very simple downlight to Sair to find that KO. So Doctor is on that last stock. We saw him live forever in the first game, but it looks like they're finally starting to fall behind here against Ren and Ahmed.
Jota? What was that, Sair? I'm sorry, excuse me. I thought he was on the ground. He said, no, I'm in the air. I'd like to see that on the replay. I'm not sure if we're gonna get that, but okay. That's a mechanical skill right there. I'm flabbergasted.
Ooh, okay. All that being said, Jota is the one that's hanging on to this last stock. As I say it, though, it's just a KO off the top. It looked like he was going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. Now it's ones across the board.
Ahmed, let's see what you're able to do on this axe. One stock, able to... The D-signature isn't going to be connecting. He's patrolling the ground, but right before he's even able to anti-air them, I mean, Ren is one step ahead of him. He gets that Sair in. 1v2 situation, the team combo. You guys missed it the last time, and they're actually going to be missing it this time too.
Ahmed's Sairs from this hammer play have just been so good in this game. They're staying in it for now. About even in damage, but I mean that big hit is gonna come through and get their first game on the board. Ren and Ahmed showing some signs of life.
If they lost that game after missing the team combo for a second time, I think I would have shed a tear. I would have shed a tear on stream. Well, I'm really happy that didn't happen. Now these guys, they've had some unfortunate turn of events whenever they tried to get that team combo set up, but third time's the charm, right?
One singular tear shed for Polly in the chat. It's just it would be a sad day if they were able to lose off that one. But it looks like we will be going to game 4 now. Yeah, they are better than that indeed. And they were showing great improvement here as well. I'm excited to see what happens in this game 4 now. Again, elimination side bracket. So Ren and Augment need to win 2 in a row to stay in this one. Jota and Doctor, just a single game left.
3, 2,
High stakes
1,
games, and yet again we have a lot of these players. Ren and Ahmed specifically, they haven't gotten top 32 yet, and just getting one game is so comforting because it means that they might not fall victim to the mental block, right?
100%, 100%. Big ground pound attempt from Ahmed doesn't get punished, so we will just go hard reset right now and break off.
Ahmed able to get back up, tries to get that Seer with a little bit different positioning. He could have caught both of the players with that, so it would have been amazing, but just not quite there yet. As Jota and Doc were able to get themselves an initial lead here.
Ahmed once again unarmed from that big hit right there. Both red team members off stage might have to look like a recovery situation from one. Ahmed may not be able to come back right here. Oh, wow, the reversal as it happens. Jota, he might not have anything.
Ren just sweeping in there out of nowhere where the ground pound second one is going to be enough as they get both of the knockouts. Great synergy there. They did multiple target switches in that one offstage interaction. Jota and Doc, they didn't know how to respond. They were unsure what was going on, I think.
Is like the perfect word, Polly. I mean, like, it really looked like Jota was going to be the first one to fall there, and somehow getting that reversal was insane. As the dust settles, it's just Ahmed sitting on his first stock still. But oh my god, here comes the team combo with Ren.
Okay, Sarah comes out. Jota, he's going to be able to get back up. Okay, I was getting a little bit worried there, but just as I say so, I mean, he hasn't touched the ground yet. Okay, now he will. Doc is going to be able to free up some space by getting Ahmed out. Just like that, though, Ren is going to throw them off stage. Jota has basically not been allowed to play this Doc so far.
Jota off stage once again. They're going to look to try to go in on Doc. No, it's the target swap towards Jota as he recovers.
Wow.
Ren kind of getting chased up by Doc over here.
I think it was neutralized into the double chase dodge, weapon throw, and then another neutralize. Something like that by Jota. Super clean interaction that he was able to get there. But Ahmed able to get a knockout with that delayed recovery. GCN Sig.
Oh
okay, the punish off of that could have been massive, but you might not want to go that risky. I mean, you already have a small lead. You might not want to try and make a massive call-out move like that.
Okay, Ahmed fighting his way back, but the ground pound from Jota is going to deny once again. Big Sarah, and there is nothing left in the tank. Last stock here for red team as well.
Ren is stuck in a very short 1v2. Ahmed is going to be able to spawn back up. Jota gets that D-Light in. Ahmed, D-Light, Dare, D-Light. Nair going to catch both of them. It's just a scramble for damage right now, Walt.
Oh, big recovery right there. Or, excuse me, big extension from Doc. Excuse me. And we're going to get a little bit more. Oh, what? He just ripped that?
Recovery, man, jump recovery, catches them off guard. It worked, but it didn't get the knockout. Not quite yet. Ahmed and Ren, this is your one final chance, your fighting chance to get this to a game 5. Jota neutral sigging his teammates. They have an opportunity. The Sarah's gonna get the knockout. It's a 2v1.
Got one. Yup, Ren off stage right now, so Jota maybe jockeying for position. Yup, he finds Ren off the top, and now we have a very doable 1v1 right here, hammer versus spear.
Ahmed able to break the neutral bubble with a weapon throw. He's going to take a D-Light Seer to pay for that one, though. Trying to get back up. The spear there. Oh, no, not another one. I smell the second one. And just like that, 3-1 on the scoreboard. Jota with 700 damage and 5 knockouts.
Holy moly, dude. I mean, the way that we saw Jota navigate that 2v1 was just expertly done, right? I mean, we all saw the way the positioning was happening. I think his one opportunity right here was to go for Ren. You saw the sweat beads come up. It was his perfect shot to get it. He capitalized when it mattered the most.
Yeah, the off stage as well, the dare. I mean, the dare, it's such a simple move, but what can you do? Look at Ahmed right now. There's not much he can do other than dodge in that direction. You're gonna have a hard time getting back up, and using that kit super well. Ending it off with a 1v2. I really thought Ren and Ahmed had that. They were really close.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, look at that damage, man. 708 damage from Jota. Of course, off the back of having to fight that 2v1 at the end there. But I mean,
really amazing, amazing stuff. Whether it was Doctor hanging on forever. I mean, you even see Doctor on his first stock right here. I think the graphs are once again mixed up, so that would actually be Ahmed hanging on to that first stock for a while. But, I mean, the survivability from Doctor, and specifically that first game, was just so good.
For sure, man. And I believe that we are actually, I mean, quite quickly, we're getting ready. we're getting ready. We're loading up another set here. And, man, the speed of that set was pretty insane. And also only 2 axes. I feel like we just came off of seeing like 20 axes for every single set.
Oh, yes.
That's not a real word. That's not a real word. But we've been casting EU and SA today, so you can forgive my English. Not for NA though. Then you can make fun of me again.
Oh man, yeah, what a crazy game, but we're already going to go right into the next one. Like you said, this is Razo and Tavares versus Fago and Leandrobum. Am I pronouncing that right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing
Hey man,
that right.
I'm telling you, your guess is as good as mine. Razo, Tavares going up against Fago and Lean Drobum. Lean Drobum. I mean, that goes kind of hard. Lean Drobum.
It's pretty good, yeah. I'm with it.
I'm with it for sure.
Tavares and Razo, they actually got a 9th place at Spring Doubles Championship back in May. So pretty solid placements overall. You guys can look at the bottom of your screen there. Their PRs for doubles are also quite high, both within the top 40 of the game for 2s. So, I mean, we expect to see some greatness from them. I'm not really too sure what we should see from Fago and Leandro, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, they got the. I always say this whenever we find games like these. They have gotten this far into the bracket. That has to amount for something, right? And we're gonna see what they're able to do as we're loading into our next game. I'm seeing Leandro Boom on the Barbara and Fago on the Chun-Li, Razo and Tavares on Rayman and Ragnir. So we're seeing Qatar gameplay in 2v2 here. I'm kind of excited about that.
Yeah, such an interesting weapon of choice for 2s, right? Because it's so much like diagonal play that you have to play with guitars, and it doesn't really seem like it lines up very well in terms of like setting up team combos or anything like that. I don't know what your thoughts are for this weapon.
I mean, my one issue with guitars, and this is coming from a place of me never having had a teammate that plays guitars, is when do you follow up? Like, when do you allow your teammate to go for a read? When do they go for the soft read? When should you wait for the reaction? You might not even need any of that, because sometimes the guitar player just gets a double knockout. You know, there's a lot of things to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think they're fine based on that first couple stocks. But I mean, yeah, Razo and Tavares already off to the races right here. Full stock lead for both of them, pretty healthy on their first as well.
D-Lights here coming out from Faye as he's throwing Razo off stage. D-Signature going to be connected this time as well. And yeah, it's looking like they're going to close out these stocks, but they've been racking up so much damage in between that Tavares and Ray, that they've gotten a full stock lead at this point.
We do see double axe on the board. Tavares is going to find that stock off the right side. Weapon toss to try to break up Leanne, trying to get through there, but not going to get too much after it.
All right. Faye already on their last stock here with Leandro on their. Actually, that's going to be last. Yeah, in the time span of me trying to pronounce their name, they are already knocked out. Dude, red team is just too fast.
They are just too fast. Again, pretty sizable lead here for red. Wow, what a weight there from Razo too.
Fago is basically out. They're not even committing to the offstage because they would rather get a team combo off of this, trying to just capitalize off of this as much as possible. That's it. 2 minutes. Was allowed to play the game for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, even I'm sure we'll see this on the replay as well. Even Fago getting caught up in the center, like scrambles are totally fine in this position for red because of how much extra, you know, runway you have in terms of stock and damage right there. Looking for the GC on arm, not going to get too much, but that's all she wrote for game 1. Let's zoom in on the Rayman.
Neutral Signature is going to close that one out. I believe, yeah, four stock victory. I'm very excited to see these replays because I'm not sure where those stocks went. It happened so quickly. Double knockout off the get-go. The Sair from Tavares. I mean, so far, I mean, this is textbook Brawlhalla. They're just hitting knockout. They're just hitting moves that's going to get a knockout. I mean, I'm not sure what I was expecting. Lots of axes Sairs. They're just solid, man. Yeah. They're making such few amounts of mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to your point about a Qatar player in twos, right? Like, we really saw the Qatar shine very well in the first stock, but that's it. I mean, you can see the damage layout right now, only 87 damage. The Ragnar was predominantly on Axe for the rest of that game.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he took his quota of 2 stocks for that first one. It was like, you know what? All right, it's Axe time. Let's go.
Yeah. All right, I got those 2 knockouts just so that no one can say I'm playing Ragnar for only the Axe. You know, I wanna dodge those flamers, and he definitely did. We're moving into the second game now. Tavares and Razo, they had an amazing first one. Let's see if Leandro and Figo are gonna be able to come back.
Okay, we're underway right now. It was falling behind a little bit early for Fago and Leandro, so let's see if they can make a couple adjustments right here. Quick little 2-piece onto Razo is not going to get too much damage.
Oh, Fago able
big
to grab
swing.
that. He punished the GC, but he's going to be able to find. He found a knockout. He found a wake up out of it, which led to the knockout. So great escape options there.
Wow,
Oh,
the
no.
coverage from
Not this early.
Razo was insane with the unarmed 2. Just behave, please.
Kept the stock still. That's so much pressure. Second stock orange. I mean, Fago, he's been getting bullied. I'm gonna be completely honest. He's been getting a little bit bullied in these games.
Okay, here comes the Qatars right now. Let's see if he can make some magic happen in the 1v1. It looks like Leandro just didn't have enough resources here. You're charging the GC as well.
Okay.
Razo is going a little bit too ham though on the right side. Just
Literally
gonna fall out
sacrificing,
and stop.
yeah, sacrificing the stock. Just maybe he could get that Qatar Sarian. It's worth it. It's not really.
It's always worth it. It's always worth it. You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So let's see if he can get one right here. We're back on the Axe once more.
1v2, and I mean, Razo, he's not afraid. He's not afraid to fight in these circumstances. What are you gonna do? You're gonna team combo me? I'll just hit you with the Axe before you hit me.
It's that easy sometimes. Let's see, Leandro just trying to play up to down up against Razo, but it's just going to be a quick target swap right here. And again, like you said, they don't really even care that Fago has to spend the time to come back to stage. Like, they want to prioritize the 2v1. And I mean, either one of them's going to fall out. It looks like it's Leandro first. Weapon toss 1, weapon toss 2, but there's nothing left in the tank. It is 2-0 for Tavares and Razo.
I mean, at this point, I would be worried as a Figo and a Leandro fan. Tavares and Razo, towards the end of that game, I feel like what was really happening was they were starting to respect their neutral less and less. Like, it felt like Razo literally just ran towards them and pressed the buttons, and it was just working.
Sometimes it do be like that, Polly. People will say, I'm seeing a legend swap here, though.
All right.
From Leandro, it's looking like the Nimue coming through. Spear Orb. I mean, we were talking about weird weapons in twos, right? And Qatar is kind of being a little bit interesting, and you don't know when you should interact with your teammate. I kind of feel that way about Orb sometimes too.
Yeah. Nimue, being the Dusk crossover. I mean, the thing about Orb is that I feel like Orb has a lot of the same kind of energy as Hammer in terms of you can play it as a heavy weapon or as a string weapon, because you can play Orb very successfully, as proven by, you know, these CEO, if anything. You can just do sidelights here on Orb as your bread and butter and not really go for any large strings, and it's super strong.
Let's see what it brings to the table here. I mean, it's a pretty tall order to come back from down 2. And just like that, Leandro is actually the first one to get knocked out. Fago's looking pretty damaged as well. Oh my goodness.
And yep, the recovery to close that stock out as well. They're fighting team combos left and right. They're dominating the neutral sphere right now. They're gonna catch both of them in the Qatar combo. But he goes for the massive commitment off the right side. Wow.
I'm a Qatar believer, Polly. I'm seeing the vision right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're making it work. No one can say otherwise.
We will see Ray go off the top right there. So Tavares, the last one standing on their first stock. Pretty damaged as well, but he doesn't even care. Gonna find a second stock on Fago. Make that a double, and Tavares still hanging on to this first.
This is brutal, man. I mean, Fago and Leandro getting this far into the tournament, and they're going up against one of the absolute titans in the bracket right now. And it is definitely showing. These guys, this is a different... these teams are two different levels of gameplay. If we're able to come back from this, I would be astonished.
Okay. Extending off stage a little bit, but a team combo on the two of them. It's gonna get the first, and I think the second one's soon to follow. Just call it for one hit. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
He got the Qatar Ensig, but Tavares swooped in with a gauntlet nair. He was like, no, you've got enough knockouts, I'm taking one.
You gotta share the wealth a little bit. That's gonna be a decisive 3-0 for Raziger and Tavares. Oh my goodness, let's just watch in awe of some of these replays, Polly.
Yeah, man. I mean, I mentioned it towards the end here. Tavares and Raziger. This was a different level of gameplay. PR25 and PR32 up against PR804 and none thereof. Lian and Figo, they've gotten very far into the tournament, and I really hope sets like these, there should be a motivating factor in competing next time and seeing if we're going to be able to put a larger dent into them for the next tournaments. Raziger and Tavares, as you said, they are more than deserving to proceed further into the bracket.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, what a good showing. I mean, from a weapon that I don't think we sold out early, but I think there was a little bit of kind of question marks going into, you know, how do you play around Katars? How do you play with Katars in doubles? But I mean, Raziger and Tavares really showed us big.
Yeah, maybe he heard us because he did not only fill the Qatar quota, I'm pretty sure he didn't fill the Axe quota this game. 409 to 35.
Oh, love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, because the first game, it was the opposite, right? Like, no, not using the Katars at all. Found the 2 KOs and then was like, you know what? I'm just going to do Axe things for a little while. But yeah, fun stuff regardless, man. It was a great, great set. And we have a lot more coming at you in just a moment. I think we're going to cut to a quick break. We have our next sets prepared in just a few minutes, but you're not going to want to miss it if it's anything like that guitar gameplay we just got. Keep it locked over here on Pro Brawlhalla. We will be right back after a few minutes. Gamers, 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 welcome back to the Brawlhalla Summer Doubles Championship. I am Turned Down for Walt, and I am joined by Polly Monto. And we were just discussing the value of Katars and doubles. It turns out they're great. So, you know, Polly, how you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling pretty good. I never thought I would see the day where I see an official Brawlhalla broadcast opened with the words gamers, gamers, gamers. But it is exactly what we're doing. We're going to go back to gaming. I'm really happy we could take that break because I needed to process these two last sets that we've had. I mean, these have been swift action.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like the what was it? 3-1 for our first set, 3-0 for the next one. And I mean, I don't even think that tells the whole story, right? Like we talked about a player like Jester living forever on that first game. It was crazy to see. We got a lot of crazy action that has already happened and a lot of fun action that is about to happen coming up in our next set. We have Curios and Ray Riot up against Revolution King. What a crazy tag. And Allison Ryan. That's an exciting one.
Yeah, Revolution King. Also, I mean, you mentioned Revolution King being a really, really good tag. The one I got stuck up was Allison Ryan. I really like whenever people have their tags as either their name or just a name. It's so funny. Like, anyone who watched CEO, Jeff, who you can't just not love Jeff as a username.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. And now, I mean, like, as a Melee player as well, so many of those people have just been using their actual government names to enter tournaments as well. So it's nice to see. I mean, I don't know if Allison or Ryan are any of their given names, but I respect it as well. Revolution King is still one that I hold dear to my heart. I still think that's just a very funny tag in general. And then I think we are a little bit familiar, at least, with Curios and Ray Riot, just based on their PRs that you're seeing on the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, for sure. Both Curios and Ray Riot. Curios I have casted personally before. He's been dipping his toes into top 32 and even once in top 8 quite a couple of times at this point, and he's proven himself in the bracket time and time again. Ray Riot, on the other hand, 8 top 32s. He's been around for a little bit longer, but I believe they haven't teamed together before, and it's going to be interesting to see how they will perform.
Yeah, and I mean, from a singles perspective, both of these players are quite strong as well. Ray Riot is actually a little bit slightly favored in PR over Curios. It's 19 versus 33 in singles. But,
it's a team effort.
I mean,
it's a team effort. You don't compare PR in between the players.
Both of them are great.
Yeah,
that's all I'm getting at. Let's see what Allison Ryan and Revolution King have to offer here, though. We do see the bow on screen. What do you think of that?
The bow. I mean, the bow. Yet again, I share a similar stance on bow, where sometimes it can be a little bit difficult knowing when you're going to get those follow-ups. In theory, bow is honestly completely fine in 2v2. It just gets overshadowed by a lot of the stronger 2v2 weapons.
Yeah, we'll see if Curios and Ray Riot on the double axe lance can leverage maybe some of those blind spots of the bow. It looks like we haven't seen a weapon swap just yet from either member of blue. Big damage, and that's actually first strike there from the bow.
Now, this is going to be very embarrassing if I'm wrong, but I think I recognize a Yumiko main when I see one. He used that bow D-Sig into recovery really well, and they would actually describe, it would explain why he's on this Yumiko right now. Sure. Either way, I'm going to keep a close eye on that for any further shenanigans we might be seeing.
Curios, a little bit of a reach, kind of charging for that one, but we do see double axe in play now for both members of Red, covering the ledge fully, and it was a quick 1-2 from Allison Ryan and Revolution King, but finally Allison will be the one to fall out.
Very nice and neutral lights. Ray going down there with a lance there as well to grab the second one. Curios gonna have to play maybe a little bit careful now as he's orange on that second stock.
Yeah, but look at Ray Riot's damage right now. I mean, approaching deep red already. GC is going to connect that combo as well for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, just like that Revolution King. I mean, he might join Curios on that last stock soon if Ray Riot just continues harassing him off stage with this axe.
Yeah, and Ray just extended all the way off stage to try to look for that knockout on Revolution King, it looked like, but Revolution's going to answer right back with the knockout off top. Finally taking down Curios, or Ray, excuse me, first stock.
Going for that cannon recovery to try and get back up. It was actually quite close to getting a hit on him as well, but it's not going to be doing that. Allison Ryan doing a great job on this cannon, stringing them up, but as I say so, I mean, that's a knockout on his teammate.
That's right. Gonna fall to last. Kyrgios is still gonna be the one to look for, though, from red if you want to try to force the 2v1 early. Big ground pound attempt there. This is gonna be off stage. That's huge right there. What a swing.
That one ground pound is going to be the one to hit. Now Revolution King not trying to go for any kind of stomp there. Patrolling the ground, having a very, very grounded playstyle, which works super well whenever you have a cannon player on your team. I mean, Allison Ryan, you need to keep a close eye on him. He's zooming throughout the air right now.
And I always get so nervous when there's a cannon player on the screen, right? For that exact reason. If you get split off into a 1v1 for just a split second and you read those dodge patterns correctly, it is all but over. And that's the game right there for Revolution King and Allison Ryan. What a good start.
For sure. I mean, that was quite back and forth as well. They didn't have that strong of a start. Kyrgios and Ray, they were kind of, you know, they were stringing them up. But with that one stock lead they were able to cement themselves there. And I also have to say, Revolution King, level 57 Yumiko. So I would say at this level of gameplay, probably not a Yumiko main. I'm sorry to have insulted any Yumiko mains.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, what a great opening here from Revolution King and Allison Ryan, though. I mean, leveraging weapons like the cannon and the bow to really take advantage over a team that I think on paper is a little bit better.
Okay, and it looks like a really good day for Qatar mains right now, because we're seeing a second set of them. Now, actually, I do want to mention as well that there was a Qatar gameplay over in the EU side of things as well. I'm not sure. We didn't really see any in MENA. SEA, I'm not sure about.
None. Zero. At least from what I did, yeah.
Yeah, Qatar's definitely getting the strongest representation in the SA side of things right now, and we're going to see what they're able to do. Last time around, I mean, we doubted the Qatars, and we regretted that.
We were certainly proven wrong right here, but we'll see the first stock a little bit even in terms of damage spread. Revolution King is going to go out right there, surely, yeah. Kyrgios might be coming up next, but it's off stage for Allison Ryan. That's going to be enough right there. Nothing left and no wall to cling on to make their way back up.
Tries to go for the N-Sig. I'm looking at Revolution King really not being that afraid whenever he's in that 1v2 situation. He's not going to get punished for it, though, since he's not put into a team combo. Both players now down into red. You've got a hammer to try and get these stocks off. You've got a cannon. Ooh. There is going to seal the deal. Ground pound, maybe just trying to bait him. It's going to work out the second attempt.
Revolution King making some revolutions on Kyrgios and Ray's stocks right there, taking both of them with a quick rotation. Nice GC extension. It's just for more damage.
What a follow-up off of Kyrgios. The axe play. As that's going to give them a fairly solid damage lead here as well. They're not able to close out the stocks just yet. It seems to be a reoccurring theme in this set, or at the very least this game, that some of these knockouts are taking quite a while to be found.
Okay, what's the follow-up right here? Allison Ryan unarmed.
Okay, there we go.
No stock as well. We will fall to last right here. The Qatar is putting in work once again, Polly.
I am also humbled once again. They're able to get both of those knockouts fairly well. Revolution King and Allison Ryan now playing it from behind. Kyrgios and Ray are able to rack up even more damage. I'm looking at Revolution King down into orange now. We're going to have to play a little bit carefully. You see him going down to the left side, almost hugging the wall here. Gets a Sarm in.
Barely enough to do it. Kyrgios just trying to navigate that ledge right there on the left, but it was not good enough. A stomp into just the KO option right there from Revolution King. Once again, that hammer's been doing some big work.
Super fast knockouts with the hammer there, extremely vital. It could be their one key to success if they're just able to level it up here for the one final stock. It's been a nail biter so far, and in a nail biter fashion, we're also going to be finishing it off with almost a completely even situation here.
I'm nervous about Revolution King, though, and yeah, it just goes off the right side right there. I think that damage was just far too high. Allison Ryan on the cannon. I mean, you really want to look for separation here when you can.
Yeah, separation is the name of the game here. You have a cannon Sayer to play with, and we've already seen several of them come out so far. He's chilling here off stage. As he tries to get back up, he's going to get caught in the recovery. 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, great adjustments. I mean, it did come off the back of the Legend swap to a Qatar weapon, which I think was huge for them. A big thing that I noticed between this game and the prior game as well was it seemed like Kyrios and Ray Riot weren't able to get much in the way of team combos, and a lot of that was because they weren't really misaligning having different items. Of course, they were both playing in Ulgrim, so they both had Axe out at the same time, or they would both have Lance out at the same time. So it was like hard for them to even find those combos, even if they could start getting a 2v1, because the DI was online.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of vague team play, right? We're not seeing any straight up team combos, you know, saving each other whenever they're starting to go down. We're seeing more interrupts. We're seeing, you know, trying to pressure them, trying to help your teammates whenever they're getting edge guarded. But all in all, I would want to say that this is almost leaning towards more two separate 1v1s, which that can definitely change the tides of battle, just based on which are the better 1v1 players.
Oh, wow. Ray going all the way down for the ground pound. Both blue team members in a precarious situation right there. Allison's, it's done. Oh, you can swap up. This is a crazy reversal.
He got the cheese dodge from hitting them as well. And I can't believe we've seen no knockout so far. D-Light Anything is going to get the first one. As now Revolution King is going to almost get knocked out here too. Weapon throw into... He gets the follow-up off of a respawn. And the spear there to follow... I can't anymore. Well, take over. I have to sit silent.
You are not wrong about here. Revolution King, or Allison Ryan, excuse me, finally getting KO'd off the top. And at the end of it all, as the dust settles, it is only Ray with the first stock remaining, but not healthy whatsoever. I cannot believe that we only got those knockouts off of that insane scramble.
Yeah, no, that first stock, it feels like... I'm not sure, man. We had so many close encounters. Back to back to back to back. It just would not stop. And I mean, we are moving forward in the game, and it is evident Kyrios and Ray, they're going to be on top, moving into what is almost the last stocks here for Red Team if they're able to get the knockout.
Yep, Allison Ryan just barely hanging on right there, gets disarmed, but will not stick around for too much longer. It's the 2v1 combo. There's the KO at the top. No, it's just barely not enough.
I don't blame you for thinking that would be it. Those signatures carry a lot of force, but not enough. I mean, look at Yumiko, only orange.
Kyrios just hanging on after that stomp. Conversion from Revolution King. The hammer, of course, putting in a lot of work. You gotta get the stock here to stand a chance. But Ray Riot hanging on for dear life, not for long. Final stocks for everybody.
We have a quick 2v1 situation, and I was expecting perhaps we'll get the team combo set up. They saw that they're not going to be able to get it, so we might as well go for a 1v1 play. He tries to juggle him with the hammer, got some damage, and I mean, that damage down in orange, they might be able to get this knockout. They get it to a 2v1, it's possible.
They missed the follow-up.
Could be too late.
Ray missed that first follow-up. Allison Ryan still hanging on, is able to pick up the cannon once more. Do they call out the dodge pattern? It doesn't matter. The two-piece will happen right there, and Kyrios and Ray Riot snatch that one away again.
Yet again, back and forth game, and it could have gone either way, but it's going to... The scale is going to tip in the direction of Kyrios and Ray. Wow.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, to your point, Polly, I think the big thing you said is it almost appears like they're splitting off into these 1v1s, but Allison Ryan and Revolution King have not really been able to leverage the advantages that you can get off of having a cannon on the screen.
Man, I'm going to become the waffler, the yapping finalist of 2024, and say that I would equate Kyrios and Ray, what they're doing. The other day we were talking about chess, and they make me think of a quote that a chess player, Mikhail Tal, said: "You must take your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and the path leading out is only wide enough for one." I feel like that's what they're doing, though. I mean, they're setting up these offstage interactions where both of us are struggling to understand what's happening, and somehow they're turning those into their favor.
Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, it has just been a crazy, crazy match so far. I'm seeing Revolution King opting for a Kaya now, replacing that hammer for Spear potentially. And it looks like that is going to get locked in for Game 4.
I really hope we're able to see the loading frame on the broadcast whenever we go into this next one, because we got the new color for whenever you're on a level 100, and these are some of the things you're gonna see now in tournament gameplay. 2 level 100 yellow names coming out: Revolution King and Allison Ryan. They've had it enough with these pocket picks. They're going to their tried and tested, most experienced legends for this one.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they were able to get that first game pretty handily, I would say, but now the tides have turned, right? Kyrgios and Ray, 1 game away from advancing right here. And as a reminder, this is, I believe, the elimination bracket as well. So the loser of this is out of the bracket.
For sure. And we're seeing them right now. We're waiting. This is going to be a big brain. This is going to be a big brain map pick. So we're going back one step further. Not ready to start the game just yet. Perhaps just need a couple of deep breaths, which I feel like we might need at this point too.
I think you and I need that too, personally. Yeah. We gotta have to just take a second right here. But I mean, the unorthodox quote-unquote weapons that we've seen, and perhaps the bow, the cannon I love seeing in 2s again, just because of the way that you can create such explosive opportunities off of separating into 1v1s. It's great. I just feel like on the side of blue, it hasn't been leveraged super hard just yet.
Hasn't been leveraged very hard indeed, but I mean, the one thing, he is playing on the Queen Eye. Now, we have focused on swapping to the Queen Eye. What does that do? It gives him the Katars, but what it also gives him is Queen Eye signatures, which Queen Eye signatures, you know, they're very slow. You really can't use them that much in the neutral game, especially for unless you're having quite a gimmick playstyle, to be quite frank. But in a 2v2 setting, you can use these risky signatures with, you know, practically no risk, and they hit hard.
Yeah, 100%. You're also just granted, of course, the tankiness of this legend as well, but we are seeing Ray and Kyrgios use this to pretty full effect in here. It's set point for them coming into this game 4. Let's see, honestly, if the switch to Naya from Revolution King is going to be enough right here.
Oh my.
Changing out that hammer for the spear.
The neutral signature, it caught the second player just a little bit more delayed than the first one, and just like that, I mean, Ray has barely gotten hit so far. Light yellow at this point.
Okay, a little unarmed follow-up there from Allison Ryan. Going to deny the weapon as well and swap over to the cannon. Big hit on Revolution King is not enough to do it. It's actually Allison Ryan going off the left side there.
Beautiful usage of that side signature to get a punish. Going for a commitment off stage with the bow, but the recovery is going to catch him on the way back up. Oh, tried to go for the team combo there as he went for the wake up. We had some miscommunication. Two options that were used very well, but neither of them worked because his escape was just so good.
Allison Ryan just kind of threw themselves into the fray early and has taken a bunch of damage as a result. Just, again, has not found that separation that we have been looking for and hoping for from the cannon player.
Able to get another land snare in, but I mean, while he's keeping him occupied, Ray is able to get that knockout.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage that Allison Ryan has taken so far in this second stock right here. Revolution King already falling to last. It's looking really rough right here. Ray has still not lost his stock, dude. Hang on.
Okay, the D-Sig, it catches, it gets one knockout, trying to go for the second one. Team combo, neutral signature, and that is going to be it. I almost thought that wasn't going to knock out.
Okay, avenue for success has opened up right here for Revolution King and Allison Ryan. If they can rack up a bunch of damage on Kyrgios and make this a 2v1, that opens up the world right now, but it's going to be tough.
It's going to be really tough, and I feel like they know it. They're only going to be taking isolated 1v1s or 2v1s at this point.
Yeah, patient play right here. Doesn't want to overcommit right there and just run in, take a bunch of damage.
Oh no! Oh, I saw that one. I saw that one attack catch both of them. It could have been devastating. This is the one window of opportunity. Gets the axe here in the ground pound.
Okay, off stage.
And the off stage. There it is.
Covers perfectly done, and now we have the 2v1.
We stole each other's word. Perfectly played. Beautifully done. I mean, one chance, one opportunity, and they were able to take it.
Let's see. I mean, we're not out of the woods just yet. Ray could still clutch out this 2v1, especially with Revolution King at high damage, but if it's just one singular setup and that's all they need to take this stock, it might go to a game 5.
And light coming out. And I mean, then again, this is a legend pick. You're going with this legend pick for the 2v2 predominantly. This is not a legend I want to be on in a 2v1 situation. And Light comes out, trying to get a juggle started. He gets the recovery and he gets the first knockout.
Okay, enough to get across, and a breath of relief comes out for Revolution King and Allison Ryan. Polly, we're going to a game 5.
A breath of relief, man. I don't know if I took one breath of relief. I think I'm hyperventilating at this point. We're going to a game 5 after... That was so close. Could have gone either way. Sarah coming out. I'm not sure why we're getting this one in hyper slow-mo. Yeah, the ground pound.
Talking about how amazing this was, yeah.
They got it so fast. Like it's not like the way they got the knockout is incredibly impressive. It's just that was their one window opportunity of time to get the knockout. I mean, 100%. You put 2 players on a spot and you say you need to knock this guy out in 5 seconds. You're not gonna be able to do it. I mean, you create opportunities out of thin air. These guys managed to do it.
Yeah, that was a game of tactics 100% to make that one work when they were playing from behind for largely the entire game. Let's see if they can cross the finish line now.
Game 5, it has been a grueling battle, but there can only be one victor out of this one. I mean, Curious was setting up for the team combo, but there was no need, man.
Ray said, I want all the smoke for myself. First strike is going to go over to Ray right there. Revolution King already down on their first stock. Looking for another KO off the top. But I mean, this is just going from bad to worse right out the gates.
Already with that one stock taking off of Revolution King, which is going to be, it could be the catalyst for them to pick up an even larger lead. There it is, GCDC comes out, weapon throw! Oh my! Got that off of the bounce as well. He's doing trigonometry mid-game.
Pythagorean's theorem coming through with those guitars. When can I close the angle real quick? Revolution King once again sitting in red at their second stock as well. That's not going to be a KO, but that one will be. This is a chance to get Curious off the map as well and maybe equalize, start to mount this comeback.
Oh, okay. It's doable. It's still so doable. The first stock comes off of Curious as we have a quick 1v2. I mean, these guys... Oh, okay. I'm getting a little nervous.
Yep. Oh, looking for the reversal hit with the GC, but you're out of resources.
GCD Light all the way up there. These guys are playing Spear in such a ballsy way.
Oh yeah. Allison Ryan has to come back. What perfect coverage from Revolution King, but it's not enough. The double off the right side. It's a full 2-stock lead for Curious and Ray Riot.
Lead has been closed in ever so slightly, but we're approaching the end of the road. It could be too little too late. Ray is also able to get a quick conversion, make that a second one coming out from Curious here. He wants to go for the commitment. Allison Ryan able to get out of there, almost scot-free.
Okay, chase dodge up from Allison Ryan, but Revolution King is caught in the 1v1 with Curious. There's the stock on Curious. Can they find this to equalize right here? No, it's not going to happen.
The weapon throw stopping the variable force that he got with the Qatar Nair could have been one of the saving factors for him not getting Qatar to offstage.
Okay, Cannon doing Cannon things on the left side. Revolution King has to play perimeter and hold out Ray while they can, but that recovery is enough to do it, and it's the 2v1.
And that's going to be it. I mean, just as you see, it's a 2v1. They've already closed it out. They're going to be advancing throughout the bracket in what felt like one of the closest sets that we have had that we've been able to cover so far.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And I mean, we said at the start, right? Like, we had data on Curious and Ray. We didn't have that much on Allison Ryan and Revolution King in terms of placements, but they really showed up big here. I think the biggest difference maker from Game 4 to Game 5 was maybe just playing it a little too fast in Game 5, right? Like, they were kind of going in, taking a little bit too much damage, versus you look at the end of Game 4, they slowed that pace down to a crawl.
I want to emphasize for anyone watching that might have forgotten that this is PR 229 and the Noah PR going up against Curious and Ray Riot. These guys, I mean, they have definitely made themselves known on stream. They've already made themselves known in the bracket, and wow, very, very impressive.
Yeah, unbelievable showing right there. Very, very close set, and it was really, really doable, man.
It really was. Going all the way to game 5, Curious and Ray just a little bit, just a tiny amount better, and they're able to close it out. Advancing further throughout the bracket, I'm not sure if we ourselves are going to be able to cover their continuation. We are not, because their next game is actually going to be a qualifier for top 8. Yet again, that's going to be streamed here on twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. So if you want to see that, stick around.
Yeah, I'm excited, dude. This is a returning team from earlier in the day, Tavares and Razo, up against Asushi and Astro. So that's a team I have not seen today. Seems like they've made it pretty far in the elimination side of bracket. But Tavares and Razo were putting in some work earlier today.
Yeah, at sushi or at sushi? This is a very different distinction that I think that we should.
Yeah.
At sushi, that would go hard. That would go very hard, very hard as a tag as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the people want to know, right?
The people
I don't know.
want to know.
I think
mean, at sushi, add us on Twitter. This is very important.
Is it
but
at sushi?
They have at sushi. Yeah, they have. They have more important things to worry about as we're moving into our first game already.
So real quick, as we get started in this first game, Spring Doubles Championship happening a few months ago. Razo and Tavares got 9th. Atsushi and Astro got 17th at the same event.
All right, so we're moving into it. 20 seconds have already passed as we are getting a fairly even scramble here. Tavares and Razo. Yet again, I said at the end of last game, keep in mind that the PR difference was insane. Keep in mind this time that Razo and Tavares, the game we saw them play earlier today, they were popping off so hard.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Axe is going to come right back. What a reversal right here. You might be too far down. I think Tavares was probably looking to cut off the angle right there, but it is a reverse hit once again from Atsushi. Now both red team members have to try to recover back. We are going to get back relatively unscathed, but the big swing will come through for first strike.
Atsushi now left on this 2v1, going all the way beneath the platform, only to come back up and surprise him with a recovery. Those, I mean, that's the kind of offstage movement where you're like, no one would actually go for that, right? And that's exactly why it works.
Okay, recovery not enough to take out Razo here, but that one will. A little bit of damage goes up onto Tavares as well, but Atsushi is still the one to look out for, and yeah, there goes the stock.
Razo trying to patrol the ground now with the axe. Nair was quite close, but it's not going to be close enough. Sidelight, Nair is going to catch it. Tavares wanted to go for a follow-up there. Immediately target swapping to the 1v1, only to target swap back up to the edge guard, and then target swap back in again for the 2v1. This guy, the awareness on how to play axe in these situations is really high.
Okay, quick little two-piece right there from Razo and Tavares. Gonna find the side air. Really just patrolling that one weapon spawn right there, but does not want to get rid of the axe, so Atsushi does find a weapon in time.
Very close to connecting a D-Light there, but it's not hitting. Side Sig is going to do it. Recovery gets that knockout. Side Sig yet again gets the offstage version, but beautiful punish there from Razo. He's not gonna get hit by that one.
Yeah, we are in a close first game, and I mean, we really haven't talked all that much about Astro, the way that he's been able to kind of weave in with these recoveries and find the knockouts. Really, really clean so far. In deep red, surely will fall soon. There's the 1-2, and everybody's sitting on their last stock once again.
I mean, Gauntlets, in a 2v2 setting, Gauntlets really is that weapon where you might not get those massive stats at the end of the game, and you might not be put on the highlight reel, but you're able to swoop in there, you're able to control the flow of the game very well on them.
Atsushi taking a lot of damage, disarmed there on the way out from the right side, but can pick up the sword on the way back. Want to cover the center? No. Double axe for red team is very dangerous. There it is!
2v1 now. Razo committing to the offstage. Astro gonna get hit by the GCD like ground pound, and that's going to be it.
Red team wins.
Crazy end right there. I mean, the double axe pickup was really what sealed the deal at the end of that game one. But all that being said, I mean, Atsushi and Astro really put in some good work there. I wouldn't be surprised if they get one on the board on the way back.
I didn't realize until now. I think we mixed up Atsushi and Ashu at one point. We are working with two players that have their first letters as ATS and AST. So since we are in the loading frame right now, the Val is Atsushi and the Hatsuri is Astro, which we can see here on the graphic as well. Very similar names. They got that name synergy even. They're going that forward.
Sometimes you just gotta pair up perfectly with your homie like that. But let's see what game 2 has to offer. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if Astro and Atsushi are able to get one on the board, equalize the set count right here. That one was looking quite close.
All right. Raziger able to get that end light in. Beautiful punish from Astro, able to sweep in with a D-light combo. And another one. The follow-up as well. The ground pound tries to double dip, but he doesn't get it as Tavares tries to go safe for it. Astro is also able to hit him with that recovery on the way up. And Sig as well. They're kind of popping off right now. Kind of popping off. What?
Oh, big weapon toss as well. It's a big swing for blue team. All of that off the back of Tavares trying to kind of aggressively cover the right side of the stage, gets reversal, and then Raziger is the one that falls off there too. It's a huge lead for blue.
Side signature catching both Tavares and Astro. Worth it though, as it could have almost led to the knockout if they were able to close in on that edge guard. 2v1 opportunity. Tavares with a sidelight to catch his teammate and the enemy. Gotta interrupt that team combo at any cost now.
Looking to cut off the angle right there, but Atsushi not going to get too much. Both members in red, but with a stock extra to play with each. There goes Astro. Atsushi potentially just trying to carefully patrol back to the right side of the stage.
Tavares able to get the sidelight combo in. Atsushi not able to get a punish off of that either. Follow-up potential was there. Wanted to surprise him with a different thing instead though.
Yeah, to mix in that GC was just so clean. Just going to get batted off the screen right there by Raziger. But, I mean, to hang on to that stock for as long as you have and force Tavares onto their last is huge for the second game.
Atsushi spawning in with a fresh second stock, though. As I say so, they're going to get caught up in a little bit of a scramble there on the right side. Going down into yellow. This lead is super strong right now for them, and they're able to maintain this. Go for even trades, which is very hard to do in 2v2, especially when you're against these guys. Don't get caught in a team combo, and it could be 1-1 soon on the scoreboard.
Okay, Ray looking in right there, looking for the ground pound as well. Can you cover the edge? No, you want to swap over to Astro instead. Ooh, reaching
signature
right there.
Yeah, definitely a reach with that one. Potentially waiting for, potentially trying to preemptively wait for them jumping. Oh my god! The off the top gauntlet play is gonna close that stock out, and just like that, I mean, this game is starting to look pretty much finished. 3 stocks against 1. He's already down into red. Going off stage. Gets the ground pound though.
Okay. But this is rough. I mean, you don't want to be recovering like that, especially when the teammate's on the way back with the respawn. It was fated to be. There goes game 2, and we are evened up at 1 apiece.
It feels crazy that Raziger and Tavares, they got an almost, honestly, slightly convincing victory in the first game, and we already have such a back and forth.
Yeah, 100%. So we will be going to Apocalypse once again, it looks like. The Aang will come through on the side of red.
Raziger just cycling it through the Qatar ledges at this point, as we're seeing a Asuri coming out on the screen now. Now that is one legend. Right, Queen Eye, you know, you have some people dipping your toes into Queen Eye. As we mentioned, the signatures are very strong. The Asuri, I mean, Asuri mains are freaking out right now. It's not every day they get to see their main played in this level of 2v2.
They're doing the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen. There it is, it's there.
There it is, finally, we made it. We made it to the big screen.
We've done it, we've done it. Let's see what the Qataris can do here, though, in the tiebreaker game.
Side signature catching everyone on the screen, but I mean, you're catching 2 opponents with that, so team damage, not really anything you have to be worried about there. Oh, that's gonna send both of them down, and they get back.
Wow, that was a crazy scramble situation off the back of Tavares, just putting the team on his back for those 2 stocks.
D-Light and turned around for the side signature. If that worked out, I would have lost my mind. But maybe the 5-head play this time around it turned out to not work.
Okay, recovery not enough to find the knockout just yet. Next one is close. Tavares going in aggressively, and it's going to cost him. There's the first stock. Can Reiziger live? No, it's not going to happen there either. Slight lead over to Red in terms of damage, but just like that, the gap has been closed.
Sushi able to pick up a sidelight and force him off stage as they set up for a team combo. Astro right there, ready to go and hit that follow-up as well.
Okay, caught up in the action. Tavares ends up hitting Reiziger for a little bit of damage right there, but not too much. Ooh, extending off stage.
They're struggling for space, man. I mean, they're winning. I feel like they're honestly, maybe they're winning more neutral interaction than Reiziger and Tavares are. It's just that they're cramping the game super well. And we said this last time we saw them play as well. They're cramping that space that they're able to play in, and they are just thriving in that environment.
Yeah, I think forcing these positions where you just have all 4 players kind of stacked on top of each other, and it has been advantage Red for a lot of this, but as the dust settles once again, we see Sushi, the only one with 1 extra stock remaining, just going to kind of hold the ground floor while Astro tries to land.
Doing exactly what the Valve player with a stock lead should do. Playing a little bit safe, holding the ground, as you mentioned, getting that stage control, but even more importantly, you're ready for setting up a team combo whenever it's needed. They're doing a pretty good job at splitting them up right now, and this is what you'll see whenever players all the way down in red. They hit him one at a time, and that's a 2v1 situation.
Yep. Get the stock, that's a bonus as well. Sushi will fall to last right there, but there's the big respawn timer. Kind of favorable position for Sushi to play defense and allow Astro to come back, though.
They had a lead, but just like that, I mean, Astro not going to be able to cope with being behind there. The team combo is set up. You're not going to be able to fully close it out, but down in red at this point. Side signature is going to seal the deal. That stock melted away, Walt.
And that has just been a huge momentum shift, right? To go down 0-1 to Sushi and Astro, and then make a comeback, and then also say, you know what, I'm going to switch to the Shuri as well and see how this one can do. I mean, what a great turnaround.
Seen Astro now swapping over to the Ezio, perhaps not really feeling that spear, and I mean, to be fair, I'm sure we're going to get the damage graph soon. Have you been feeling a lot of the Astro spear? I feel like we haven't been seeing that much of it. We're seeing actually 239 damage on that spear. It looks like I'm wrong yet again.
I think the biggest thing that I had noticed with Astro's spear was largely in the first game that they won. And it was a big thing that I brought up of the way that Astro was able to kind of weave in to these 3-4 player stacks and find recovery KOs off the top were really, really good. But I mean, other than that, I think it's just doing its damage, and that's about it. It's not really getting much after that.
Yeah, and I mean, that spear gameplay that you want is to be able to zone off areas of the stage to create space for your teammates, right? But Tavares and Reiziger, we mentioned this earlier, they put it in such a cramped position that these end lights and these side lights, you're not really able to get much off of them.
So let's see what the swap from Astro brings to the table here. We do get Sword Orb coming through. Could be a bit of a paradigm shift now in terms of the weapon change out.
Yeah, the orb. Second time we're seeing an orb today. We didn't see the orb shine that much whenever we saw it last time. Maybe Astro is going to be able to give yet another niche demographic, giving the orb player some representation here.
That's all me, dude. I'm an orb fan through and through, but let's see. Okay, big recovery from center, and Astro can kind of reset position for blue, which is huge. Now they get to push off stage. That could be first stock. Gonna disarm himself to try to get the weapon toss for the KO, but not gonna get it.
Ooh. Tavares, nice target swapping there. Weapon through into neutral signature could have been massive. It's not going to be connecting though. The team combo could have gone for a follow-up there, but instead opting to go for the target swap. That's the thing, Tavares, man. Whatever he's on this spear, he will go for these target switches whenever no one is expecting it really, and that's why these call-out attacks are hitting.
And there, you mentioned it before, the first time we saw the orb, the side light, side air is just enough. You can keep it basic like that when you're playing the orb and find these knockouts. Just like that, Astro is the only player left with 3 stocks, but as I say it, falling off the right side potentially. Here comes the edge guard.
A It's a beautiful thing. You can keep it basic whenever you want to, and then you can really complicate things whenever you're feeling that way instead. Going to lose that stock though. Atsushi throwing out a dare there. I'm so afraid. Can you? What? I am afraid for him because he keeps going in these 2v1 situations, and somehow he's not getting stuck in a 2v1 combo.
Wait, speaking of 2v1 combos, though, somehow found a sandwich in between there. Look at the signature from Astro to push Ray off stage. It's huge damage right now, and that's the pickup from Atsushi as well to make the lead happen.
Picking up both of them. Another neutral signature just for good measure. It's not going to be enough to knock out. And okay, man, he's feeling it. He just wanted to test. Okay, maybe I can get another one.
Hanging in there for now. Ooh, really going in there hard. Astro with the side air and just wants to target swap. Recovery comes in onto Tavares instead.
I smell a game 5. If Razo loses this stock, I mean, this could be GG for the 4th game.
All right, Astro playing forward right here for this comp. Of course, Atsushi could go at any moment, and Tavares knows that there goes the recovery attempt. Was not going to KO, but that one from the Asuri sure will.
Can they get this knockout? It would be really large for them. They're able to get it indeed, as they're now 3 stocks against 1. Razo has to play this so carefully, and they have such a long way to go.
Astro has another stock to play with as well, which is huge. Here comes the combo right there. Sidelight wasn't going to get too much after. Still staying in on this second stock as well. Tavares looking to cover the edge with the pogo. Not going to get it, but that Sair will do.
And just like that, man, they're closing it in. Tavares off stage with that spear. They Qatar's ground pound as well.
Oh,
No options! No options!
Oh no, it might be over. It actually might be over. This is crazy. What can you do?
This
Unarmed
spear
recovery?
is there. Stop it! Someone stop him!
Oh my goodness. This is just oppressive from Tavares and Ray. Okay, Astro finds stage, but they are just patrolling the ground. Cannot let Astro pick up an item. It is just one unarmed dude against 2 very fierce competitors. Off stage once again, though, that pogo is relentless.
Trying to catch that side die off of the landing. Not able to find it though. The light, but didn't want to go for a true combo just in case his teammate is going to come in there and get that punish.
Okay,
Everyone's holding their breaths
keeping
now.
it safe.
Can he do it?
Off
1v2
stage.
situation.
Now Tavares doesn't have the spear, so the edge guards are going to be a little bit weirder coming through. Astro knows it, is able to come through. Ray is at such big damage, but yeah, there's the dodge and the weight and the KO as well. We find a 1v1 to potentially force this game 5.
He gets the first knockout. Recovery comes out, but it's not going to be enough. He still has this stock. He's so menacing. He's just sticking to the ground.
Gosh.
Tavares is so afraid to land. I would be too.
Okay, Tavares finds the weapon toss regrab on the item throw. Now there's nothing left. Does Astro risk throwing the item to try to deny it? Tavares is going to pick it up. It's gauntlet versus sword. That's the recovery. That's the game. It's just over.
Red team.
Ray Zyger and Tavares clutching that one out as it looked like Astro was going to win the 1v2.
And the amount of sword nairs that he got in, I mean, wow, it was so close. The 1v2 was so real, so close. I am just stalling at this point to get to see Tavares spear off stage play again.
That was scary. That's going to give me nightmares for a while.
Bing.
Oh my goodness. And I mean, like, you look at positioning, right? Like, Ray is able to cover that ledge as well. And it was just doomed, right?
Bing.
Astro had to go
Bing.
down there to try to save his teammate in time, but it was just too far low.
Oh, we didn't get to see the finisher. We didn't get to see the last couple of days. That's where there were more. Tavares able to get that recovery off of the end as well. The last 1v2 situation. Bing! I'm sorry, I can't stop. This is too fun. There's so many.
It's so good. Ding. Ding. Oh, ding.
Another one? I swear I got more.
Another
Yeah,
one.
there's another one. Second one,
Another one.
almost connected. But he gets back up. Getting back up in that situation. Did he get back up? Am I trolling? He did.
He
Yeah, he
did,
did get
yeah.
back up.
But it took a while, for sure.
It took a. I don't. It did take a while, even getting back up. I mean,
Yeah, and there was finally getting back up. You see both red team members just denying the weapons as well. Astro had a really valiant effort right there to try to close that one out, but it was just too little too late.
too little, too late. 3-1 on the board. Astro and Atsushi. I am a believer. I'm a believer of this team. Yet again, this is such a common trend in this tournament. PR 68 and PR 70. This was a game for 13th.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm excited to see what these two bring to the table moving forward if they choose to team together. I hope they do. It was really cool to see. And I mean, I think, like, you know, just talking one last thing about the game, the swap to the orb from Astro was huge. It was monumental right there.
Monumental indeed, and he used it quite a bit. 233 damage coming out of that orb, and yeah, I think that's about it though, Walt. I think we are done now for the sets that we are going to be watching. I am definitely excited to go make some popcorn first of all, and then sit down and watch this stream and the other stream, both of them at the same time, and enjoy the rest of this tournament. Walt, how are you feeling so far about this weekend, man?
I'm feeling great. I think I'm right there with you, dude. I'm about to go get a couple snacks, watch a little more Brawlhalla. There is a lot more fun action coming at you guys. But of course, for myself and Polymonto, we want to thank you guys for watching. And you want to keep it locked over here and on Brawlhalla stream as well, because there's still the rest of this SA bracket to go for the rest of the day. A lot of really fun action happening. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did just being here. But we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Brawlhalla Summer Doubles. I am, of course, Darla, joined by my lovely, incredible co-caster, Slow-Mo, with a fancy new camera. And everybody, we're going to be kicking off the last 4 top 8 elimination side qualifying matches for SA. Slow-Mo, how you feeling?
Hold on, it took over a mind of its own. Okay, that's better. Okay, I am feeling fantastic. I am always excited to get into South America. One of my favorite regions to watch. And then I'm getting treated with Lopez being in our very first game, which also makes me happy. So this is already laying out the outline to be a fantastic block for us.
That's right, it's going to be a phenomenal one. So just as you've mentioned, we're going to be starting off with Taif as well as C teaming with each other, going up against Lopez and Palu. And so I guess we could quickly talk about some of the bracket runs to be able to get up until this point. To begin with, you know, Palu and Lopez, they got knocked down from winner's side, up against Sack and Reaper. And now they're going up against Taif and C. And Taif and C, I believe, have been on quite the elimination side run ever since they got knocked down by Fiend and Use. So yeah, Fiend and Use, a couple of tough opponents. That being said, these two teams are about to go at it. Let's see what we have in store for us.
All right, here we go. We're going to drop in. I am excited about the Fiend Use team today. That does kind of excite me. But we are, like you said, going to break in here to game number 1. Power and Lopez going to be in red, and C and Type going to be in blue. And we just kind of got some good neutral gameplay going on right now. Power catching that landing, but Type right there to send him over to the right side. And we're seeing a kind of mix up of legends here. We got a little Barraza action. That's new for today.
That's right, yeah. All day long today, it has been nothing but axe and hammer and nothing but
axe.
that and spear and a little bit of a lance, right? So the fact that we have, you know, blasters on the screen is a bit of a mix-up for us. That having been said, what's the current game state? Lopez and Power, they have quite a bit of a lead for themselves at the moment. Typhoon and C, they have to find a way to clean up this stock. When it comes to Queen 9, we saw that side sig just get interrupted. Side sig, N sig, D sig, just about anything has the KO potential. But C, unfortunately, hitting Type and neither of the red team.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, and they're continuing to expand this lead as they already have C down. Oh, throwing that raw signature out there, getting punished. Power going deep with it, but Lopez getting sent off the right side. Power now falling, and the stock differential has been equalized, but the health differential has not. As blue team, oh no, some friendly fire almost took out his teammate there. As C comes back down the stage, gets those guitars in hand, and trying to go to work on Power. Nice read. A little ambitious with that ground pound there, but C is going to have a perfect opportunity to come back on stage and catch.
C gave up a little bit of positioning. C put themselves into disadvantage, and Lopez took full advantage of that, finishing off that stock with the side as C finally got back on a reset neutral. That being said, sidelight neutral, Power interrupting his own teammate with that D-light, but it does not matter because they have quite the damage lead at the moment. The sidelight gets punished. That's going to be another stock gone. C is about to get 2v1 unless Type can come in there in time and finally interrupting that end light before he got hit with the, you know, the end light sandwich.
Right. The great support from Type, keeping that combo from getting too far out of control on his teammate there. But now he's in this 2v1 situation. 4 stocks to 1. Hammer in hand, Power is all over him though. Reaching with that Sair, Lopez right there to pick it up. They could not get the follow-up, but that pressure might be enough, and it was. Just the neutral sig coming in was enough to make him change his trajectory, and in a game 1 decisively going to Power and Lopez.
That was pretty decisive. You're absolutely right. That game 1, we were in and out. So what made them different? What actually set them above, you know, the opponents in that first game? Well, with Lopez and Power, I have to say, first of all, wow, it's really difficult to compete with axe damage output sometimes. That can be a really, really big challenge. I felt like I did not love a lot of the offstage commitments from C. I think like the one time that C went out there for the ground pound, it was a little bit difficult. And then overall, when it came to advantage state, Lopez and Power really seemed to be able to hold their own. So we'll see what kind of adjustments are made going into game 2. And we'll just see how the set goes.
It's hard to make adjustments against that aggression when it's working out so well for them. Lopez getting caught up in a neutral light there, coming right back in with those blasters and just naring his way all the way to outer space. C coming back on stage, catching us there. Lopez, the swap back and forth, being able to keep his teammate safe and still put some damage on C. Finally, a nice recovery from C, going to take everybody up with him. But that Sair off the blaster is going to send him out sweat beads, and just like that, in absolute unison, opposite sides of the stage, both blue members fall.
Keeping them separated, and then both Lopez and Paolo kind of winning in a lot of different 1v1 interactions here, right? That being said, stepping on each other's toes slightly here, Pipe able to get the side of C, amazing follow-up, putting Paolo to the corner and off stage for just a moment. Paolo getting into Pipe, able to find a neutral of their own side from Paolo. Okay, perhaps a couple of juggles, not quite yet. That's going to be a side and now Paolo and Type. You saw that side from Type, right? Type wanted to steal that stock.
Oh, what a catch and pass and catch between red team. Power finishing up with that unarmed recovery. That is going to take him out. First stock's falling off of red team now. As we see Typh, though, unfortunately already on his final stock, and C very close to following suit.
D-Light, N-Light, and then Paolo with the follow-up as well. And you can already see the effects of that. They're so ready to follow up off of each other. The side sig doesn't KO. Lopez is going out there. C with an amazing N-Light. All it did was it just stopped and delayed Lopez for just a moment. But that's going to be C stock gone. That's going to be Type stock gone. And all of a sudden, it is a 2v1.
Yeah, it looks like almost identical to game number one. This 2 stock advantage. I mean, this 4 stock advantage. Oh my! The drop was just enough. Are you kidding me? He didn't need the extra. He didn't need it. Oh my goodness. Got the stock anyway. That last one had to have been personal. He did not need that Sair.
That's so funny.
Go up 2-0, and that just maybe got a little more definitive than the first game. Look.
That dive kick.
Hold on.
You saw that down air? That was crazy. That
I want to make sure he does not. Okay, he might have needed it.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yep. He comes back on. You know, there was a universe where could he have diagonally chase dodged to the ledge, or could he only go vertically because of the angle of the down air? That is something I'm not entirely sure about. I'm pretty sure that you can't like go back the opposite direction completely, right? It's like within 180 degrees.
Right.
But there was a chance, by the way, that C could have made it back onto the stage. There's like a chance. I'm curious if somebody could correct me on that. But right now, Lopez and Paolo, they still got a lead. They're up 2-0 in game count, and they don't look like they're going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know what blue team can figure out at this point. It's just there's not really been any like strong signs. We haven't seen any breakthrough from them. No, solid team combos. The synergy just really isn't there the way it is for red team right now, and it is definitely stacking up against them very, very quickly. Ty already on second stock, man. They are just absolutely destroying him.
Look at the positioning.
Very beginning.
You've got a dynamic Lopez on the ground, Power in the air, ready to follow up off of everything that Lopez throws at them. And Power's reactions, Power's positioning is so good for that. Lopez still hanging onto the stock is what I would say had the recovery not come out. Recovering Power helps Power come back on, just for a little bit though, but the weapon toss does solidify that stock.
He went down so far for his teammate right there. He was trying to save it. Ended up, like you said, catching that weapon throw to the top of his head and going to go ahead and end that stock. And we are actually, blue team has a very slight lead right now for the first time in the set.
Everybody's fighting, everybody's scrapping. Power is going to be off stage. Lopez, oh no, Power not going to be able to make it back on. Lopez putting himself off stage to try and help out his teammate, but then that is the risk of doing so. At worst, you don't help your teammate get back onto the stage, and you also get edge guarded, and that was the worst possible outcome for the red team.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate after he just watched his teammate do the exact same thing just a couple minutes ago, and then turn around and go deep and try to save him. I mean, appreciate the support, but man, definitely did not work out well for him, taking that ground pound to the top of the head. But here we go. They're starting to bring it back like it never even happened. We see Lopez with that axe in hand. Ooh, stomp. Scoop, actually. Going to send him up into the sky. Power, nice dare, another dare.
Again, just opting to play in the air a little bit, looking to find ways to be able to land in. He gets the down air, chase dodging and sidelighting to the back. And now Lopez desperately trying to reset neutral here. C picking up the hammer. We've already seen what C is capable of. Pressing that side sig, putting himself off stage. And now he needs to get himself back into the game.
Oh, Lopez went way off stage trying to fish something out there. Okay. down sig, gonna get the job done. See, and this just shows me more. Power is one of those players, I want him at LAN so bad. I understand that there's visa issues. I understand that international travel is not always the easiest thing to accomplish. But oh my God, I want to see him at LAN so bad. Such a powerful player in the South American region for a very long time. And I would just love to be able to see him in person on LAN with equal ping for everybody involved. I think he would do very, very well.
And so the biggest thing that I would really like to point out between the dynamic of Lopez and Power and what makes them succeed so much, what actually makes them so powerful, it is preemptive positioning, which is such an important concept to embody in doubles. Because you want to keep yourself at a distance, you need to understand, hey, what weapon is my teammate playing with? What are the different kinds of angles do I want to expect? And how do I keep myself in a position where I can react? It is setting yourself up for success, and Power was oftentimes in the air in the best possible position to follow through off of all the different lobs that Lopez ended up passing him. Power was able to follow through, he was able to find a lot of KOs, and he was able to find a lot of combos that way. I love the synergy, I love the dynamic that the two of them have exhibited, and it did not seem like Type and C could interrupt that much. So really thinking about where does your teammate like to hit people, which attacks are they really going for, which weapons are they on, and where do they send you, and how do you preemptively put yourself into the right place to be able to follow up off of it. And Power did an amazing job of it.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for C and Typh. Almost breaking into that top 8, but couldn't quite get the job done today. But we are going to be moving on to a new set. Who do we have, Dara?
I believe that coming on up, we are going to have Kaito and Kant up against Jota and Doctor. So Kaito and Kant, a couple of players that I'm incredibly familiar with. Now Jota and Doctor, not so much, honestly. I don't believe I've, at least in recent time, have seen them play too much.
Now, I have to agree. I mean, we see them coming in at power rank 67 for Jota and power rank 72 for Doctor. There's definitely a bit of a discrepancy between them and their opponents coming into this game. Kaito and Kant definitely look better on paper. But one thing I've learned about Brawlhalla, and especially South American Brawlhalla, nothing is ever written in stone. This region continues to surprise me. Yeah, this region continues to surprise me, continues to push the envelope. And we'll have to see what Jota and Doc have in store for us here.
That's right. And so, really quickly, right off the bat, Jota and Doctor, this is the best placement in twos thus far. They previously only placed 33rd in both the Winter Doubles Championship and the Spring Doubles Championship. And the fact that right now they're competing for the top 8, that they're in the position of guaranteed 9th, is actually an excellent position to be in. So, what happened to them? How did they get up until this point to begin with? Is a question that I have in my mind. It seems like they got knocked down from winner's side already in top 32. They lost to Wes and Vemtankilo, which are, you know, two of the best that this entire region has to offer. And to even be able to get up there until that point, it seems like they made an upset over Vigorista. So now they are here in elimination side. Whoever, of course, loses a set is going to be completely knocked out of the event. I'm seeing Kaito on the Dalsim. Rayman, we're seeing lots of usage. Kant on the
Still
Onyx.
No SpongeBob.
There's no reason not to. Sorry, no SpongeBob. Just Rayman and Dalsim. I know, a bit of a tragedy, isn't it? And then
I just want to point out, congratulations to them. You mentioned that their best placement was 33rd. This is their top 32 finish, already locked in the books. And like we've said, they have an opportunity to get into top 8 elimination side. So getting your first top 32 and possibly your first top 8 in the same event, they got to be proud of themselves for sure.
Yeah, that's good. That is nothing to complain about thus far. But now they want to go as far as they possibly can, now having been given that opportunity. We're going to be seeing Doctor now on the Hattori. Hattori, we saw a couple of people switch off to this weekend, and then Bryn, we have seen a pretty generous amount of as well. But the Hattori, I feel like when we did have a chance to see it, I don't feel like Hattori did a lot. I feel like a lot of people are opting, excuse me, for like a higher defense meta, and Hattori is a bit on the lower end. That being said, Rayman, we're seeing Kaito on the strength stance. I forgot the name of all the stances. Opting for, you know, of course, lesser defense. So we'll see how it works out. Bryn and Hattori on behalf of Jota and Doctor, and then Kant and Kaito will be playing Onyx and Dawson.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Hopefully we are in for a good one here as red team getting both of the first weapon drops and going to have that opportunity to get some early damage here. See, Jota has that axe in hand already. No, and we are well past the first 10 seconds of this match. I don't really know what that interaction was, but they have no choice to finish it out as Doctor puts his team down a whole stock at the very beginning of this opening game.
That's right. At the moment, though, Jota on the ground. Kaito, you saw that patience after the downing. All that he did was he waited for the landing option and then tried to see what the next punish was going to be. Kaito able to get the end light. Kaito going out there for the ground pound and does indeed successfully connect it. Kant looking for that juicy end sig unsuccessfully. Doctor getting the D-light and that follow-up from Jota was amazing. But can they close it against Kant? And it does not seem like they can.
That's unfortunate. Was able to get in there and get his teammate the space and the whole team the space that they needed just to have all taken away by a Sayer. That puts him in a horrible position. Oh, the ground pound is going to send him up. Can't. Huge unarmed recoveries, taking him all the way up to the stratosphere. And here we go. 5 stocks to 2 as we come in here, finishing up game number 1, and it has been very one-sided.
You saw Kaito sneak in that Sido coming back onto the stage. That was impeccable. Almost punishing that side light, but that Sido was a little bit too high. Oh, Doc going out there with the GC side sig. That was an excellent idea, but it did not connect. Kant jumping out there with the ground pound, gets the neutral as well. And Kant, I mean, he's trying to get his hands all over the enemy. He is trying to get them off stage. He's trying to scoop them up. And look, oh my gosh, that chase dodge down and then immediately backward side light. That was proven.
And here we go. Oh, Doc, nice ground pound. Going to take Kant off that second stock. Big whiff on the Sayer. Oh, Kai. There we go. Coming back. Oh, great option to get back up. Going right back out there with a side sig. But they were going to catch him on the edge. And that should do it right there. Yes, it does. As Kaito and Kant are going to go up a 1-0. The beginning of this game, and man, that was a rough game for Blue Team, and in particular, a very rough game for Jota.
Already, Kaito and Kant, they're expressing a lot of mastery and advantage. They're being really patient after they're getting a hit. They're waiting and understanding what the opponent does. And that was something that, you know, Doctor and Jota were not able to match as well. Additionally, that opening for Jota and Doctor was not amazing at all. Opening off with an SD like that, that's a little bit brutal. You can see that little tiny stock. Look at it. It's so cute.
It's so cute. It's just a little guy. Look at it.
Yeah. And then he's gone. He's out of it. So, you know, they did their best. I'm curious to see how they're going to do coming up into the next game. But that is definitely not the way that you want to kick off a set.
No, not at all. And Doctor only using half of his kit there. We saw zero damage coming out off the sword. Was completely relying on the spear in that opening game. Maybe that gameplay might change a little bit here going into game number 2.
Okay. Getting the end light, gonna be putting him off stage. Goes through the ground pound, looking for the down air. Looking for the end sig, comes back onto the stage with it. Rayman's GC end sig, just such a good tool to be able to get back on so consistently, getting the end light.
That was definitely a good option with the neutral sig, and then we see the stock coming off Jota. Now 2v1 situation, Doc fighting back, getting caught in a neutral sig on his way out, and that is going to go ahead and confirm his first stock. His red team is going straight back to work. They set up the same combo, Dara. We're trying to get it done all over again, but we see Blue Team breaking off here a little bit. Oh, the side light coming over heavy, but then the Nair up, missing with the Sayer. Kant getting sent all the way off stage, back, trying to find a weapon. He has the gauntlets. Oh, can he find him on
able
the
to
top
get the
platform?
neutral, Kaito, that immediate target switch. Kant able to get that end light, going out there for the ground pound. If he held it a little bit longer, it would have connected. Kaito with the GC side light, downer, double downer. Kaito wants to go for it all until he meets his inevitable demise. Jota not gonna have any of it, jumping out there and closing it out with a ground pound.
And they're doing a really good job keeping this a little closer. I mean, they are dipping deep into their second stocks, but we see a little more synergy between this team now and a little more stage control. Being able to get in where they need to be, get some good combos going against red team. Oh, just a raw side sig straight to the face. And then the neutral sig to finish up. He is absolutely cooking on Rayman right now. Gonna go off stage, pick up the Sarah on the fadeaway on his doctor's way back up. Oh, he's just fighting it on, trying to find something in neutral, and he does. So, oh, continuing to rack up damage against Kaito on the unarmed. Big recovery coming off.
Doctor is in a nasty position, just barely avoiding the side and finding a way back down. Unfortunately, the team KO does come out. Johto was not expecting his teammate to land into his own side, and now all of a sudden, look at the stock difference, look at the damage difference. This game is becoming more and more difficult by the second. Kant is so aggressive off stage. Kaito is so deadly in advantage. They're making blue team really work for it right now.
Yeah, and they're making it look easy at this point. They are just in... Okay, all right. I spoke too soon. We get a double knockout off the Bryn. They are still heavy damage on those final stocks. It should be a pretty easy pickings for red team at this point, as long as they don't do anything drastic. But Doc getting some good damage over on the left side. Oh, he was trying to hit Doc with the recovery, ended up hitting Joda instead. Either way, he got the damage. Oh, he tried to go for that ground pound. It would have been good, but Joda able to shut it down. Doc's got some really good movement here on stage with that spear.
Yeah, Doc has been avoiding taking a lot of damage here, but finally, as soon as they say that does land into the side, and that's going to be the D-Sig, and now Kant and Doctor and Jota, all of them off stage. What's going to happen here? Jota looking for a way to land, slowly running out of resources. The end light comes out successfully, punishing the signature. Really nice job. Kant keeps on looking for the GC end lights. Nobody's lost their stock quite yet. This can't be anybody's game. When you whip that side sig, the recovery doesn't do it off the top.
This literally could be anybody's game here, Dara. This is super close. That's going to confirm one, though, and now it is all up to Doc. But that'll KO. There we go, 1v1 situation. But unfortunately, he had to land. Didn't have any options. Could not dodge once he got there, and that allowed Kaito to go ahead and clean him up. So we are going to go be moving on as we check out these replays, and that was, so far, it has been Team Red 100%. Blue team, they need to figure something out. We got 3 games in a row that they need to be able to get the dubs on to be able to move into top 8.
Yeah, right now, Kaito, again, on the ground, it's going to be so difficult to find an opening against him. And Kant keeps chasing you off stage again and again and again, looking to pressure you. So we're not seeing any character switches at this point in time. We're going to be seeing everybody stick to the respective characters that we saw previously. And so I'm just trying to think about the kind of adjustments that actually do need to take place here. And the reality is, I just don't feel like Doctor and Jota are able to get a strong control of neutral or to be able to hold on to center stage. Already you see them to the corner. They did not pick up weapons in time. Doctor on the ground, eating that downer into the side as well. Wow.
Why is red team's first initial game plan, okay, get the Gip stock on Joda as soon as it's 3-2-1 brawl? They have literally neutralized him at the very beginning. Joda able to get back up on stage this time, didn't fall into the full string, and now is planting his feet down center stage and actually stepping back and getting some good damage. Whiffing with that signature, could not catch the landing, can't going back the opposite direction, does catch the side the downlight on his way back up. Doc, okay, oh, missed the passing catch. Joda getting dodged through and Kant pushing him off stage. Big recovery. Not quite enough force to get the job done. That will, though. And now we have a 2v1 situation. Joda off stage as Kaito comes over. Oh, if he would have pulled that nair, I think the nair would have hit.
I agree. I just don't think he reacted in time for this hit, but there it is. That's going to be the neutral to be able to go ahead and get that KO. Again, so really simply, I can explain to you why red team is winning. Ready? They're winning every single one-on-one neutral interaction on the stage, effectively. Whenever I see the stage break out into essentially 2 separate 1v1s, they are the ones that are coming out on top. That being said, Jota one has the stage control, was able to get that side and catch him coming back onto the stage. That's going to be one stock. That's going to be the end light, sliding off of that side light, GC end light as well. That was so much damage, Slow-Mo.
If that dare would have hit, though, would have got that bounce off stage, followed up with, could have followed up with anything off of that axe or gauntlets from Kaito. That could have been a really nasty, real quick. Sarah coming back up on stage. Doc's going to put his teammate back out of the direction, though. Okay, we're going to take him up in the air. Oh, my, the swap. You know, you think he's going to go up in the air. You think he's going to push that recovery. He's like, no, I got a knockout option right here. Ground pound. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And now they are up a 4 stocks to 2. And this could be it for our blue team here, Dara.
And there it is on the ground again. Doctor whiffs an end light and neutral. Kaito finds a side light neutral. Whiffs on the landing. Guess what? Kaito was able to capitalize on that landing. Jota going to be committing off stage to a ground pound. Able to get a last second spear side a downer as well. Kaito just has to go ahead and hold that stock, but it is still 2 stocks to 1. So let's watch the neutral. This is what I really want to see play out. How does Jota actually make a little bit of space for himself? And the answer is no. You whiff that neutral, that's going to be an opening. You try to weapon toss downer, but guess what? That landing still gets caught as Kant catches you with that end light into the victory.
Oh, man. Okay, I hate to use the same words over and over and over, but what a decisive set from Kaito and Kant. I mean, the same force, same momentum, just a different team from Power and Lopez. They absolutely dominated that entire set, but Jota and Doctor, first top 32 finish. Everybody give them a round of applause. That is nothing to be ashamed of. And we will have to see what they do here later in the season, but their day today is going to be done. We see that stat breakdown of what we saw in that final game. And we saw actually a swap from Doctor. The first 2 games that set, it was all about Spear. All about the spear. In that game number 3, he definitely tried to rely on that sword just a little bit more, 243 damage output compared to the 16 off the spear. So he did try the other side of his kit, he just didn't really combine them all at once.
Yeah, a thing that I think I'd really like to point out of like why Kaito and Kant won, I feel like I can really chalk this up to a lot of different reasons. One of them was, you know, their target switching, the ambiguity, we pointed it out a couple of times, was really nice, especially when they were like in between both of their foes. But the biggest thing was in the neutral. When they were both on the stage and everybody was, you know, in a fairly even position, it felt like oftentimes, you know, not to necessarily throw a lot of shade here, but whenever Doctor would whiff something on the ground, Kaito and Kant would be consistently with punishing here. And so in neutral, Red Team was the team that was consistently coming out on top and striking first and actually connecting their hits. As a result, Jota and Doctor, they were not able to impose their own advantage state. They were the ones that were stuck in disadvantage for what seemed like a good chunk of the game, for what seemed like over half of the game. So that does mean that Kaito and Kant will be moving on into top 8 through elimination side, and that is the end of Jota and Doctor. But they had an amazing run to be able to get up here. Slow-mo, before we toss to a break, do you have any final thoughts?
No, that was we had 2 very high action sets so far in our block. We're going to take a quick little break, get you something to drink. We'll be right back with 2 more sets over on the side stream for you. Welcome back, and just like I promised you, we are right back with 2 more South American sets to finish out, I believe, the Pro Brawlhalla side stream coverage of today. So we got a couple more. We got a couple more sets for you, and then we're gonna take all of you guys over, drop you off over at the main channel to finish up the tournament on that side. But before we get there, I am back with the wonderful Dara, and like I said, we have a couple more sets lined up for us.
Hi, it's lovely to see all of you again. I missed you all so much. So, everybody, we, just as Slow-Mo has so graciously told us, we have 2 more sets coming up today. And the first of which is going to be Stale and Mac up against Ray Riot and Kylios. So, you know, a couple of South American staple teams, a couple of South American staple competitors here. Or actually, is what I would say. I'm seeing Vicina jump in. So, you know what? Let's just take what I have said and completely throw it away. Instead, we're going to be seeing Akuma and Vicina up against Rezail and Tavares.
Now, this will be a good one, too. Akuma and Vicina, 2 very well-known names. Razinger, another well-known name in South America. Tavares as well. We see Razinger has 11 top 8s. His teammate has come in top 8 one time. And I would like to see, well, I guess it's 2s. You don't really get a whole lot of lifetime history stats because the teams are always changing. But I'm very interested to see how this one plays out, because even looking at PRs, I wouldn't even take those too much into, well, I take them into account, but I wouldn't bank on them. I think this could be a very volatile set, and I think Razinger and Tavares might be able to mix this up enough to at least extend this to a game number 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think the most useful thing to look at for us in that case would be to see what the bracket progressions were like to get up until this point. So Wes and Tranquilo, they were the ones to knock down Akuma and Vicina into elimination side to begin with. And then before then, it seems like Akuma and Vicina took a set over Navarro and Piox. Now, that being said, as for Ray and Tavares, they have been going on quite a tear through elimination side.
Yeah.
They took it over Astro and Astu Shai. They took it over Fego and Leandro. And then in winner's side, it seems like they got knocked down into elimination side to begin with by Kaido and Kant in a game 5. They did say Kaido and Kant to game 5.
Interesting. Especially when we just saw Kaido and Kant do work against Joda and Doctor to be able to qualify to get into top 8. That is kind of impressive that they were able to push that all the way to a game number 5. And we see the players coming back in. I think there was a little bit of confusion maybe, like they all came in, they were all ready, and then maybe they're like, oh wait, it's not our turn. Oh wait, yeah, it is. So they are all now coming back in. Vicina is going to mix things up. Again, we're going to see some more cannon gameplay. Locking in on the Sidra. I'm a little interested to see who Akuma ends up locking in on. I really doubt we see the Tesca, but we might.
We might. We'll see.
We might.
We'll
I
just
saw a
have to
little
wait.
Wu Shang.
Oh my gosh, is that a Ragnu in 2s?
I like
Finally,
it.
I feel so refreshed. That is, oh,
Well,
wow.
I mean, Dara, he does have an axe, so I mean, it's a viable pick at this point, I guess.
Look, I'll take katars, which I've never said in my life ever before, but I think, you know, if you guys like a lot of Wushag and Ulgrim and Bryn, not to complain, but maybe a little bit. That's what we've been seeing a lot of. We're seeing Ray on the Ragnu. I have no qualms about that whatsoever. That is totally fine by me. We'll see a little Katar action. Tavares is going to be on the Rayman, Vicina on the Sidra, and Akuma on the Wushang.
Still no SpongeBob. It makes me sad. It really does. I'll see SpongeBob in tournament one day. It'll happen one day. But we are
One day. One of these
one
days.
day. Maybe not anytime soon, but one day. We are gonna go to Apocalypse. Yes, they are gonna go ahead and lock in on APOC. And here we go. Game number 1: Akuma, Vicina, Razinger, and Tavares. This, I really hope this is a scrap. I mean, we had 2 sets. They were exciting, but they were so decisive. They were quick and easy, and I want a little substance to my set here.
That's right. We'll see how this one ends up going, or it might just be another clean 3-0. We'll never know until, of course, the set does end up concluding. So, at the moment, what's going on here? Vicina try to take Tavares all the way off the top. On the ground, Akuma now left weaponless, going to be looking to pick something up sometime soon. no, Ray just going to be trying to deny that. Gets the end light, going to be looking for the end sig to just catch Akuma doing nothing. But Akuma is just able to go ahead and get nothing. The recovery is not enough to take him off the top. Vecina coming back on. Okay, able to get the call out with the recovery into the neutral. And now red team, I mean, the game is just about even.
Yeah, it is just about even. Akuma, though, has been taking some serious damage here in this opening stock, but Vecina's been doing a great job laying it down on stage, going way over the side. Akuma coming back up. Sayer's going to put him back up on stage, dropping way low.
Love that feedback from Akuma. He knew that, hey, if I continue to drift in here, Tavares will punish me for it, hitting his teammate, for hitting Gray. So Akuma backed off, kept himself as safe as possible, and then slowly got himself back onto the stage.
Here we go. Ramirez trying to do something with these gauntlets here. Kind of a stalemate in neutral here is both these teams trying to get position. Stock gonna fly off of Akuma. That is his first one.
Love how patient Vecina was off stage, waiting for his teammate to come back on, because now Akuma, that's going to be the GCD light side of the beautiful, nice classic spear bread and butter combos, able to punish Tavares for hitting his own teammate, and now Vecina is still continuing to stock tank.
Yeah, he is the healthiest on the map right now. Kind of sharking off stage a little bit, waiting for a good opportunity to come up and get some more damage. Interested to see how much more he can extend this first stock, because as close as the rest of this game is, it could make the difference here coming towards the end of the first game. Ooh. Oh,
Can't believe that headline's still connected as Akuma slid off the stage, but that's going to be okay. Vecina coming off stage. Look at the position that Ray is in. Able to get the full hit of the end light. Tavares not able to interrupt it in time. Ray goes out there with the sider, gets the hit, doesn't get the weapon toss. Akuma finds a sider of his own. And Ray, thank goodness for Apocalypse. Nice wide sides, able to go down and around the stage. And all of a sudden, Vecina. Wait, that was Vecina's first stock.
Yes.
That took that long.
Yes, the graph is going to be very interesting here at the end of the game. But Vecina, though, did a great job stocking everything he could out of that first one. Or tanking everything out of the
that's
first
what
stock.
a nerd would say. Oh, I can't wait to see the graph.
It's going to be chonky. that first
right.
stock is going to be a chonk.
Yeah, that first stock is going to be like, oh, cool, this has lasted 60% of the length of the game. Right now, though, Ray, super deep into the red, going to be the one that is poised to lose their stock here. So, what do you got to look out for? You got to look out for Cannon and Light. You have to worry for Gauntlet Recovery. Well, there's Gauntlet Recovery right off the top. That's going to be now blue team down to last stock apiece.
Yes, and like I said, it comes down to Vecina still being, well, he's getting into orange now, but being able to just stay alive so long at the beginning of the game has put him and his teammate in a great position. As long as Akuma can stay, Akuma needs to stay alive. That's important. We need to keep him
And they're
on.
making that as difficult as possible. This is your chance, but you back off. Oh no, a little bit too late with the ground pound. But the back hit of the recovery. God bless Axe Recovery. Love that hitbox. You get the double knockout off stage. You have made this into a 2v1, and not just a 2v1. It is a doable 2v1.
He's got to get Tavares out of here and force the 1v1 situation. But it's going to be very hard. He's playing so passively. He's staying off stage, staying out of the way, supporting a Razinger, and is leaving Vecina in a position where he's not going to be able to get the easy knockout, but he's got Razinger towards knockout range as well. That was a weird angle. Oh no, they're going to hand it to him.
The ground pound helped him out. The ground pound put him back onto the stage. Vecina, who is going to be able to clutch out this game? This could be such a pivotal game. Keeps going for the same signature over and over. Axe Recovery, so exploitable, because as soon as they go for it, you know exactly where they're going to be. You know exactly their timing. They don't have any mix-ups on it. Yes, the hitbox of Axe Recovery is so huge, but that end lag, those recovery frames are not fun at all. So really nice, patient edge guard from Vecina. Didn't get back onto the stage, just knew, hey, I went for the recovery once, I was able to get the downer, I went for it again, I was able to get it. All of that happened because of Tavares' ground pound. Tavares put himself off stage to connect the ground pound. It hit, but then the top hitbox of it ended up putting Vecina back onto the stage. Tavares ended up SDing, and then that's a little bit tragic. And so, as a result, we have that conclusion.
Man, Vecina had one knockout in that game, and man, was it an important one. Great clutch there at the end, taking that 2v1 situation with stride and being able to secure that dub for him and his teammate going into game number 2. And we see Tavares and Razinger coming out straight scrapping, trying to take that early lead, trying to get that early advantage, build on that throughout the rest of the game, maybe secure this dub and tie us up going into game number 3. As Akuma gets sent way down, Vecina was down there. I don't think he got any damage, but just his presence was enough to mix everything up so they could not confirm that stock on his teammate.
Okay, able to get that side early, landing on a way back down. Vecina 2 stocks, Akuma 2 stocks as well. This is a much different game for the blue team.
They're really healthy on these first stocks. This is some definite signs of life coming out of blue team here. They just came out with more aggression, immediately took stage control, set the tempo, and they're continuing to be in the driver's seat and continue this on here. Razinger trying to sidelight over to the side. Ooh, okay, catching, caught everybody in that neutral sig, didn't even care. Oh, that is gonna, not enough? Not enough?
Not enough, but hey, you know what? They're still able to put on a lot of damage off stage. Lay still hanging onto the stock. How do they close? I cannot believe that it put him off stage or onto the stage just enough for the sidelight to connect there. You have no dodge because you went through the gravity cancel, and so that's it. You could just get hit with the sidelight, D-light, side it.
Did a really nice job not following Razinger up into the air. It would have been bad times for him. His teammate now has been taken out, and we see Vecina, who tanked his stocks at the in game number 1, and now might be the first person to fall in game number 2, and is going to leave a 2v1 situation for his teammate. He needs to get that movement on point. He needs to stay out of harm's way. Nice recovery. If he could confirm that stock, it would be very helpful to him and his team. There we go. Oh my goodness, if that would have been a double knockout off that recovery, that would have been absolutely insane. Weapon throw is going to go ahead and get the confirmation. Another weapon throw coming out. Now Vecina and Akuma holding down that edge. Razinger going down deep for it, but can't find anything. Akuma still fighting back without a weapon. Finally has picked that spear up, but is immediately going to be taken down to that bottom corner. At the same time that Razinger loses his stock. Everybody on final stocks.
That's right. Ray on the ground right now, patrolling. The blue team is looking exceptionally healthy at the moment. Able to get the side light, able to get the GC end light as well. Vecina off stage and out of the game for just a second. Able to get the recovery. Vecina landing with the side air. Vecina looking for the recovery as well. Able to get that side light. Everybody's exchanging hits and the game is becoming even as it goes on.
This is super close. This is a very stark contrast from what you and I have witnessed today so far in South America. And they are putting on one heck of a show for us.
Oh, no.
Ooh, no. Oh, he got the jump back. That is wild. I mean, he's still done. But the fact that he was able to get that jump in exactly the right frame to be able to get back up to the side of the stage. Now we're going to see Akuma in this 2v1 situation. Tavares has a lot of health, though.
Whoa,
that we're seeing
Akuma.
it disappear very quickly. Nice recovery off of those guitars, and that is going to go ahead and confirm game number 2 for them. We are all tied up going into game number 3. And like you said, that was a much different team we saw from Razinger and Tavares than we saw in game number 1.
Koko was moving with such confidence. Koko was moving like he was fighting against one opponent and he had more than just his last stock, one hit away from being knocked out in play. I think it was very much so a timeline if they did not get that KO where Akuma made that comeback. But so a little bit of unfortunate family fighting there at the end. Well, Akuma connected the side against Vecina. Vecina made it back briefly only to still get KO'd. I think that would have been a different game had there not been the unfortunate team damage. For sure. So we'll see how the next game goes. It is currently 1-1, and honestly, if I'm Ray and Tavares, I am annoyed about how that game 1 went.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is unfortunate. Like you said, it came down to just that one instance of friendly fire that really turned the tide of how that game ended up finishing. But neither one of these teams can really give that any thought now because realistically we just now started a best of 3. So everything is evened up, everything is good to go, and we're seeing blue team again, the opening seconds, take that aggression stance, take that stage control, and really some good movement here in neutral.
okay. Just keeping Vecina juggled. Going to be keeping Vecina off stage as well. Ray really heavily committing to the side sig, which might have been a bit of an off play. Because now look at the position that you have found yourself in. Akuma target switching, looking for the side light, 2 of them in a row, and it does not connect. You get that end light, Vecina rushes in there, ends up finding himself stacked with his teammate, and so Ray gets out of there unharmed.
Juggle off the sword in the air was absolutely crazy. Vecina got a whole bunch of damage. Nice weapon throw. Gonna catch that axe there though, staying out of the way of any more aggression coming from the Ragnir off stage. Tavares putting his feet back down. Akuma. We got gauntlets versus gauntlets over there on the right side. Oh, they both went.
But what is happening? What?
What
is happening off stage? Why did they go out there so deep?
They weren't even on the stage anymore. Oh my goodness. Gonna go ahead and get the confirmation. And blue team so far, so well, never mind. Razinger is gonna go ahead and lose his opening stock. Tavares is the healthiest on the map right now and continuing to put in some good damage against red team. Oh, why do they keep going so deep on this stage? Once again, it worked out for Vecina getting that recovery. Nice team combo.
Oh, that follow-up was so nice. That was so sick. And Tavares still going to be eating that side of Vecina, sliding off the breakdancing. Doesn't actually connect it, though. And now, Ray, look. What? That hit? Excuse me?
Apparently. That was a wonky hitbox. But he
Line
had
of
to...
sight isn't real in Brawlhalla. It's not real.
No, sure it is. That's what they tell us.
Yeah, I feel like people say that it's real, and then we never really see proof that it is. Honestly, in fact, we only see the contrary.
That was alright. It was a good option from Razinger here. He now has a power position against Vecina. Sweat beats coming out. Stock all gone. And now that puts red team on their final stocks of this game, with blue team having a slight lead, but Razinger is in very, very dire danger. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. From losing that last stock, and that unfortunately may do a weapon throw coming out from Akuma.
Tentacles coming out. Vecina is just trying to make sure that the ground becomes inhospitable as possible. And now we have a 2v1. And I am more than confident that Vecina and Akuma have the ability to be able to pull this one out here. So let's see what they're going to be able to do.
Well, they definitely have the ability, but Tavares does have a pretty healthy stock. But when you get caught in that, Dara, there is literally nothing you can do. Lights out. See you later. Vecina and Akuma going up a 2-1.
That was good. That was clean. That was an amazing way to be able to finish off that game.
Man,
yeah,
Vecina was cooking.
And Vecina got all 6 KOs as well, mind you.
It was absolutely cooking.
Yeah, Vecina and Akuma, they looked fantastic this game. I'm wondering, given that game too, why did Tavares and Gray struggle so much? There's a couple of interesting offstage commitments. Akuma and Vecina, they definitely had a lot of lethality. Vecina caught so many landings, like again and again. That was crazy.
Yeah, being able to have that stage control, being able to catch those landings, I mean, it's just such good damage output, and it keeps him from doing any offensive of their own. You catch your landings, they're not able to reset their options, not able to reset their jumps, and you can capitalize on that and get those early knockouts. I mean, that was a drag out. It did go down towards the end, but once you get in that 2v1 situation, especially going up against, Akuma and Vecina, cannon, spear, can make it very, very difficult to get out of those situations, and just didn't have enough to get it done. Once he was in that team combo, it was just lights out.
Okay, let's see what's going to end up happening here. Akuma picking up the spear. Vecina already just going to be on the sword. Tavares looking for the neutralite. Doesn't find it successfully. A couple of neutralites, nice little juggles. Akuma off stage, that's the pogo. And then immediately finds himself stacked with his own teammate.
We're seeing it always starts out this way. Blue team coming out with the aggression. They had a little bit of a lead there, but now we're seeing red team take it back. But we're going to finish up that Sair, catching both red team members in it. Oh, nice neutral sig off of the Asuri. Throw coming out.
Vecina looking for the downer. Able to get the side out, chase dodging, Akuma going all the way up top. We didn't see any of those early KOs off the top quite yet. And my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Oh, Razinger's mad about that one. Just literally landed right on those very last active frames on the neutral sig and got caught with the cannonball. Ain't much you can do about it. Raising her going up in the air,
But
nice
sliding
recovery.
off and pivoting it to catch you landing onto the stage? That was so hot. That was so sick. I don't think I've ever seen a Stitch get KO that way before.
See, and our attention gets divided because I was watching Razinger just work the recoveries up on the right side of the screen, and I missed the knockout. But there we go. That one is going to fall off Akuma. Oh, exclamation points coming out, sweat beads coming out, everything was coming out. Pushed off stage again. Back up with the Sarah, Razinger right there to shut it down. Coming up with, trying to go up in the air with the Sarah of his own. Tavares away off stage, unarmed and in big danger. Nobody paid him any attention though. He was literally allowed just to stroll back up on stage, pick up a weapon, and immediately put down some damage.
It's because Akuma wanted to back off and help out his teammate and see what's going on, right? And then the reality is, yeah, Tavares took full advantage of it. Tavares was able to get back on basically unharmed. The weapon toss, sidelight recovery. Akuma just turned up to 150% at once. Oh my gosh, there it is again, Vecina. But wait, huh? Who got KO'd?
Akuma did. Razinger holding on to his final stock here as he's putting on more damage against Vecina. Has him way up in the air. Nice recovery from Akuma though, keeping things alive for his team. Blue team trying to set up a little team combo there, but the threat of Vecina coming over the top of him and made them back off. Now we are pretty much completely tied up here. Blue team having a very slight advantage. Vecina backing up, trying to catch the landing. Nice Sarah catching the jump off of Razinger. Razinger gonna back up. Now gonna go over and help his teammate. Akuma catching them both. Nice neutral sig from Vecina. Huge recovery off the guitars from Razinger.
Interrupt it, stop it, there it is, that's gonna be the end sig, and the D sig as well. They're both off stage, they've got no weapon. The D sig doesn't actually connect though, unfortunately. And now Vecina going through the weapon toss, putting themselves off stage, and you cannot do that against Val. You know how fast that signature is, you know how fast that angle is, but even charging it, even holding it was not enough to take Tavares off the top. Akuma now has a lead. Akuma has fought against the 2v1, has made it into 1v1. Gauntlet ditto. Who is gonna swing first? Who's gonna get that side light? Who's gonna get that D light? And they're playing a little passive. They're slowing it down for a second. Weapon toss to break neutral. What do we got?
The three unarmed recoveries in the 2v1 just completely unanswered. That was wild.
That was excellent. That last exchange, I believe Tavares pressed neutral and then just wanted to wait and see what Akuma would do. Wanted to react to a jump, wanted to react to a directional dodge, and then Akuma didn't do anything. Akuma didn't press a button at all. I want to see that last stock play out one more time. Ready? That was the neutral, waited, and then was just able to catch the dash in with that recovery. That was a really well played, very patient disadvantage. We didn't see any panic dodges from Akuma.
No, that was very clean from them, and it looked a little dire for them going through that game. They kind of got behind, kind of had their back against the wall a little bit, and just that discipline, being able to know how to handle those 2v1 situations, and just the great unarmed gameplay, hitting those recoveries when you have two players coming at you. Very, very impressive. And we didn't get a game 5, but it was not a shutout as Vecina and Akuma up 3-1, and they will also be moving in to top 8 elimination side.
Yeah, definitely not a shutout. Tavares and Ray, they definitely held their own, and that does mean that they are going to be completely knocked out of the event. So GG's to them, they did a fantastic job. Vecina and Akuma, just as you've stated, they're going to be moving on into the top 8 of elimination side. And they fought pretty hard for it as well. I have to say, Akuma in a 2v1 setting plays so fast, and he plays so hard. And so it was just like crazy, and the amount of like momentum and the dash-ins and then the weapon tosses.
Yes, very impressive indeed. With that being said, though, it is time to move in to the very last set on side stream today for South America, or for anything today. And we're going to have Mac and Styre going up against Kyrios and Rai. So very interested. I got a couple names in here that I'm not incredibly familiar with. I have seen them before, and it looks like we're getting back into a little more of the status quo when it comes to 2v2 meta right now, as we see the Zol, Algrim, and can we get a third Algrim?
3 Algrims, that'll be a lot.
It happened yesterday.
Who showed it?
It happened yesterday.
We're seeing a Queen Eye. We're seeing Queen Eye. We're seeing
Okay.
Hologram, and that is the one Zol of our block. We are allowed to have one Zol as a treat every single time. This happened yesterday in Southeast Asia. This happened today with EU, and now this is happening again with SA. Every region, for every block of mine at least, you get to have one Zol. So we're seeing Zol and Ulgrim. Why are people playing Ulgrim? Really simple. Axe, amazing in twos, high defense, and also fantastic signatures as well. Axe D-Sig, Axe N-Sig, Axe Side-Sig. Axe on Ulgrim is a little tiny bit broken in twos. Queen Eye, that is the queen of signatures in this game with some of the best kit, especially on the Qataris. Side Sig, N Sig, and D Sig, all three of them are fantastic. Zol has some incredible KO power. And so, we have a lot of things that hit hard, and we have a lot of things that live for a long time on the screen.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Queen Knight especially, I mean, Demon Island has a little more surface area, but on some of these smaller maps, the down sig can take up the entire map, which can be a little scary for your opponent. And we're seeing quick work already coming out of this Queen Knight, getting some good damage. A little friendly fire there, unfortunately. Okay. Oh, and he finished up with a grab to cancel too.
GCN to be able to finish it off as well, and a weapon toss it way back down. This is the most even start. That was like completely synchronized.
Absolutely, and it's staying even as we move further into this game number one here. Okay, gonna try and finish up the Queen Eye. Air, signature, no good. Steyer sitting down with those rounded lance attacks, trying to get something to happen here. Catching the landing on the Queen Eye. Weapon throw coming out, switching back over to Axe. Now it's time to find those knockouts. D-Sig gonna go ahead and connect, but a nice little nair from Rai there is going to keep things going for him. Unarmed, coming back down, gonna pick up that weapon. Okay, the random D-Light, safe from that. They're trying to move that neutral air in to the Axe. Did not work out very well for him, and that stock is gonna fly, but his teammate also very close to being taken down to his final stop.
Okay, back in a bit of a nasty position off stage. Rai, what's gonna happen to you right now? Just gonna be slipping off stage here for a second. Okay. Trying to get back on really, really gently, looking through the neutral, looking through the D-Light as well. Mac flying in there with the side of. What is that signature? What?
Oh, how did
so
he
many
get back
hitboxes
up
at
on
one
stage?
solo.
How did he get back up on stage? He had so many active frames in front of him. So many things to avoid. That was a raw ground pound coming off of Kyrios there. Did not get punished off of it though. Red team kind of trying to stand their ground here in center stage. Some good neutral gameplay. Oh, hitting everybody over. Come back over. Going to catch D-Light. Yes. Nair into Sair. Is he going to chase him? Is he going to chase him? No, he's allowed to come right back up on stage. Big old whiff off the cannon. That will catch, though. Dare is going to send him down. Oh, this is back. I cannot believe this is an absolute war right now.
Okay, still. Oh, you saw him trying to go for that sider. That could have been so huge. Now you get popped up for your jungle. You go for that end light. You go for that D-Sig to be able to also catch the cross up. Red team is looking amazing right now. Rai is going to be stuck off stage.
Yeah, and that's a bad position to be in. Yeah, that'll go ahead and wrap it up. A stock win for Steyer and Mac. No, that was, I mean, blue team's got some work to do. I mean, it was a battle. There was a lot of back and forth there throughout the game. But when it came down and you look at the raw numbers, I mean, red team had the advantage. There's really no way around it. Trying to take a look at these stats here as we have 310 damage coming out from Kyrios. Man, just that was rough. I'm trying to figure out what blue team really could have done there, but it was such a close battle the entire game. Like, it really could have just gone either way.
That's right. Going into the next game, we're going to be seeing Mac on the Poe. We're going to be seeing the Wushag come out, and then otherwise everything else is just going to remain as usual, as part through the quarters. So a couple of Ulgrims on the screen. And so, yeah, I mean, I talked about how powerful Ulgrim is on the Axe, especially his signature kit in the 2 setting. We saw how devastating GC Ensig on the Lance can also be, and we're going to see how it changes up in game number 2. Already a 1v1 broke out on the top. The entire battle is being fought to the right side. Okay, Rai is going in.
He absolutely is. He knows it has to be done, though. maybe switch things up, maybe take a little more of a risk, be able to slide in there, get those starters on those guitars. We haven't seen any big guitar strings coming from that Queen 9. We haven't even really seen the signature kit really be used very much as well. Not very many connections in game number 1 off of those signatures from the Queen 9. And now being sent off stage completely unarmed. The side sig coming out from Sire. Can't find anything on it though. Another neutral sig. No punish though. Missed with the neutral sig off of the Queen 9. Oh, some friendly fire, and it almost knocked his teammate out. Oh, it did knock his teammate out.
Oh no, that's a little bit tough. That's a little bit tragic. Okay, just gonna be eating a side O to the face. That's gonna be that stock. That's gonna be a down O. Almost a ground pound as well. Instead of Great Riot, why did you go out there? You put yourself onto the last stock. That was bait, and you took it like a fish. Oh no, staring with the GC and Sig as well. Look at the position that Blue Team has found themselves in. That's okay. The momentum has been cut short. The rampage that Red Team was on for a second has been halted, at least for the time being. And now Blue Team has another fighting chance.
Yeah, they need to take control of the tempo, and they need to do it right now because they've been letting Red Team kind of operate at will, and that was a nice team combo, catching both members of Red Team in there and getting some very needed offensive output to bring this game back to even. They need to get, oh no, both Blue Team members on their final stock, setting up the team combo here, didn't even need it. Just that combo off the spear was enough to get the job done, finishing up with that Sarah, and look, Dara, no, the synergy is too on point. And man, it was close game number 1. Game number 2, a very, very different story.
That final combo as well, that was crazy. GC and Sig into the recovery to be able to scoop it off and to be able to take it off the top. That was an excellent way to be able to close that game. But still, and Mac, they had nothing but momentum that game, especially when it came into the edge guarding. There was that one offstage commitment from Ray Riot where they just kind of jumped out there and without a weapon on hand. And then they lost their stock. So, not entirely sure what the intention was behind that. And now that means that Mac can still up with a 2-0 lead.
If we see again, we look at the stats, Ray Riot, 0% accuracy on those Queen 9 signatures. Not finding home for any of them, not even throwing many of them out. And, you know, I just really think that could be a tide turner. Those Queen 9 signatures, there's so many active frames.
It's why people pick Queen Eye.
Right.
That is, people pick Queen Eye because they're like, oh, you know, that is out there for half the game, it feels like.
But instead, he did 187 damage. You're not
a lot.
You're not going to win games doing 187 damage. We're coming into Apocalypse. This is a much smaller stage. We might be able to see, especially those the spear down sig, might be able to see some use of that Queen 9 on this map. But Blue Team, it definitely needs to do something, and that's going to be 3 games in a row to stay in this tournament.
D-Light side to the right side, and then you see Great Riot coming back in there to help out his own teammate by trying to get a couple of hits in. So, what's going on now? Great Riot looking for a way to land. Kyrios looking for a way to be able to whip punish Mac, hopefully. Great Riot just going in, chase dodging in there, just jumping, waiting for somebody to whiff, and trying to threaten with a potential down it.
So far, I was going to say so far so good, but we're seeing Kyrios very close to knockout range, but so is Styre at this point being sent up with a recovery. Is he able to make it back down the stage? No. Stocks flying off of each team, and now Blue Team confirming another stock. And putting big damage on Styre there. Okay, Blue Team waking up, Dara.
The GC pivot D-Light as well was a crazy option, and it really pushed the advantage stage. That being said, Mac cleaning up the stock off the top with that spear recovery. You already know, it's active, it's wide, and if you're anywhere near the top blast zone, it'll do a really nice job of taking you out.
Indeed. Styre coming back up on stage. D-Light in the wrong direction. Recovery coming off of the Queen 9 spear. Set back up, he's trying to catch that landing. Nair is going to keep up in the air just a little bit longer, coming through with the side light. Big recovery from Mac, taking everybody up into the sky. A little more friendly fire from Red Team here as they try to calm things down. Blue Team still having a very slight advantage, but that advantage is now gone with that knockout being confirmed on Kyrio.
and Mac getting a little bit greedy with that D-Sig, ended up drifting with the ground pound instead of just hitting Ray Riot, who's directly below him, but it does not matter because he's still pulling up the stock. Mac is the one that is now stock tanking through the red team and keeping up their lead. Gets that N-Sig, pushing Queen 9 out of here, gets that D-Sig, putting Ulgrim out of here as well. Still just backing off, not even wanting to risk pushing advantage state, and just wanted to wait for his teammate to come help him out.
Even waiting on his teammate, he got some good swings in with that axe there while everybody was kind of stacked up on top of each other. Down Sig coming out, not going to find a home for it. Seeing some pressure come out from the guitars. Everything being pushed over to the right side of the stage. Oh, Sayer right over the top. Oh, he caught the end of that signature.
Still
Saved
is
his
not
teammate.
keeping himself involved. Mac, oh my gosh, with the pogos, that's going to be it. That's going to be the stock.
What? Can we forget the replays? Can I just watch like the last 40 seconds of that game again, please? That was a wild finish to a very wild set. We don't need to watch the last 40 seconds. But I love production. Sandwich straight in my ear. He's like, I can show you the last 40 seconds if you need to.
See the last 40 seconds. Let's do that. I would like to see the last 40 seconds of gameplay. I'd like to go ahead and, you know, get a nice little spotlight on some of the interactions that we saw. But that doesn't mean that Mac and Stilly, they will be moving on 3-0. They did an amazing job this set. But yeah, let's see.
That right there, coming down and hitting that down sig, breaking things up. I mean, it was such a great option. It was such a, had such vision, but just it put him in that 2v1 situation, was able to immediately finish up. But no, that was a wild ride, the end of that game. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But Kyrios and Ray Riot, unfortunately, could not get anything going and got put out 3-0. Mac and Steyer, of course, going to be moving on to your top 8. And I want to go over here and take a look real quick at what we got going on over on the mainstream, because I think you guys are in for an absolute treat. Yes, Kaito and Kant going to be taking on Power and Lopez on elimination side. Of course, we just saw Mac and Steyer take that game. They're going to be going up against Akuma and Facina on elimination side. Reaper and Sack and Reaper are sitting in winners finals. Fiend and Use are down 0-2 right now to Wes and Vim 10 Kilo. So a lot of action still to come. Lores and Kaina have been knocked down to elimination side. They're waiting in elimination quarterfinals. I'm going to be tuned in for top 8 because this is going to be a very good afternoon.
That's right. There's a lot of matches coming up ahead of us, but everybody, that does indeed spell the end of the side stream. That does spell the end of the Pro Brawlhalla stream, at least for today. If you haven't gotten your viewership rewarded yet, well, you're in luck because there is still NA coming up tomorrow. We're going to be transferring on over to the mainstream, to twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Before we sign off, everybody, go participate in some of the Bearded Brawls locals that I know that the one and only Slow-Mo puts on. You can find both of our socials if you would like to know more about us by typing in !casters in the chat itself. And then before we sign off, Slow-Mo, any last thoughts before we're out of here?
Yes, if you guys are not checking out Dara's cooking streams, you are sleeping. You are absolutely sleeping.
Aw, thank you.
It can absolutely cook.
Good.
No, that new kitchen looking fantastic. Very proud. But like that being said, we are done. We're going to send you guys over to the main desk. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you tomorrow for some North American action.
Bye.